HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
I think yesterday is a great lesson that sometimes if you just sit around and do nothing, it can be a great day for your team. We had 2 instances of that yesterday. The Astros sat around and did nothing yesterday, and that was a great day because they didn't lose in the late innings, lose in a frustrating fashion. Watch José, Abreu. So that was good. You know, these are the days now with the Astros where it's an off day. It actually feels okay. You know, years past, there's an off day, and you're like, God, I miss my baseball. I do miss it. I'm happy that they're back home and seeing them tonight. But, Seth, yesterday was a phenomenal day for the Houston Texans, I think, and they didn't even do anything. But to our knowledge, they were just hanging around, enjoying their vacation, and lo and behold, last night, boom, push notification. Trevor Lawrence, the thing you and I have been waiting for, Trevor Lawrence, 5 years, $275 million.
Yeah.
$200 million guaranteed. Bro, he got the Joe Burrow deal. He got the Joe Burrow deal, and he ain't Joe Burrow.
It's what's been the trend in the NFL for a long time now, which is that when you got a quarterback 3 seasons in, whether he's actually earned it or proven it or not, teams are so desperate to have a quarterback that they extend and they make the highest paid quarterback in the league, well, other than Deshaun Watson, a guy that you're not all that certain about. I'm sure you and I were talking before the segment about, all right, how often has it worked out that a guy that you weren't genuinely excited about or who hadn't shown great promise, when they give him that 3-year extension, how often does it actually work out? And I couldn't think of anybody off the top of my head, but I would say Trevor Lawrence does not fall into the same category of like a Joe Burrow extension. I think he probably falls more in line with a Kyler Murray extension, except that Kyler Murray had done quarterback. He hadn't sustained it or been consistent with it, but he had shown more promise perhaps. That more times than not, you give this extension and you're stuck with Daniel Jones, who, by the way, is better than Trevor Lawrence in his career. If you look at the bulk of
stats,
Daniel Jones' career, he's been better than Trevor Lawrence. I think honestly, if you're a team in the division with the Jacksonville Jaguars, which the Texans tend to be, there's a better chance that this works out in favor of the Texans than the Jaguars.
100%. And I think Kyler Murray and Trevor Lawrence are two that I think they're the same. I mean, obviously, stature-wise and stuff, they're completely different. But 3 years in, Kyler Murray, Trevor Lawrence didn't have to agitate for this extension like Kyler Murray did for his. I didn't think the Cardinals should have extended Kyler Murray after 3 years. He made the playoffs in 2021. He got blown out in the playoffs by the Rams. And that was the extent. Like, he had put up some numbers and did some flashy things, but the Cardinals had not largely been a good football team other than one stretch at the beginning of 2021 where they went 7-0 to start the season. They were a mediocre to bad football team. Similarly, Trevor Lawrence, and by the way, it hadn't worked out yet for Kyler. Now, some of that's been injuries, but we'll see. I think that's kind of the one where you look at, they go, they did the extension, and boy, they might regret it. Trevor Lawrence, other than the stretch at the end of the 2022 season where they stole the division from the Titans, they went like 6-1 down the stretch. That's the only really consistently good stretch of football that he's played in his career. I know they started 8-3 last year. They started 8-3 in spite of the offense. Now people make excuses for Trevor Lawrence about injuries, and he basically lost a year because he's playing for Urban Meyer. Those are all valid things. But he has had plenty of football where he's been healthy, and they put weapons around him, and he's not had Urban Meyer as his head coach. They had a hand-selected guy who'd won a Super Bowl and is an offensive coach. And in those situations, he, by and large, has not been great. So, yeah, I think of the guys that they've given the extensions to after 3 years. This was one of them here in Houston with Deshaun Watson. To me, it's been more of like, I think most of them have shown enough promise to get it. I think the interesting thing is a lot of them have then tailed off, like Jared Goff tailed off. Carson Wentz tailed off. Deshaun Watson tailed off, obviously, and a lot of other things happened and whatnot. I think this is a great thing for the Texans. I don't know that Trevor Lawrence is that dude, and I think we've seen since he's come into the league, there's a lot of holes in Trevor Lawrence's game that defy the generational talent label that he had coming in.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, a lot of what Trevor Lawrence does really well, because, and we've been able to see it in person at NRG, when he makes some beautiful throws. He makes some big-time throws. But in terms of the modern NFL and what you want your quarterbacks to be able to do is reliably turn chaos into productivity. And when Trevor Lawrence does not have the conditions perfect on making something out of nothing as much as a lot of the other guys. And I think that it's kind of like being really good on a shooting range, but then go out and do it in live combat. It's a whole different. There are a lot of people that are really good on the shooting range, and then you get in a high-stress environment, and it's a different deal. And that's what Trevor Lawrence has been so far. So I think whether you want to call him a system quarterback or anything else, it's almost more of an indictment on the league and the way business is conducted, that these teams just turn into the cowering little babies in the front office when it comes to oh no, we need our quarterback to be treated like the leader of the team that he isn't actually yet. Oh, well, we want to be sure that he's not upset or disgruntled, because, oh, no, what would happen then with our guy who hasn't actually performed yet and hasn't actually done all those things to earn that contract? And they do it with the quarterback position because teams are so desperate. They burn first-round picks on these guys who would have previously been fifth or sixth round picks. Now, I'm not talking about Trevor Lawrence in that instance, but then they go on and they extend guys who have 3 years of mediocre performance with a few stretches here and there.
Yeah.
And I think it's a bigger gamble than it ever feels like to the fan base, because you don't have to spend that money up front. You don't have to. That money in the minds of the average fan is just something like, oh, that's just billionaire money. They don't think about the cap, but it can capsize a team for several years if you don't get that right.
Yeah. For the Jacksonville Jaguars, a team that has loved to dip into free agency, by the way, the last few years. They haven't drafted great. Free agency has been a big thing for them. That is a team that has almost been forced to take advantage of the rookie contract because they've been so poor at bringing in the inexpensive labor from the college ranks. Maybe it's a Jags thing, Seth, as you're laying that out, the emotional part of it, we got to treat him like he's the guy. This is the third straight quarterback the Jags have done this with. Remember they gave Blake Bortles an extension after they got to the AFC title game in spite of Blake Bortles? He was the last reason they got there. They signed Nick Foles to way more money than anybody was offering Nick Foles. Why? Well, they wouldn't be able to look him in the eye as the starting quarterback if he wasn't making, at the time it was probably $25 or $30 million a year, whatever the number was back then.
The team wouldn't respect him. The team wouldn't respect him or something if he wasn't paid like the other guys.
Yeah.
And again, that goes back to putting the cart before the horse. You're treating these guys like leaders. I think a lot of times GMs and coaches want to force that on a guy, give him that mantle of he's the franchise quarterback. I'll tell you how it works in the locker room and how guys were, looking around at Nick Foles probably is what the hell? This guy's I'm playing my ass off, and this guy is the reason we had to let go of a really good player, or we can't bring somebody else in, or I can't get paid.
Right.
It actually puts way more pressure on the guy than I think that it does the exact opposite of what I think teams think. And I would say the other side, on the interpersonal side of it, I wonder if they think that they couldn't have done a Daniel Jones type extension with Trevor Lawrence.
Right.
And I don't know who Trevor Lawrence's agent is, but Daniel Jones, it's eye-popping how much money a guy that's not been all that great was getting, but at least it was short-term, and it's not something that's going to hurt you on into the future. I would have been playing psychological mind games with Trevor Lawrence for the last 2 years about kind of doing what the Texans do, which is hey, we're going to give you really good money on a shorter-term deal, and, man, if you prove it, look, the cap's probably going to be up 25% by the time you're up for a new deal, and you'll blow this one out of the water.
Yeah, I guess, look, everything's a gamble, and I guess the gamble would be if behind the scenes they know more than we do about just how banged up he was last year, then the flip side to that, the argument for the Jags is probably like, look, if we wait another year, it's going to be $60 million or something like that.
That's the whole, and the whole thing though is too. You know how I feel about banged up quarterbacks, right? Okay, that's the job. You're not every quarterback's banged up all the time.
You know who's banged up this year? C.J. Stroud. From week one with a right shoulder injury.
Well, like Roethlisberger. Think about Roethlisberger. Now, he was melodramatic about it, so it made it annoying. Like, he always let everybody know when he was injured. But he went out and he performed when he was injured. It's like these nagging injuries are not an excuse for a quarterback to play poorly. They just aren't. That's what the job is. Mm-hmm. When you look at a quarterback towards the end of the season, like they look like there's some kind of cryogenics experiment. They're just completely wrapped from head to toe in ice on 5 different joints and or their ribs and everything. It's just, that's the job. Like, there's no such thing as a nagging injury other than on your throwing finger or something like that. How many times have we watched Tom Brady hobble his way through Super Bowl runs?
Yeah.
Like that, but at the end of the year, that's what you are. You're an injured human being.
It's funny, too. Like, this position and wide receiver are the two that coming into the offseason have had like 3 or 4 names that we're expecting new contracts for that are going to be near the top of the market. The wide receiver one is logical in that the guy resetting the market is the guy who's probably the best one, Justin Jefferson, and now these other guys are kind of trying to chase it. Brandon Ayuk, CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase maybe. Of the guys trying to get extensions this offseason, Dak Prescott, Tua Tagovailoa, Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence, I would argue, for me, Trevor Lawrence is the least desirable of all those guys right now.
I'd say Jordan Love is the guy that I would feel best about.
Yeah.
Like, if I were to give an extension where I feel like, all right, this guy really hasn't earned it, but we got upside on this. Yeah, that Jordan Love makes sense at least. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And, man, maybe I've just been completely brainwashed by Nick Caserio, but the way Nick Caserio is operating with his free agents, now the quarterback, we haven't seen it yet, is very much the way that a lot of people predicted it would and should go, which is, all right, yeah, give lots of money per year, but on shorter-term deals. Yeah. And that's how you don't burn yourself. And you can spend now and then extend if it makes sense, or cut ties if it makes sense, but it doesn't crush you. The quarterback position is just such a wild card thrown into the mix. Yep. The problem with the quarterback position is it's kind of like baseball, where like it takes a long time to develop. And a lot of guys in baseball, you don't genuinely know whether they're good pitchers or what have you until you include their time in the minors. And it takes 5, 6, 7 years if you include their time in the minors. And like in baseball, it doesn't hurt you because you got 6 years before free agency.
Yep, you got a lot of data.
So and that's where it's a huge advantage. Where if a team in your division spins the roulette wheel and they throw all their money on red and it comes up black.
Great day to be a Texan, man. God, CJ's going to make so much money. Oh, my God. All right.
I know. That's where, like if he continues on the pace he
is. Dude,
and if it's except that's not even a compliment. Because they all make
money.
They all make a big amount
I'm
of
saying
money just because they're a starting quarterback.
He's going to make a ton of money and be underpaid probably. Like if this is who he is and this is who Trevor Lawrence is, like it's going to be mind-blowing.
It's ideally what you're looking for.
Yes. All right. A voice of reason in the wilderness about the situation with the Astros, who I was not expecting to opine on the Astros, and I 100% agree with her. We will have that for you coming up next.
Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway and Pearland is the place to go if you're looking for a brand new Tahoe. You want a Tahoe? You want a Super?
Hire. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Boy, a lot of thoughts on the Trevor Lawrence extension. We will circle back to some of those in this segment. Quick check of the chances of getting to the playoffs websites. We go to Fangraphs on this show. And quick Fangraphs check on the Astros. Playoffs, chances of making the playoffs, 33.6%. Winning the AL West, 17%. Winning the World Series, boy, this is a nadir for this team. This franchise, I should say. This team is kind of implies this season. This season, this is what they are. As a franchise, though, boy, when was the last time the Astros were a 2.7% chance to win a World Series? 2.7%. 2.7%. It's basically
slap
just,
in my face.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
they are
what the hell?
They are at the bar just throwing every line of game at the chicks right now, hoping something blemishes on their face, a beer belly, a stench.
Bad breath.
Yeah.
Haven't brushed their teeth in days.
Yeah, that's who they are, man.
Tan line from their wedding ring on their index finger.
Text in 713-572-4610. What are the signs of the desperate, recently divorced guy? As someone who's probably had that.
This guy's still married. This guy's just in a bad marriage too. He's like, he's hoping to get some skank who wants a married man for the night. You know, come wreck my life.
Give me the aspects of the Hail Mary desperate guy at the bar at 2 a.m.
Oh, can I give you a quick story,
Sean? Of course.
Sorry, everybody who desperately needs Trevor Lawrence talk. Give me 30 seconds here. I was out at the Seattle airport, which is just lovely. It's a mess right now. But I was standing at the rental car line, and it was a long line for the rental car buses. Apparently, they have one rental car bus for the entire
That's very efficient, yeah.
Yeah. So, and they're packing people on like they're fleeing a war zone or something, you know. And like the driver is pushing people into the bus, and I was like one of the last people that would have gotten on. And they finally cram the last person into the bus, and they take off. And I turned to the person next to me, who's a young woman, and I was like, I'll be honest, I'm kind of glad I missed that bus. And I realized as I said it, and by the look on her face, that I think she thought I was saying, because now I get to stand next to the pretty lady for another.
Okay. What was the age difference? Like what was like?
I mean, I don't know, 59 years. It was she might have been like 21 or 22. I don't know. I know lately when I think somebody's 21, they're actually 29.
Yeah.
But she was younger than me.
Yeah.
And it did not. By the look on her face, it's not like she was into older guys. And so as soon as I said this, I'm like, I kind of like instinctively put my hand to the face like to show my wedding ring, you know, to kind of be like, no, it's not like that. I'm married.
Right.
Which then I felt like that made it even worse.
I was just going to say,
I didn't say that. And I also didn't want to be presumptuous that, you know, oh my God. So I was just, I turned away directly and just faced in a random direction towards a wall. For the next 17 minutes it took for their second rental bus to come along. It was very, and then I made sure I got it on the opposite end of the bus as her. I felt like such a weird creeper through no fault of my own, other than that I didn't want to get on a crowded rental car bus.
Dude, I'm so sad that Curb Your Enthusiasm is gone. They could have stolen that from you so easily and used that on the show.
I tell you, it felt like by the look on her face, I may as well have leaned in and said it like this, hey,
well, let's see.
Kind of glad I missed that bus.
Hey, I was going to say, let's just, because for 30 seconds, let's just workshop this. Was that actually a good get?
If I had been,
if you had said it in a way that was, or even said it in the way that you did, because then it's a little less obvious. Is that actually a good line? I'm really glad I missed that bus.
There was part of me, though, that was kind of hurt also when I realized how much she was recoiling at it. I was like, well, I don't have that, the dignified older man vibe? What the hell?
You're a good-looking guy, man. That's funny, dude.
I felt like such a creep.
Oh, my God. That is funny, dude.
I don't know. You know what? To be honest, though, too, who knows? She might have been if I had been trying to hit on her, maybe it was just like a moment of kind of like being flattered for her. But I read it into her face.
Yeah.
Through my filter, I'm like, oh, that sounded bad.
Yeah. Dude, that's funny.
On an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm, she would have like flipped. Like, who the hell do you think?
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
It would have been like I would have ended up with a sexual harassment suit or something.
Yes. So the voice of reason for the Astros on Twitter happens to be, in my opinion, Gina Luno, wife of Jeff Luno.
The wife of Jeff Luno.
The wife of Jeff Luno, yeah. Archbishop Deshays at HOU Counterplot, yeah.
Noted Twitter agitator.
Yes, yeah, I like him. He says, he tweeted this a couple days ago. How did the Astros go from 7 consecutive ALCS appearances to complete dog poop in the matter of one offseason? And she replied and said, simple answer, Jim Crane fired Jux.
Yeah.
And then there was a follow-up, too.
I didn't see the follow-up. I was just too impressed. I'm always impressed when somebody spells the name Luno correctly.
Yeah.
Even if her last name is Luno.
Yes. Good job.
I was stuck on that.
She spelled her own last name correctly.
Yeah.
Extend Kyle Tucker on X said, no offense, but the Astros did win the World Series without Luno and made it. Yeah. This is this person replying to Gina, and made it to 4 ALCS in a row and made 2 World Series appearances since Luno left. I would say they did just fine with or without Luno. Gina Luno says, who do you think set them up for years of success? The well finally ran dry, and there's no one there to tell them how to fill it back up. No offense, with a kind of winking emoji.
It's interesting because, honestly, Luno never really got to the really, really hard part of GMing, which is sustaining something when you run into luxury tax constraints and everything else that we've seen. So it's impossible to say that it would have gone different. Like, it's impossible to know with certainty that it would have gone differently with Luno on the sustaining part of things. I think what Luno did really, really well was set up. It wasn't the procuring of talent alone, but where he was really brilliant in that was in a lot of the Latin American signings. I think the drafts are only one way to evaluate a GM. And, a lot of people, there's a lot of criticism of Luno's talent, although a very high percentage of those draft picks, as criticized as they might have been, have made it to MLB. You could argue about that all day long. I think it's more on the pitching side of things, the player development side of things, especially because of the draft picks they did have, whether people might have thought they were good prospects or bad prospects, they developed the hell out of those guys. The way they structured the system from the minor leagues on up into through the majors was just way more consistent in the way they coached guys and what they stressed than it was in other major league systems. And then on the pitching side of things, they were so far ahead of the curve in the way they used technology and the way they used the analytics and the way that Brent Strom was open to doing all the old school coaching as well as using all the new age stuff. I think that's what you miss with Luno more than anything. I feel like the best combo might have been like Dana Brown running the conventional side of the scouting things and Jeff Luno with the actual structure of the organization.
Yeah. I think in retrospect, I think they would have been fine with James Click. Like James Click, as far as being somebody who takes the baton from a reluctant baton. I mean, Luno got fired. I don't want to make this sound like it was a smooth transition or anything. But as far as like taking over an organization that had been run similar to how Click had been steeped in the Tampa Bay ways, and now that we look back at James Click, and I don't know what the interactions were behind the scenes. My guess is he and Bagwell did stuff, and probably Jeff won. Jeff won that battle, is my guess. But you look back at a lot of Click's moves, and they've played out well. Like Yainer Diaz was a pickup in a Miles Straw trade. He's your starting catcher now. Mauricio Dubon, who's everybody's utility hero these days. He got him in like a little marginal deal before the season started. He's been really good. So I think Click did some good things, and I think Click would have grown into the role. He didn't make huge deals, and I think that's a big reason why he's not the GM anymore, I think they would have been just fine. I largely agree with some of the stuff Gina Luno is. And the karma thing is what it is. Hey, it's karma. You fire Jeff Luno. I don't think it's karma. I mean, he was part of a sign stealing scandal. It is what it is. I do agree with her that the Jeff Luno well is running dry with this team right now. That 22 team, there was very little GM fingerprints on that 22 World Series champion other than Jeff Luno's fingerprints. I
think that also, when you go into what are your luxury spends, or like who do you overpay for veteran leadership and all of that?
Yeah.
Like assigning Carlos Beltran to this team right now would be way more criticized than it was when the Astros signed Carlos Beltran, and you're a younger team trying to get over the hump and teach the younger guys all of those things, and you're nowhere near the luxuries tax.
Yeah.
It's just a whole. The difference it's kind of like there's a difference between getting rich and then staying rich. Mm-hmm. And sometimes the staying rich part requires a guy more like James Click than Jeff Luno. Mm-hmm. That's where you have to make the hard decisions about what you say no to, and when you don't spend aggressively if you want to maintain that wealth. That's where the Astros are right now, is like, how do you sustain it without making the aggressive financial decisions that might capsize you?
Well, to make the cross-sport analogy, Jeff Luno was probably operating at a time where the Astros were the equivalent of a team in the NFL who has their quarterback on a rookie contract. Like they were operating where all their great players were still fairly low budget players back then.
Right. Right. Yeah, exactly. It's an easier environment, I guess. I don't want to make it sound like the process is easy. Lots of teams have tried to tank or reset or what have you, and it doesn't work out. It's not easy, but it's way different.
It is.
It's like being a leader in like being a president in wartime versus a president in peacetime. There's probably a different type of leader that like Winston Churchill compared to during the war compared to after the war. There's just it's a different set of demands.
A lot of people wondering on the text page what CJ's going to do, when his time comes, his Trevor Lawrence time comes. If you're just waking up, Trevor Lawrence last night became tied for the highest paid quarterback in terms of average annual value on his contract. He literally has the same contract by a few million guaranteed dollars as Joe Burrow. 5 years, $275, $55 million. He got $200 million guaranteed, and so you look and go, okay, well, who's next? Jordan Love's looking to get a deal. Dak Prescott's looking to get a deal. Tua's looking to get a deal. Like, as far as who's next among the guys, it's after 3 years. Here you go. It's maybe Brock Purdy next year. He'll be done with year 3 if he takes him to a Super Bowl again. Who knows?
Brock Purdy will get it's the exception now when a guy is a starting quarterback and doesn't get that new deal after year 3.
It's just so different with him being Mr. Irrelevant. It's usually these guys who have been anointed already.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, with those guys who are high picks.
High picks, yeah.
It's almost like it's preset. Even if the GM changes or anything, that like, oh, okay, well, this is what's going to happen because he was a high pick. It's almost like they get a bonus for an extra bonus the day they're drafted in the top 5. That like, oh yeah, all you have to do is not be a complete train wreck, and you're going to get a new contract in 3 years. Jared
Goff and Carson Wentz get anointed with a contract. Dak Prescott has to go through a franchise tag, a broken foot. He has to agitate for one. He was a 4th-round pick in the same draft. They were the top 2 picks,
Yeah, and as much as the Cowboys get criticism for the way they've handled Dak Prescott contracts, there's a part of the methodology that I like, and I do like that. As many weird things as Jerry Jones has done with that team, I kind of like holding the line and saying like, oh no, we're going to give guys, whether you're the quarterback or anybody else, we're going to give the contract that we think you deserve when it's time to give you that contract.
Yep.
And like now, the Cowboys paying an exorbitant amount to Ezekiel Elliott instead of Dak Prescott, and he fell off a cliff. Like, there's a whole team management side that the Cowboys have botched.
Yep.
But, I think, as it stands right now, I'll be very, very surprised if C.J. Stroud doesn't, at some point, a couple off seasons from now, he'll be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL.
He will. He'll break the barrier. He will set the record. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll circle back to Trevor Lawrence. He is one of the headlines today. Astros hosting the Tigers. fun pitching matchup tonight over at Minute Maid Park. We'll talk about that, some NFL news as well. That all coming up in headlines, coming up next.
Hey, speaking of money management, if that's what's on your mind, and you might not feel all that awesome about where things are in the future, even if you're doing really well right now and you're making good money, but you just got that nagging fear of like, man, am I set up for the future? It does.
today's headlines.
All right, Astros, they are back home this weekend. Did not play yesterday.
They didn't?
They did not play yesterday.
Lazy bums.
It's a good day, yeah. The Astros play the Tigers this weekend. This will be a fun pitching matchup tonight. We get to see Tarek Skubal tonight.
Yes.
Over at
versus Hunter Brown.
Yeah, versus Hunter Brown.
So you get the Detroit native Hunter Brown tonight, and then you get his facsimile. Yeah, I have facsimile. Justin Verlander, who likes to emulate Hunter Brown's pitching style, back in Detroit on Saturday.
Yeah. Well, it's here. It's in Houston.
They're against Detroit on Saturday.
Yeah. It's at Minute Maid. I'm excited. Well, I'm kind of excited. He's going against Skubal might be the best pitcher in baseball right now. He's 9-1 with a sub-2 ERA.
Sean, you got to get excited about it. There's no other way but to get excited. Every time the Astros face a challenging some kind of a challenge, then prove to us.
Okay.
Please, prove to us that this team is ready.
Yeah.
Prove to us that this team is about to turn the corner, Sean. Hunter Brown, go pitch a complete game.
Yes.
For the love of God.
Something.
Just do it.
Something, yeah.
Outduel Skubal.
Yep. Boy, I wonder if we see José Abreu tonight against Skubal.
Oh, I hope so. I hope this is where he proves us all wrong. Sean, 0.9% of people on X.com that are adamant José Abreu defenders. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So Astros Tigers this weekend.
What's the over/under on total number of pitches José Abreu sees tonight?
If he's if he gets 3 at bats tonight, total number of pitches. I'm going to go 10.5.
I'll say 8.5. I think there's a fly out.
Ground out one time.
There's a couple of 3-pitch strikeouts and a fly out.
Yeah. Weak grounder to second base. He ain't pulling the ball. We know that. Astros Tigers get started tonight. Trevor Lawrence, been talking about this morning. Been a big topic on the text page and in the chat on YouTube. 5 years, $275. That's what Trevor Lawrence is getting. 5 years, $275 million. That's $55 million a year to you and me. $200 million guaranteed.
Thanks for. I didn't really appreciate how much money it was until you put it that way.
That's right. $200 million guaranteed for Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence, if you want a fun fact here, has 60 turnovers in 3 seasons, interceptions and fumbles lost.
Yeah.
Only 11 quarterbacks have had more in their first 3 seasons in the NFL than Trevor Lawrence. 3 of them went to the Hall of Fame: Warren Moon, Peyton Manning, John Elway, and it was rough for those 3 guys in their first couple seasons. But Trevor Lawrence, I think the thing about Trevor Lawrence is it's not like this was front-loaded towards the Urban Meyer part of his career. He led the league in turnovers in 2023.
Right.
He had 10 turnovers on third down in 2023.
Some of them were kind of weird, but
stop sticking up for him. He turns the ball over.
No. Really, if anything, I just don't like that so many NFL front offices have turned into meek little children when it comes to just feeling like they have to pay their quarterback after the 3rd year, whether they've earned it or not. With Trevor Lawrence, the thing that would make me nervous if I were a Jags fan is the fact that so many excuses are made for him. Well, he had to play under Urban Meyer, and he was mean. He was really mean. You know what they did have in Jacksonville? They hired a bunch of pros to run the offense that year. So it's not like I look at that. People wipe that year off like there was no development to be done by Trevor Lawrence that year. And then last year, it's like, well, he had a lot of injuries. Oh, did he tear an ACL? No, but they were owies. He had owies, they made him play not that well. The biggest thing that you want from your quarterback in those first 3 years is, does he advance to the point where he's a genuine professional quarterback by that 4th year? Where, okay, we're going to pay him, but we can handle not having as much money to spend on weapons because he makes everything else good around him. CJ is on that track. CJ is more advanced mentally already than Trevor Lawrence is.
Oh, yeah.
Trevor Lawrence, you can make all the excuses you want for him. It's the receiver's fault. It's the injuries or whatever. He plays like a first-read quarterback, that when his first read isn't there, his brain turns to liquid and runs out his ears, and things kind of fall apart. That's not the level of mental development that you want with a guy that you're giving $200 million guaranteed to.
No. I mean, CJ is so poor making. He looks like, if you want to just make a stark comparison between the two, again, Trevor Lawrence has led the league in turnovers. He led the league in turnovers last season. He's had 60. in his first 3 seasons, something only 11 other quarterbacks have done. Which, by the way, also means you probably started real young, and there's nuance to it. But
right.
CJ led the league in interception percentage as a rookie. He's a rookie, and he only had 5 interceptions all year. That's where
if you look at the three of those guys, those 11 quarterbacks, as you had found the stat that 3 of them did make the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Warren Moon, Peyton Manning, and John Elway.
Right.
The thing there is you have to kind of reset the clock and realize that those were quarterbacks who played in an era where interceptions were much more acceptable, and rookie quarterbacks did not play as well as they do now. It was completely different. So it's Trevor Lawrence's turnovers are glaring in a modern context.
Yes. So Trevor Lawrence is very wealthy, and I think today's a good day for the Texans, man. I'm not a Trevor Lawrence believer, and I'm certainly not a believer in him at $200 million guaranteed. Falcons and Eagles tampering investigation ends up being a gigantic popcorn fart. Philly doesn't get anything for a punishment for the allegations. They were only alleged to have tampered with Saquon Barkley, and it was James Franklin, the Penn State coach, in an interview insinuating that Howie Roseman had reached out to Barkley during a dead period when you're only allowed to talk to agents, not players.
But he didn't even say people read into that. I think that Franklin didn't make it sound like they had done it before the tampering period, the legal tampering period. But that's what Florio and everybody else just started screaming about.
Yeah, I didn't see the Franklin interview, so I can't say what exactly was said. I just know that it was enough to trigger a tampering investigation in which the league found nothing. They even went to the phone records and the texts, and there's no evidence of contact with Saquon Barkley and Howie Roseman.
The part where Texans fans could get understandably upset is if there were actual tampering, and that if the Texans had, it was reported that they went after and they made an aggressive offer for Saquon Barkley, if they ended up missing out on Saquon Barkley because of that.
Maybe. Yep. You're right. That is a tie to the Texans. The one tampering investigation that did yield a punishment, Atlanta. I thought this would be a bigger punishment just based on the position involved in this and how obvious it was that there was tampering.
Yeah, then in this case, Kirk Cousins basically admitted that, without even realizing he was admitting anything, that he had talked to the training staff of the Falcons during a period where the players weren't supposed to be in contact with other teams.
Yeah, it looked like the signing was going to happen. They were getting down to putting the finishing touches on it, but Cousins is coming off an Achilles, so the two sides had the training staff of the Falcons talk to Cousins. Turns out they had talked to other free agents they signed as well. Darnell Mooney, Warner, the tight end. So for all of that, for all the violation of the anti-tampering rules, 5th-round pick they get, Doc. That's it.
Yeah.
$250K.
The big part of it with the Falcons is it seems that this was more, it's almost like an administrative error more than anything. Like the hay was in the barn in terms of agreeing to the contract and all. If you're other teams, I guess you could argue that, well, yeah, but what if that discussion that they had when they did, what if somehow it had turned out? I don't know. I honestly, I blame Florio for all of this. I really he will not shut up. He will not shut up about all these little. He's HOA Florio. He's Homeowners Association Florio, where he's the guy that's arguing that the neighbor is a half inch onto his property line with his fence. And it's just a whole. Everybody else in the neighborhood is like, oh my God, would you please just shut up? But I guess by the letter of the law, we got to address this. Yes, we will fine your neighbor for having his fence too much on your yard.
I have not gone and read Florio's reporting or follow-up to this punishment. I'm curious if he thinks justice was served. Philly gets nothing. Atlanta gets a 5th-round pick docked from them.
He's probably irate about it.
Yeah. I got to go look during the break and see.
I can tell Florio has all the telltale signs of a guy who sometimes doesn't get enough sleep or is overworked. Yeah. He's very driven and motivated, but some of the things that he gets all up in arms about, I'm like, oh, yeah, this guy just needs a good night's sleep.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
It reminds me of all my football coaches I ever had, frankly.
Yeah, seriously.
When they say left and they meant right, but you go left because he said left, and then they scream at you for 5 minutes about how he meant to go right. Yeah. He meant to say.
All right, those are your headlines for the day. Cal McNair did a man on the street interview with the Hard Knocks University guy, Hard Knocks EDU. Guy does interviews, goes and finds billionaires on the street and asks them questions for advice. Caught up with Cal McNair getting out of his vehicle in River Oaks. And let's evaluate Cal's business advice for the folks out there. This is pretty good. Man on the Street Cal is my new favorite Cal. That is coming up next.
If you are popping the question or thinking about popping the question,
92 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So it's kind of a little bit of a dead period football-wise. We do have the Trevor Lawrence contract. Happened last night. We'll circle back to that. 5 years, $275. Trevor Lawrence is tied with Joe Burrow for highest average annual value for a contract. Astros, Tigers tonight over at Minute Maid Park. This was making the rounds over the last 24 hours or so. I actually saw this yesterday, Seth, getting on the elevator, leaving to go home right after the show. I'm like, throw my pen down. I'm like, crap, I wish I'd seen this during the show. School of Hard Knocks on TikTok is this guy's TikTok account.
He's a young guy that goes around asking rich people. He'll go up to people on their yachts and stuff and just ask how they made their money and ask for advice and everything. It's a good doom scroll every now and then, and somewhat motivational too.
Yeah.
You see a lot of people like he'll get these guys that have stories about how they. I like the ones where they're like, like, how'd you make your money? And it'd be like, I bought a small company that makes cardboard boxes.
Right.
And, like the boring stuff is more interesting than the tech jerks.
Well, because there's always good advice in the boring stuff. You know? Like
those guys are the ones that really, it feels like it's more applicable to the common man.
Yeah. So this guy, and who knows, I'd love to know what his hit rate is on how many G-Wagons and limos he walks up to with guys that...
he approaches people who look conspicuously wealthy.
Yeah.
It's like they're driving their 100-foot mega yacht.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know how he gets into those marinas. That's what I'd like to know.
Yeah. He's probably... he's got a good charisma about him, this guy. He's probably got a pretty good...
Smooth talks the operator, and
just he's showing up with equipment, a camera crew. They're probably like, oh, you must be...
Well, yeah, and he doesn't like... He looks like it looks like he's like a fit, good-looking young guy. It doesn't look like he's somebody that's coming up asking for a handout or something.
No, and you'll hear him in this clip we're about to play. Like, he's very eager. He's very engaging. Yeah. It's really... I like it. It's good stuff. I'm interested in stuff like this. But he was obviously in Houston recently, and he caught up with owner of the Houston Texans, Cal McNair. Now, Cal, just to set the scene, is getting out of his G-Wagon.
Right.
He's wearing a golf shirt and jeans. He just looks like he's getting ready to go do some shopping somewhere, along Westheimer there. And he's just getting out of his car. And this guy walks up to him. And here was the conversation.
Is this your G-Wagon?
Yeah.
What do you do for a living out in Houston, Texas to be able to afford a G-Wagon?
Sorry?
What do you do for a living out in Houston, Texas?
Work hard.
What industry are you in?
Football.
What are you doing exactly?
Own a football team.
What team?
Houston Texans.
You own the Houston Texans.
H-Town, baby.
And how long have you been a business owner for?
We've had the Texans for 20-plus years.
Over the 20-plus years you've been a business owner, what's the greatest lesson that you've learned about entrepreneurship?
Never quit.
How did you break into the National Football League, man? It's very competitive to try to get into that business. How did you break in and ultimately work your way up to be able to own a team? What did it take?
Oh, well, we were very successful in another business.
What business?
And then sold it, the power industry. Actually, the Texans as a franchise expansion back in 2002 was our first year.
What was the best advice that you ever got from a mentor?
Conserve your cash.
Now, did you have to borrow money to start and grow businesses, or
There was leverage involved. And then opportunities happen, you hopefully have some cash, you can take advantage of them.
How old are you now?
I am 63, but don't tell anyone.
Are you a billionaire?
I haven't added it up.
You're probably a billionaire though. So what makes you happy?
I have a lot of happiness, a lot of joy in my life from family and believing the man upstairs and all those things kind of work together.
And any negotiation advice? You've negotiated some massive deals. What's the secret to negotiating?
You want to do it, but not that bad.
What do you mean by that? You got to be able to walk away, or what?
Be able to walk away.
All right, so there you go.
That last one's good. Got to be able to walk away.
Yep.
Yeah, that's huge. Once you feel desperate to get a deal done, you're screwed in the negotiation. That's really good advice.
Good advice. Okay, so I was jotting down notes here while we were listening to that. I want to go through these here and see.
Okay.
We'll do the evaluation of Cal. Before we do that, there's some debate with that. Is that staged?
Right. I saw people wondering whether it was staged. I've seen enough of this guy's interviews before that I don't think it's staged.
Yeah.
And usually how you can tell is on Cal's face at first there was a look of Cal's not good enough of an actor to show the look of skepticism on Cal's face. I think it was like you could see he's kind of trying to size. Cal was trying to size the guy up as he was walking.
Well,
up to him.
and two other things. Yeah, you're right. As long as you're talking about the beginning, play the very beginning one more time, Ben.
Is this your G-Wagon?
Yeah.
What do you do for a living out in Houston, Texas to be able to afford a G-Wagon?
Sorry?
What is work?
Okay, yeah. See, there you go. Like that part where he's like, I don't know that you write in a sorry. Like I can't. Like he couldn't hear the question.
You would have known what the question was going to be. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't think. Yeah, I've seen this guy's account before. I don't think it is staged.
I don't either. The other thing
I think he gets like 99 no's before he gets the one yes a lot of times.
That's why I said that earlier.
Yeah.
I'm guessing this guy probably has a hit rate of like 10% or something like that.
Yeah.
He just walks up to people in expensive cars. Or people are happy to talk to him, but their story's not all that. Yeah, my dad bought it for me. That kind of thing.
Right.
But what do you want to talk about with me? My dad bought this for me. You're an interviewer. The other thing is that Cal was gradually kind of getting to where he was going to in that interview. Like by the end of the interview, he's like, "Yeah, no one to walk away. I got to go get this cup of coffee now, okay? I've given you your 3 minutes." So 20 plus years. What do you think of his advice to entrepreneurs? Never quit. Very Valvano-esque.
It's good. It's tricky. I mean, because it's, the kid's not getting in depth with him, and it's like, this is not Cal's story isn't one of, picking him up by his bootstraps. Yeah. I would say the actual operating the business and, how do you, for a long time, the main criticism of the Texans was that they were too good at doing the business of football because they were very successful financially in terms of the worth of the franchise and everything, without any championships to show for it. So I don't know. The never quit part, it's tough because there's not many NFL owners who just decide to this business sucks, I'm out. Yeah. Who was the last owner of an NFL team that said just can't make it in this business?
Right. I felt like he was just giving general advice to people out there in that one. Like, yeah, man, don't give up. Just keep plugging along.
He might have felt, I could imagine 2 or 3 years ago that he might have contemplated selling the team.
Maybe.
Just because it wasn't worth all the headaches.
Yeah.
Who knows?
He did credit his dad with being the one to buy the football team. I'll point that out.
I'm not saying he shied away from it.
No, this is my next bullet point. I'm not, that's not a response to what you just said.
Sounds like you're criticizing Cal.
It's not. Well, no, but I saw a lot of people with this thing yesterday, like almost criticizing Cal for giving the interview because he inherited the team from his dad. Right. It doesn't mean he hasn't been involved in businesses or observed his dad doing business and saying, hey, my dad did this, and that made a lot of sense. He did credit his dad with being the one to buy the team. I will point that out. Conserve cash. What's your advice? One of the pieces of advice was make sure you conserve your cash, to which my first thought was that had to be a rough period where he's paying all those people to not work for him at that time.
Right, yeah. But this is the thing, though. If you have the cash, then you can do that.
Yes.
You're not making decisions based on we got to make it through this next quarter.
Right.
So, yeah, that's sage advice in personal finance and big business. Everything is just always have enough cash on hand. Whether now rich people, when they say cash, it's more just assets. When they say cash, they don't mean just money in the bank account necessarily.
Yeah.
But the leverage side of things too. I think sometimes when people hear that, oh, you leveraged yourself or, oh, you borrowed money, it's not like NFL team owners have to borrow the money. They just do it because it makes sense.
Yeah.
Because you can get it, especially when interest rates were so low, you're just going to get a better return on your cash if you're leveraging it, if you're borrowing money. But the NFL is very restrictive on the economic qualifications. Most of those guys, if they had to, wouldn't have to borrow money to buy a team.
Yep. Cal said he's 63. Don't tell anybody. Cal, too late. Everybody knows now. It's being played on Payne and Pendergast. Family, the man upstairs, important things to him in his life. You like that last bit of advice that he gave. Literally, as he was walking away from the interview, he was saying know when to walk away.
Yeah, no.
That was pretty funny.
Well, honestly, we were talking earlier about the difference between making a fortune and retaining a fortune. It's one of the hardest things for me as a young athlete. And I think for a lot of guys in the NFL is that you have to get comfortable with the fact that a lot of people are going to start thinking you're a stingy SOB. Because if you give $200,000 to every person who thinks it should be no big deal for you to give them $200,000, you would be broke in 20 minutes. Like, it would be that easy. So there's a multitude of people, no matter how nice you are or anything else, like, and no matter how generous you are, no matter how philanthropic you are, there will be multitudes of people, so because you won't give them $200,000. Right. And that's how, like, for me at least, that was a hard hurdle to get over.
Yeah.
I like being liked, you know?
Yeah, man.
I don't like people thinking I'm a stingy well, I used to not like it. Now I kind of seek it out. Like, I need more people in my life that think I'm a stingy SOB.
Yeah. I like being liked. Not for $200,000.
I don't need to buy it.
Someone said the guy needs to slow down when he's asking his questions. I think it's the format.
Some of that, it's the format, yeah. It's the social media world we live in.
Yeah.
Where the click rate, the retention, your audience retention goes down if you start in with a nice, casual, conversational demeanor.
Yep. Let's see. There are a couple people saying, I'm pretty sure these are staged. I have no idea. I don't really care if they are or not. The only context within which I care whether or not it was staged, because I was entertained by it for the 90 seconds. I just care if I'm entertained. I know wrestling's staged. I watch it every week. You know, guess what else is staged? Sons of Anarchy. I'm binging that right now. Like, I really don't care. The answers are honest, and so in that format, that's all I really care about. The only thing about it being staged or not staged is who is the interview subject, because I think there's no way in hell that 2 years ago or 3 years ago, Cal McNair agrees to a staged TikTok interview about the Houston Texans business side. Whereas in 2024, where Cal has done a 180 PR-wise in this town, let's face it, he's gone from being one of the most vilified people in sports here in town to one of the most popular. This would fit right in with him doing Reddit chats, Reddit AMAs, and stuff like that. This would fit right in with all that.
I don't know how much Hannah had to do with it, but they were doing this while they were still unpopular.
Yes.
They were doing – it wasn't – I mean – so I think I disagree with a little bit of the timeline maybe perhaps, is that it wasn't like they started doing this stuff, like the Reddit AMAs and everything, after D'Amico got hired. They were doing it when Cully was the coach.
That's why I corrected myself from 2 years to 3 years. Because 2 years ago would be 2022. I think it was 2021. There's no chance in hell. I think it was 2022. I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
So I'm with you on that.
There was really – I mean, the Chiefs went through this too. There's a period – there's a period when the founder and owner of the team, the family patriarch, passes away, I think, and you're kind of in a shuffle mode of trying to figure out. Like, Cal was probably trying to figure out how he was going to operate as an owner, because he couldn't do it exactly like his dad. He's not his dad, so he could learn those lessons from his dad. And Cal has operated differently, and I said this from the onset. Including when Easterby was there were things I didn't like about Easterby being in that role. But with Cal, the part that you saw with Easterby was that Cal was willing to spend aggressively on player development, on all of these other things that a lot of other NFL owners, and I think including Bob McNair, are a lot stingier about. So I'll be the one accusing people of being stingy now and spending billionaires' money for them. It would blow you. NFL owners are, as they're paying out hundreds of millions of dollars in payroll, they have a crappy cafeteria, you know, or they don't, or you look, and not that, and you can operate that way, but there is also that side of it where, man, the owner wants to entrust if you have somebody that spends aggressively, he entrusts his football people to spend money on things that are going to improve the players, and Cal's been very aggressive on that front.
Well, to play off of your comparison, I think Cal is not only popular here in town, just generally with fans now, but he's very popular in the building there with the players for all those things you just said. Kansas City, they're winning Super Bowls. They hate the owner there. Like on those Players Association polls where now this year for the first time they added a letter grade to the owners. I think Cal got a B+ or an A- from the players, which is pretty good. The worst owner in the league, according to his player constituency, is Clark Hunt. In Kansas City, he got like an F-. You know,
that's where it's always important to remember back to the basics of everything. All of it really, really matters. Because every great team and franchise and dynasty has blemishes, and they don't do things perfectly. if you've got a capable GM, a capable head coach, and a capable quarterback in the NFL, a lot of other things fall into place, whether they're operated properly or poorly, or whether guys are jerks or nice. It's just a matter of nailing those three things. And it sounds simple enough, but like most things in life that are good, they're simple but really, really hard to do.
Yep. Week 1 in Indy, man. For this, we need a countdown clock for this thing. I'm pumped for week 1 in Indy, especially. I'd be pumped for it anyways because we're excited for this season. See the I don't want to say new look Texans, but like the enhanced look Texans on offense with Stephon
Enhanced
Diggs,
look Texans.
Joe
I like
Mixon.
that, Sean.
Yeah, enhanced look. It's a really, just empirically, a really important game. It's a road division game against the team that I think is going to be the second best team in the division. And there's some hot sauce getting sprinkled on this thing now, man. Remember C.J. Stroud on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast a couple weeks ago talking about E.J. Speed?
Like my boy E.J. Speed. But it's a ton of dudes. It's not just E.J. He with my agent. And I tell him this to his face. I don't even tripping. But, like, a lot of dudes come on these podcasts, like, oh, yeah, I'm coming to hit. I'm going to hit C.J. in his face. I'm going to get him next year. Why don't you do something? Like, where I'm from, we say, why ain't you do something where you was mad at? You was mad right there, my do something. Right. You could have made hella plays, bro. You could have made plays, dog. Right. You could have shut me up right there, but you didn't. Right. So what make you think you going to do it now? And if you do, I'm going to come back, bro, for real. Like, this ain't for no play, bro. I'm on, like, come on, man.
Got him in that mode.
This you know what I'm saying? No, it's like, this is the mode I've been waiting to get. Like, I'm going to slam CJ on his head. Like, man. You should have did that then, bro. Right. Now we're going to have another opportunity, and we played them first game of the year. Ooh. I'm excited. The Colts. We play them after they play. It's going to be rocking. Indy hates me already, and I love it.
Okay, so that's CJ talking about EJ, Speed, and the Colts. EJ Speed was on Kay Adams' podcast, Up and Adams, yeah. And Kay Adams, real good. She's excellent. Now, my sons were telling me EJ Speed almost looked like he was hitting on her throughout the interview. Like,
she's got a very flirtatious vibe.
She does,
which doesn't. I don't think it crosses over into unprofessional. I think she makes people feel very comfortable.
I do wonder if she would have the same interview style if she was still with the NFL Network and not FanDuel or whoever she's with now. Like, it's a very alluring interview style. I'll say that. But she is professional and she's very good and she gets great guests. EJ Speed, when asked about CJ Stroud.
I got a bone to pick with the Texans, so, we went on my hammer.
What is the bone to pick? Because you have them week 1 in Indy. They're coming
they said I didn't make any plays, so I guess I gotta put the proof in the pudding, huh?
Yeah, and CJ Stroud likes to talk.
Yeah, that's his thing now. That's his thing. He like to pop his I mean, can we say he got a right to?
Okay. So that was kind of
it.
You
got it right to.
Yeah.
How was he asking that? Was he saying like has he really proven anything yet?
I don't know. You know what?
He does have it right.
I would have loved to have known, but the next 30 seconds they started showing highlights of EJ sacking CJ Stroud. Highlights from and he got totally distracted by looking at himself in the mirror, basically. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm like, yeah, give us more. I'm like, oh, you distracted this guy. You're just playing highlights of it. So, anyways. I'm ready for week 1, man.
Yeah, I don't. There's two parts of me, man. Because I know a lot of our listeners get upset when I go old man.
You're the adult in the room, yeah.
But this is my whole thing about it. Has always been this. I do love, like, from a fan's perspective. I like the extra juice. I love that. I like old school sports hatred, and this isn't old school sports hatred. Like EJ Speed and CJ Stroud get along just fine. Their families hang out with each other after games and everything. But there's a part of that, I like that old school sports hatred. But then there's a competitive side of me that says, all right, it's not about whether a guy is motivated on game day or not. Everybody's motivated on game day. It's, do you provide your opponent extra motivation during the week? Because that's where the game is lost or won. Yeah, like in the old, like, man, when I'm working, they're sleeping. When I'm eating right, they're eating nachos.
Pizza,
like, and like all those things. Like, what do I want to do in that week leading up to the game? Where a lot of guys, even the really, really good and professional players, are going to have weeks where their preparation lacks a little bit. So I always look at it kind of like, man, I want to win every competitive edge.
Yeah.
I want to win every part leading up to that game. I want to have a competitive edge, which includes it. Like, I trust my preparation more than I trust that guy's preparation.
Okay.
And I trust my ability to motivate myself during the week when you're tired and everything else. That's the part where I want guys to be like that.
Yeah.
It's just don't give your opponent any extra reason to dial in on a Wednesday morning.
You made that point when this audio was bubbling up a couple weeks ago, and this is the first time I'd heard that point. I think it's a really good point that I'd never thought of. That said, content Sean wins out over Texan fan Sean every single time.
It makes it more fun, man.
Yeah.
It makes it more. So I'm torn. I'm torn on it.
Yeah.
I've got different perspectives.
Content Seth and Texan fan Seth are struggling, one on each shoulder right now.
No, I would say just as Texans fan Seth.
Yeah.
I think Texans fan Seth. This is the only time I speak about myself in the third person. Texans fan Seth loves it. Like, Texans fan Seth, wants to just talk that trash and go out and back it up on the field. And there's different, the Ravens have been that style forever. They're going to say what they're going to say, and we'll go back it up. Then you've got teams like the Patriots where it's not like everything the Patriots does is correct. It's just that when they were in that dynasty, they kept everything very close to the vest.
Yeah. It's fun stuff for sure. It's definitely fun, but we'll see what happens week 1. That's going to be Texans Colts, big one. Okay, Seth, during headlines, we talked about the punishment for Atlanta for tampering with Kirk Cousins and 2 other players. And really, Atlanta's explanation and what the league believes in all this is that the tampering was basically the equivalent of making travel arrangements for them, like that kind of thing.
Right, yeah, like they did it. It was an administrative error.
Yeah.
Or just the hay was in the barn on the deal and the agreement already, and they were just kind of trying to figure out how to proceed after that.
Yeah.
And,
So they got a slap on the wrist of they lose a 5th-round pick this coming draft in 20. Mike Florio, who, as you pointed out, is probably like 90% of the reason the league is even having to investigate this stuff, because he goes on Pro Football Talk on his website and rails against the machine like a homeowners association president, or like someone going to the homeowners association. Here's the headline on the Falcons getting docked a 5th-round pick. Repeat offender Falcons get less punishment than 49ers did for clerical salary cap error.
Yes.
He is mad. He is mad, Florio.
He's really mad, yeah. And he desperately wants you to care about it. He desperately wants you to care about something that really just is annoying. And honestly, I think basically Florio should be patting on himself on the back for making this a story at all, and something that they like the NFL. I feel like the NFL has a person assigned to Florio to be like, all right, well, look, listen, and the guy hates his job because he has to walk in and tell Goodell, like, well, it looks like we're going to have to investigate this because Florio's raising a big stink about it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You, sir, what's your job with the NFL? I'm the CFO. Oh, wow, you're the chief financial officer. No, I'm the chief Florio officer. My life is miserable. It's the worst. Well, he calls the Falcons a repeat offender. So let me ask you, do you remember what – no is an acceptable answer, by the way. Do you remember what the Falcons were punished for several years ago as an organization? No. Well, what it is.
All right, what is it?
Okay, so Florio draws a comparison to the Falcons and the Patriots. If I were to ask you, if the Patriots were to do something wrong and I were to ask you, what was it that the Patriots did wrong back in the day that they would be considered a repeat offender? You'd pull out a scroll like you're reading a proclamation, and you'd be like, hear ye, hear ye. Yeah. Spygate, Deflategate, having Aaron Hernandez on the team, all those things. Yeah. So Florio says this, when pointing out that if the Patriots had done what the Falcons had done, the Patriots would have suffered a far greater punishment. Some will respond by saying the Patriots are repeat offenders.
Yeah, right, because they've had some pretty big offenses, yeah.
Here's Florio. Well, the Falcons are too. However, both times they've broken the rules in the past decade, they've now gotten a slap on the wrist.
Okay.
In 2015, they lost only a 2016 5th-round pick for getting caught using fake crowd noise at home games.
Oh,
remember that?
Oh, yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah. They got docked a 5th-round pick for that. This time around, it was a 5th-round pick again, and a lesser fine of only $250,000. They were fined $350 with the crowd pipe thing, and the GM got fined this time too, $50,000 for tampering with 3 different players during the 52-hour negotiation window. So Florio is hopping mad that a recidivist organization like the Falcons would only get a slap on the wrist.
It feels a little bit like, sometimes when you get into wars with people about the Astros and the cheating, the being better than everybody else scandal, it always rings a little bit hollow when people will be like, "Oh yeah, but you're a White Sox." Well, White Sox is probably not a good example, but like, "Oh yeah, you're a Braves fan, and remember that time in 1972 that you got in trouble for somebody tipping off information?" Yeah, like it just, all right, fine, whatever.
Dude, I would have been sitting here if somebody asked me the same question I asked you about what did the Falcons do that would have Florio considering them a repeat offender. I would have been here all day trying to figure it out, like racking my brain. They could have given me hints. I totally forgot about that.
The crowd noise does chap my butt a little bit, though. That just feels so. It feels bush league to me when they do that.
What's the worst of the 3? Crowd noise piped in, Spygate, Deflategate. As a player, what would you consider the
Spygate's the worst?
Yeah.
Even though I know Patriots fans will read you a litany of the things that weren't as bad as it's been portrayed and everything, but that's the worst. That's outright stealing information in ways that you're not supposed to.
I'm with you on that.
Then what are the other 2 choices?
Crowd noise and Deflategate.
Deflategate.
I think Deflategate's dumb. I
think Deflategate was really dumb.
Yeah.
And Deflategate was specifically because it was the Patriots.
Yeah.
So, which, they earned that for themselves. But I would say I guess the Falcons, because I think an actual infraction did occur.
Yeah.
With Deflategate, it was something that the league already had, looked past and itself talked about, wanting to deflate the footballs. And it was something that the whole thing with Deflategate was the investigation that the NFL ran was the worst, from a scientific standpoint, was one of the dumbest investigations I've ever seen. And I'm still amazed that they passed it off after spending multiple millions of dollars on it as something that actually found something.
Yep.
They ignored the fact that the balls were wet. They ignored the fact that the officials themselves in monitoring the footballs didn't seem to care about it all that much. All this other stuff. Yeah, Deflategate was the dumbest. Especially for the penalties that were exacted because of it.
Good text rolling in. Hannah deserves a bunch of credit for Cal's popularity. I agree with that. I think Cal would agree with that.
I think Hannah might be the 2nd most popular person in Houston behind D'Amico Ryans right now.
I would say second, if not third. CJ's up there too.
Well, okay, yeah, and then Altuve too. Altuve's got permanent popularity status. Yeah.
Top 5 though. Top 10 for sure. Top 5.
Who's had the biggest plummet? And why is it Bagwell? In the terms of the last 2 years.
Bagwell for sure. Bregman has been trippy at times, popularity-wise, depending, because he hasn't signed a new deal and because he was really, really bad while the team was really, really bad. That was a bad confluence of circumstance there for him.
That's a hard one to figure out is Udoka. Where is he on the popularity scale?
Oh, I would say he's pretty high up there, actually.
Yeah, I think he's pretty high up, and it's just the fact that the team hasn't been relevant in terms of standings. And if the Rockets really surge next year, Udoka will very easily be one of the most popular sports figures especially because of the way he operates.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people look at Udoka as that's the old school kind of coach that you want.
Yeah, it's always going to be tougher for the Rockets than for the Texans and probably the Astros to get to the tippy top of that popularity scale just because of the kind
it's
of
more
where
of a football and baseball town than a basketball town.
For example, Udoka finished 500 last year, didn't make the playoffs. I think he's pretty popular.
Yeah.
D'Amico won the division, won a playoff game, went 10-7, and his popular is meteoric. I think if you flip the performance of those two, say the Rockets got into the play-in and actually got into the first round of the playoffs and got knocked out,
Yeah.
and the Texans finished 8-9 or 9-8 last year, I think DeMeco would still be more popular than Ime Udoka. Just because he's DeMeco. He had a head start on popularity in this town.
What's DeMeco's popularity if they go 6-11?
I think he would still be immune to him being the problem.
Yeah.
For a year.
Uh-huh.
I think
there's definitely going to be a pecking order in terms of if things were to go south, it would be Caserio first, even though Caserio is very popular right now. But I think, DeMeco, the big thing with DeMeco will be is if the offense struggles or sputters out, people are going to start to wonder about just the fact that he's a defensive-minded head coach.
Yeah, and some of that will fall on Slowick. Now, we should apply the caveat. I don't even want to say it, but the caveat, the I word, if there's one of those, to
I word?
Injury.
I make some more sympathetic.
I think you know what I'm talking about. I don't even want to talk it into existence. So that's a caveat. But if this team largely looking the way it looks right now goes 6-11, I don't even know what that looks like. What part of the team is most like? Assuming normal health for the team, which is CJ's healthy for most of the year, the good play, they don't lose, they don't have a cluster of injuries on defense and just turn it into Swiss cheese. It's your normal number of QB healthy team injuries on a team, and they go 6-11. It's a good question. What's the most likely Achilles heel to show itself, do you think?
Or to go back to the defensive-minded head coach part of it, too, if they have some of the same issues on defense this year that they had last year when it comes to allowing big plays, often to bad quarterbacks, that'll start to be a bigger point of criticism for DeMeco.
Yeah,
because there was improvement last year, but DeMeco would be the first to tell you it wasn't nearly good enough for what his vision is for the defense.
If they go 6-11, I think the only chance of them going 6-11. And what it would look like would be like when they went 6-10 back in 2010, the year everybody thought this is the year we break through. Kareem Jackson's rookie year, where it was just horrible on D. It was really bad early in the season. DeMeco himself was on that team and got hurt 6 games in. That's when he suffered the Achilles.
Yeah.
Brian Cushing had the suspension for PEDs. I'm not saying those are all going to be specific, reasons. But I think the only way this team goes 6-11 if C.J. Stroud is healthy is if it looks like that. The defense is just way worse than. There's no way this offense is going to be bad enough to be the reason they go 6-11 this year.
What? Quarterback wins are a stupid stat in a lot of respects, and yet, if you look at the genuinely good quarterbacks, they rarely have losing seasons.
Mm-hmm.
They'll have them sprinkled in here and there. And if you're a genuinely exceptional quarterback, the Packers would be the best example of, man, they just very rarely supplied a competent defense on the other side. But because Aaron Rodgers was so good, that they're always going to be a competitive football team. And I think it's hard for me to envision CJ not progressing on a good track because he's done so many things as a rookie that are very rare for rookies to do on the mental side of things.
Yep.
I don't care about Kyler Murray being offensive rookie of the year or what have you when a lot of it's predicated on athleticism. When a guy is as mentally advanced as CJ is, it's hard for me to envision them falling off. Jared Goff was not mentally advanced the way CJ is, and did not have the same arm talent and passing ability that CJ showed as a rookie.
CJ text coming in. Anytime you play that trash talk, man, people love to weigh in. Text message. I love CJ. Said that the Colts hate me already, and I love it.
Yeah.
CJ talks more than I'd like. He's obviously good, and I'm a fan. Just prefer he do less talking. I think we're at the peak of the trash talking. I think the closer training camp gets, I think it probably starts to tamp down a little bit.
I think it's a lot of
closer we get.
CJ's got a history of kind of dialing back and on certain things. He told his people at one point, like, "Hey, we got to scale back on. You're bringing too much NIL stuff to me. I got to focus. I got to keep the main thing the main thing."
Mm-hmm.
And I think that yes, that because you hear him and a lot of other athletes say that, keep the main thing the main thing. I think CJ is very attuned to that, and probably once he hits training camp, I hope he won't be as annoying about it as LeBron James was, where LeBron would publicly claim that he's not on social media at all now because it's the playoffs and everything. But I think CJ does go into that dark mode a little bit.
CJ seems like the trash talk is going to motivate him more for sure. That's a text message. Yeah, I think he knows what he's doing. I think he knows what he's doing.
Well, and he's doing it. He's been doing it with the Colts specifically are the really only guys. It's Zaire Franklin and E.J. Speed, and he knows those guys personally.
Yeah.
So it's different than two guys who genuinely hate each other talking about it or anything. It's still in that mode of kind of playful trash talk.
Well, and some of what he's been saying this offseason has just been his honest opinion about things that people then take it and shape it as if it's trash talk. Like the Aaron Rodgers stuff, for example. Where he's
right.
You know, he's saying like,
he's kind of he's having a barbershop football conversation.
Yeah.
Except that it's broadcast out to the masses. That's a big part right now where I think a lot of athletes still don't quite grasp that. No. You're having a conversation with friends, but you do know that millions of people will see this, right?
Right.
Because I've seen a few different athletes say that. Like, well, I mean, I was just having a conversation on a podcast.
Yeah.
It's like saying, well, like, I was just on the nightly news saying it to it's the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Probably more, and you probably
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. NBA Finals might be over tonight, Game 4. Man, Brian Windhorst, whew. Rocket fans, take a listen to this audio in the next segment and tell me if it sounds like you've heard this before. You could play Mad Libs with this audio that we're about to hear from Brian Windhorst right here, Rocket fans. We'll do that coming up next. YellowRoseDistilling.com. The Yellow Rose Distillery. Today is a great
Drive.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. All right, so Luka Doncic is starting to get the James Harden treatment, and I'm here for it. Luka has not come up big in the finals here. Luka plays a style of ball that's very polarizing, very foul-centric, very offensively oriented.
As Rockets fans have indignantly pointed out for years, man, all right, for whatever, like even Rockets fans that were frustrated with James Harden would point out that, man, it sure does seem like Luka gets a lot of love for doing the exact same thing that Harden gets derided for.
Yeah. Well, and now the love has turned to some hate in NBA circles because Luka's in the finals now, and this is not a great finals. Could get closed out tonight. And Luka in Game 3 was a mess. He's arguing with the refs. He's arguing with his bench.
Wanted them to appeal a foul that he fouled out on that was totally a foul. It just
yelling like a child at his coaches. Not a good look.
And completely, totally checked out on defense.
Dude.
Not just the same way Harden would just, as much as you would try to point out, when Harden's engaged, he's a good defender. He was a great low post defender in games and series where he would be just completely checked out mentally on defense.
Yep.
And that's what it looked like with Doncic the other night.
Brian Windhorst, man, I didn't know Windhorst had this in him. Like he destroyed Luka in the postgame after Game 3.
I thought it was perfect that Luka fell onto the ground there in an unacceptable position to put himself in with 4 minutes left with 5 fouls, and then immediately looks at the bench and says, you better bleeping challenge it, as if it's the bench's fault that he just made a terrible play. I'm standing here in the Mavericks tunnel. Over there is the Celtics tunnel. That's where the winners are. If Luka's ever going to be a winner coming out of this tunnel here, he is going to have to use what's happened in this finals as a learning experience. His defensive performance is unacceptable. He is a hole on the court. The Celtics are attacking him. They are ahead in this series because they have attacked him defensively. And you've got a situation here where Luka is complaining about the officiating. They have begged him. They have talked with him. They have pleaded with him. He is costing his team because of how he treats the officials. He's a brilliant player. He does so many things well. They are here because of how he did. His performance in this game is unacceptable and the reason why the Mavericks are not going to win. He's got to get over this. And the fact that he came out after the game and blamed the officials showed me he's nowhere close yet. So maybe over the summer somebody will get to him because nobody with the Mavericks or anybody else in his life has. And that's where the Mavericks are at this point. They're never going to get to this tunnel with the trophy if he doesn't improve those aspects of his game.
Seth, from your memory, my memory, if my memory serves, I don't remember Harden being as big a referee politicker as Luka is.
No, I think Harden was surgical in understanding and understanding what would be called a foul and how he could go fishing for fouls, basically. So a lot of the things that would be adopted by others, just the driving towards the hole with the hoop, with your arms outstretched and everything else like that. He worked the officials, but not by berating them or begging for calls or any. Well, they all beg for calls at some point. I don't think like the actual interplay between Harden and the officials, I can't remember that being a big deal, for an entire series.
No, because I wanted this comparison with Luka and Harden to really just sync up almost perfectly, like to where you could just plug Harden's name in for Luka in what Windhorst just said, and I couldn't bring myself to do it because I don't think Harden was someone who definitely took advantage of the rule book, and I think the frustration was more. I think history will now tell us that frustration was more with the rules than it was with Harden because they went and tweaked some of the rules for that stuff.
And even with his gather step and everything like that, he was just really good at exploiting the rules.
Yeah,
really good at it.
Yeah.
That's what bothered people because it didn't feel like real basketball or what have you. Or
it wasn't watchable. It wasn't
aesthetically, fun. It was just there's so many damn stoppages because of it.
Yeah.
So that part of it, that's where the scrutiny was, and it was, but it wasn't about being like a whiny basket case necessarily.
Yeah.
And then, but the part about just falling apart in a playoff series, which Harden did yet again this year, by the way. Come to our world.
Set your watch.
You've got Harden on your team, and he's going to get you to the playoffs, and you're going to look great doing it. But man, you just cannot depend upon or rely on him in any given playoff series.
It really is, man. Maybe more than any other sport. Like, if you're just talking about, like, the feeling about Luca as a player. Like, if they get swept out of the finals, that's going to be a huge story. Like, that's going to hover over him all summer. Like, the poor performance in the finals, just the complete fade. You could argue, like, Luca, like, would have been better off playing heroically in a 7-game loss in the conference finals than making it to the finals and getting destroyed.
It's a classic situation where the Mavs fans are now going to be in, which is the regular season becomes just almost an annoyance because you've seen it before. Yeah. Like, all right, great. Oh, yeah, they've got the best record in the league, or that. It doesn't matter. Nothing they do in the regular season will make them feel good about how Doncic might fare in the playoffs, or in a conference or in a NBA Finals until he gets to it again.
People weighing in on the Astros here on the text page. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Someone says that if the Texans were to go 6-11 this year, assuming health for C.J. Stroud and relative health for the rest of the team, O-line would be the most likely cause. I would say O-line would. What do you? I think injuries to the O-line. I feel good about this O-line when it's healthy.
I don't. I feel good about huge question marks at left guard and center.
Yeah, that's true.
They don't have a guy right now that you feel good about at left guard or center. And you go back to that Ravens game, and that's exactly where CJ didn't have a chance on so many of those plays because they were just getting destroyed, just absolutely destroyed up the middle. So Juice Scruggs is still a question mark. Whoever plays left guard is a big question mark. I do think that as a whole, the offensive line will be better this year. But you also, I saw Cody Stutes did an article a day or two ago about his lingering concerns, and it was the proneness to injuries of your offensive tackles. Like, I feel way better about Titus Howard than I think most of the fan base does about him, because there's a lot of people, I continue to have discussions with people in my DMs about how bad Titus Howard was last year. And a lot of them, I think, genuinely didn't understand that he didn't play right tackle last year at all. Didn't play a snap at right tackle. He's an awful guard. He's not a good guard. He's a very, very passable to potentially really good right tackle. But he gets injured a lot.
Yeah.
And Laramie Tunsil is constantly battling some injury. So so you've got a left guard in a center position that you know nothing about. And then at any given point, I don't know if it's going to be Charlie Heck or Blake Fisher or whoever else that's going to be playing one of those tackle spots.
Yeah, maybe.
Sorry, did I bring you down?
No. It's a dose of reality. I got sucked in by Kenyon Green's new physique. You know,
right?
It's
awesome. That's a good sign.
Yeah. Belle Biv DeVoe put it best back in the day. CJ and Will is a text message. CJ and Will sophomore slump, that scares me a lot. Big head ego after all the accolades scares me. I'm completely on a different page than this texter on that one. Like, I have zero concern about ego and complacency setting in with C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. And would you rather C.J. not yap as much with the Colts and whatever? That's a different thing to me than are they gonna slump in their sophomore year because they're reading their press clippings or something?
Right, and I think with Will especially, Will last year was very, very raw as a pass rusher, as an NFL pass rusher. And he's a guy, he played linebacker and defensive line at Alabama. They weren't asking him to necessarily refine or hone his skills as a true edge pass rusher. And a lot of the stuff that Will is working on right now, and, he referenced this in his press conference last week, just the stuff with Danielle Hunter, the conversations he's had with Von Miller, he is just now really understanding and learning all of the finer aspects of being an NFL pass rusher. So I think Will is going to be a lot better. You always have to remember that, like with Defensive Rookie of the Year as a pass rusher, it's not like Will put together an all-pro type of season last year, and
Correct.
Will understands that. There's a lot of room for improvement and ascension. The question is just, all right, is a guy actually going to work at it? And Will just, as Matt Burke said a couple weeks ago too, Will just needs to be pointed in the right direction and be working on the right things. And he's going to comes up with things for getting around the corner, shin angle, and everything else they talk about these days. Like, Will gets that now, and he had just never really been exposed to it before. So I actually expect Will has a bigger leap to take in terms of being a genuine NFL professional than CJ did. CJ, by the end of the season, was already there in a lot of respects. So I think Will isn't going to have a slump, and if anything, shows he's got room to make even more improvement in his second year than CJ does.
The ESPN had their best players at age 14 through 40, best football players on the world at each age yesterday, and they had a runner-up for each of them. Best 22-year-old football player, C.J. Stroud. Runner-up, Will Anderson.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I think with Will, it really – I wouldn't put him there yet. I think it's there were a lot of times last year where just his rawness showed up as a pass rusher. Mm-hmm. And he made a lot of plays on, hustle and athleticism and a lot of those things. In the second half of the season, he started to show – that he could make plays like a genuine NFL pass rusher. Yep. So I don't think he's there yet based on last season, but I do expect this year he's going to take a big leap forward.
We played some Randall Cobb yesterday from the Bussin' with the Boys podcast about his time with the Texans. This one somehow slipped through the cracks on the cuts that we got. Randall Cobb, when asked about life with Bill O'Brien, that is next. menstclinic.com. Head to testosterone boost.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We started the season 0-4, and they fired O'Brien. And in my mind, I'm like, what did I... Like, I just saw this entire place blow up. I saw the making of it, I saw it happen, and I saw the dust settle. Like, through that season, after that season, that's when they brought in, they hired Coley as the head coach.
That was Randall Cobb, former Texans wide receiver, of course, signed here in 2020. And I'm not saying it's Randall Cobb's fault, but that is whenever for the Texans. It's interesting, this confluence of content this week, the past week to 10 days. David Johnson doing Kay Adams' podcast, Randall Cobb doing Bussin' with the Boys, Bill O'Brien doing the podcast with Christian Hackenberg and that Adam Brenneman, the two former players of his from Penn State. We got all these characters from the tragic sitcom Texans 2020 through 2021 that all of a sudden are all talking about that time with the Texans. I think it's been interesting. It's been easier to relive.
Has it been therapeutic for you?
It's been easier. Yes, a little bit. It's been easier to relive now that this team is good. And I don't know if so much therapeutic as just making me even more appreciative of where we are right now. You know, like I'm not trying to rehash when we play this audio. I'm not trying to depress people in their cars. It's more a way to go like, hey man, we made it through this. You know, we as fans, we got through it together, baby.
It was a rough patch.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's a rough patch in your life that you don't even realize how rough it is until you get on the other side of it, and you look back, you're like, wow, I can't believe I didn't blow a building up at some point. That was that's what it feels like.
Yeah.
And listening to some of this stuff.
So Randall Cobb, that was Randall Cobb on Bussin' with the Boys. We played some of it yesterday. For whatever reason, this cut that floated across my timeline yesterday did not make it into the cuts that we had. And shout out to Tyler Milner for getting all these cuts together. He does it every time there's a really good interview out there. Boom, in our inbox, we've got cuts from Tyler Milner on it. I'm super appreciative of the crack with Tyler at least, but it was Randall Cobb. Take a listen to this. This is Taylor Lewan asking the question. I should point that out because Taylor Lewan has a very short Bill O'Brien anecdote in here that maybe people won't find all that surprising. This is Randall Cobb when he was asked, hey, what was life like with Bill O'Brien?
Bill O'Brien. I'll tell you right now, I was not a fan of Bill O'Brien.
Yeah.
Well, how was he when you were with him in the building? Fair enough. We can move on.
Yes, sir. Next question, please.
Yeah. Damn, that bad.
Only got 2 months with him, so it's hard for me to be able to really, I only saw what I saw.
He's a dude that talks on the sideline as a head coach.
Right.
I'd be jogging by and he'd be like, you, Lewan. You, Bill. He said, what's your name? That whole thing.
So I was in Green Bay and I was in Dallas before I went to Houston. You look at Green Bay and you look at Dallas. I know Dallas hasn't won as much in the playoffs. They have a certain way of doing things. Green Bay has a certain way of doing things. And then when you go to Houston and you see the way that things are being done and you can't do anything about it and you're just stuck in it, you're like, there's no outlet. I think it was just a whirlwind of bad. And it was just
How difficult is it to be in that locker room and not essentially talk and be like, listen, boys, out there's greener pastures out there, I promise.
No, it was crazy. It was a crazy time for sure.
Yeah, I kind of like that O'Brien would. I'm torn on this because I kind of like that Bill O'Brien would talk smack to Taylor Lewan.
I know. I don't know who to pick.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that part of it. I think with O'Brien, just from talking to people that played for him or worked with him or were in the building at the time, the whole thing about a very unique human being, and it's not like he was all bad. It's not like he was not all good. But there was a volatility to him that I think, especially when all of a sudden you're thrust into the role of GM as well, I think it just amped everything up that much more. And that there was certain that it was a stressful work environment. And the tough thing about the NFL is that it's always a stressful work environment. You're 50% of your workforce is turned over every year. Most industries, that's a bad thing. The NFL, that's just standard. So it's inherently stressful. But then you have somebody like O'Brien that was just very erratic and sometimes just flipping out about various things, and you get a picture of just mayhem in that locker room in 2020.
When Randall Cobb answers that question, and you can hear at the beginning, it makes for better video than audio because you see the look on his face when he kind of pauses. Taylor Lewan asks the question, what was life like with Bill O'Brien? There's a long pause, and then he says, next question. I think if you just dissect it a little bit, I'll take up for O'Brien a little bit here, a little bit. I mean, a lot of it's O'Brien himself, but in terms of circumstance, I think it's safe to assume, if there were a bunch of things that would lead to getting the worst version of Bill O'Brien, they existed in the time when Randall Cobb was with the team. It's COVID. It's Bill O'Brien is under all sorts of siege from all angles because he traded DeAndre Hopkins and is doing a lot of really silly things, including signing Randall. And you're embarking on a schedule where your first 4 games are the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Steelers, and the Vikings back in 2020. When they were all, if not all playoff teams, certainly playoff caliber teams to open the season, probably a pretty safe bet you're not going to get a great version of Bill O'Brien there.
It was, and it was, you just look back at a lot of the stuff that happened in 2020 and 2021, and it was lunacy in a lot of ways. And the way, because Bill O'Brien, this is why it's hard to have a head coach. As Bill O'Brien himself said in this very interview, there's very, very few individuals who, in the history of sports, who can handle being both the GM and the head coach.
Yep.
Because the head coach's time horizon is right now, winning the next game. The GM has to take more of a multi-year approach to things. But so when you've got the guy whose approach is right now, I got to win the next game, and give him the checkbook, like everything bad that can happen in that scenario happened with the Texans.
No doubt.
And that if O'Brien wanted it, he bought it. If O'Brien was unhappy with it, he got rid of it with almost zero regard for future consequences or the salary cap or anything else. And the ironic thing is that none of the short-term stuff worked out in the short term either.
Okay, I've got, Seth, I put this together yesterday. I've got my podcast request list. We've heard from David Johnson. We've heard from Randall Cobb. We've heard from Bill O'Brien. 3 fairly major players in that dark period of post-Kansas City playoff loss to, I'll call it Culley training camp. By the time we were done with Culley training camp, we knew what we bad a couple years. It's a rebuild. It is what it is. But like that really weird dark time where Easterby had so much power, O'Brien had all this power, it's COVID, Deshaun, all those things. My request list, with the stipulation that these people must spend at least 3 or 4 questions answered about that time period.
Yeah.
J.J. Watt. Would love to hear J.J.'s thoughts on that period.
J.J. will never do it, I don't think.
Yep, I don't think so
he
either.
Won't dish, right?
Nope, but this is just my request list. They can say no.
Yeah, right.
Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
You think Deshaun would end up dishing on that time period? Deshaun's still got an open lawsuit, so we need to point that out.
I think Deshaun likes Bill O'Brien a lot more than people would think.
Yep.
I think in that 2020 season, Deshaun really finally it clicked for him, and he understood a lot of what the problem with trying to replicate the New England offense was that offense was so quarterback driven and relied so much on a quarterback that could, basically be a play caller at the line of scrimmage. And it finally clicked for Deshaun that season, and he was getting a lot of that stuff. So there was Bill O'Brien, the quarterback's coach, and Bill O'Brien, the offensive coordinator, and Bill O'Brien, the head coach, and Bill O'Brien, the GM.
Yeah.
I think Deshaun liked a couple of those guys.
I do too.
I would imagine he probably didn't like Bill O'Brien. Well, you know what? He probably loved Jack Easterby, the GM.
They gave him 160 million bucks.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there was nothing not to like about Deshaun Watson.
All right, I got a few more. I like the way you're attacking this. Would they do the podcast, and how compelling would they be? Justin Reed.
Justin Reed, 2021 was the real year that I'd like to hear about when he got into the altercation with David Culley.
Yeah, we would extend the stipulation for him. We need to hear about the stipulation he speak on the Conley-Culley-Reed triple threat match right there.
Justin Reed was the classic. I look at Justin Reed, and until he does his podcast interview and dishes on all of this, I look at Justin Reed as like the classic whistleblower, which is the guy gets almost, it looks like they didn't want to retain him because he might be a locker room issue, when in fact he was one of the people that was like standing up and saying like, this is messed up.
No, yeah.
Like when good dudes act atypically or antisocial or whatever, you got to ask yourself, like, wait a second, is this a Justin Reed problem or is this a culture issue?
Right.
And I think it's the culture issue.
Right.
You know, if a guy who's a good culture guy all of a sudden is being deemed a bad culture guy, you got to ask, like, well, wait a second, who's the fault or who's to blame here?
Brandon Cooks.
I don't need to hear any more from Brandon Cooks. His permanent scowl, his resting Brandon Cooks face is just, I don't need to hear.
You know, if there were Cooks cuts, we would be playing them the next day. I'm just warning you.
Yeah. I just like the guy who misuses Bible phrases.
Dude, we would disagree with everything he said, but I would be completely compelled by it.
It would be fun. It would be interesting.
Yeah. Ross Blacklock, just for a rookie perspective, and because he's the guy they use the Hopkins pick on, I just need like 2 or 3 questions out of the guy they use that pick on. Why didn't it work for you? You were a bust. You know, that kind of thing.
Charles Omenihu is a guy you listed that I think Omenihu is another guy that fell into that category of, man, I know he had that off-field issue in San Francisco, which was resolved, but in terms of like the type of guy you want on your football team, it always struck me as like, man, Omenihu seems like the right kind of guy. He can play. Omenihu had that same. He wasn't as good at it, but that versatility of a Danico Autry.
Yeah.
You know, if you can play outside, you can play inside, he can do a lot of things for you, and yet it seemed like he couldn't get out of there fast enough, and they couldn't get rid of him fast enough.
I feel like the reason Omenihu and Reed wouldn't do it is they're both on the Chiefs now. Like, we got our rings. I don't feel like I don't need to talk about that. It ended.
I don't need to rehash old stuff.
Yeah, it ended fine for me. Romeo Crennel.
Romeo.
Interim coach after they fired O'Brien.
You might get some good chuckles out of him.
Yeah.
But I think that Romeo has been a guy who his entire career just did not agitate anybody the wrong way.
Yeah.
And he knows, I don't want to say he plays the game. I think that's just who he is, that he just very much, in a different manner than Bill Belichick, but in the same respect, can just focus on the things that matter, and he's not going to get involved in all the sideline stuff.
Counterpoint.
Yeah.
He's super old. And he's retired now. Like, he may just be in that mode where he's just like, he may have a huge beard now like Lovie Smith does, and he's just, sipping on a drink, and he'll just tell some old tales from his time in COVID year O'Brien. Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll do it. He's currently employed, but I would love his thoughts on O'Brien's approach to free agency. Anthony Weaver, who took the DC job, and then...
And Weaver's a good dude in terms of just kind of being he's like a guy's guy in a lot of way, and just like he doesn't go for a lot of BS.
No.
I think look, he took over as defensive coordinator after a playoff game in which the Texans allowed, how many straight touchdowns was it, Sean? In the Kansas City game?
I don't know the consent. They got outscored 51-7 in that game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in that offseason in which your new GM and your new co-GMs decided to spend aggressively in weird spots, let DJ Reader walk and signed a backup cornerback / safety to starting cornerback money. Those are the improvements. That's what they did with the defense that offseason. I don't think Weaver will ever dish because Weaver knows how the coaching game works. You don't want to become known as the guy that dishes, but I would imagine his true feelings are pretty harsh.
That's one I feel like you and I are both friendly with Weaver. I feel like I could get that podcast privately somewhere if he ever comes back to Houston and wants to go split a bottle of wine or something like that.
No comment.
Yeah, I just said it could happen.
Yeah.
2 more. I need a David Culley podcast. I need to know what that process was like, finding out, like, holy crap, I'm going to be coaching an NFL team. 3 years removed from it now,
I don't know. Culley had a magical experience as a head. There was
no accountability.
Right. Yeah, I think they paid him really, really, really well.
Yeah.
I think the fact when the money was released, when it was released how much money the Texans were paying him to not work, I think people realized, like, oh, okay, he wasn't. Even a lot of people who were vocal Texans critics were like, well, okay, they didn't do him that wrong. And he shouldn't have been a head coach.
Right.
I think Culley, the very thing that sustained him for a long time in the NFL as a non-coordinator, non-head coach, is that he rolls with a lot of punches.
Yeah.
I don't think he might have fond memories of it.
No, he might, but I want to hear them. I think he's actually probably a pretty good storyteller with that stuff. We may get some anecdotes out of Culley that we just had no idea existed about just little stories of guys in the building or whatnot.
I don't have any appetite to hear from David Culley at all, because this is where I think that Houston Texans fans just have an understanding of the dynamic there that nobody outside of Houston ever could, where you understood and could see that David Culley was not cut out to be a head coach, and yet you didn't blame him for all of the issues. It was just that he was part of the problem in that he was named the head coach.
Yeah,
he was a gauge of all the problems that there were, but it wasn't like he was the guy that had led to the ruination.
No,
that was already caused the moment they hired David Culley.
For sure. And I said no accountability. That's probably mischaracterizing. He was ultimately held accountable. He was fired after a year. So yeah,
it goes. David Culley goes into a caution of listen, when you're hiring a fill-in coach or a placeholder coach, don't shoot too low. It's just because whatever culture you're trying to create, and I think the thinking might have been all right, well, we got to clear all this cap space. None of the really hot candidates want anything to do with this, because Deshaun Watson at that point didn't have any allegations against them publicly, but he had requested a trade.
Yeah.
Things were ugly at that moment, but you got to at least hire. Lovie Smith was a much smarter hire.
Yes.
Lovie Smith was a much smarter hire in terms of an interim replacement coach. That hey, maybe it works out. Maybe he recaptures magic in a bottle somehow.
They should have hired Lovie for 2 years.
You can establish some kind of a culture with Lovie Smith that's a good one, where with David Culley, you're going to just make the problem worse. There was really Casario's biggest mistake, I think, in the way he handled all of that. And I'm I make excuses for Caserio because I don't think he understood the situation he was stepping into when he took the job.
First-time GM,
but it doesn't excuse he aimed too low when he hired David Culley.
Would you listen to a Jack Easterby podcast?
No, not for a second. Not for a single
Just putting
second.
him on the list, that's all.
Well, I would listen to it. I don't want to.
Yeah, you'd get cuts the next day. I'm just warning you right now. There'd be
No, I would totally 100% listen to it, but it would be in such a way of all right, let's sift through this BS.
Or I would wait for a Friday and then get 2 days to cool off after listening to it. Quick text, just had the pleasure of meeting Sean in person in the lobby of y'all's building. Thank you guys so much for what you do, and I really enjoy both of you in the morning. It makes my drive a lot of fun. Thanks again, Sean. I read that. That's Victor Finest. 4 cops in the lobby when I walked out to go to the restroom. And I'm like, okay, what did Ben do now?
In our lobby.
In our lobby.
And I thought you meant the downstairs lobby.
No, floor 19. And I'm like, damn, what did Ben do now? And it turns out they were here for a charity thing with the Bull.
Dude, the weirdest one that ever happened there was there were cops in the lobby, and they were asking about a specific vehicle. And they were like, it was a common enough vehicle that there were 3 people on the floor that had that make and model.
Yeah.
But there was something. I think the person's no longer with the organization. It wasn't Landry, everybody. It was somebody else. But it wasn't from Sports Radio 610. It was from another cluster. But he had something that was on. It was basically it screws up radar guns.
Yeah.
But our building has the Israeli consulate in it.
Yes.
And the way this guy was parked was basically flashing up at the Israeli consulate.
It was unfortunate.
And they take this stuff pretty damn seriously.
Yeah, that was wild. I remember that.
Yeah. It was Because there were a couple of cops, and then there were a couple of guys that looked like they could Krav Maga your ass to death.
Yes.
It was, yeah.
Yep. Appreciate that. Yeah, I remember that story. That was wild. Yeah, shout out Victor. Nice meeting you. Nice meeting all the cops that were out there in the lobby. Appreciate everything that you guys do for us. Very, very much.
Sorry, Victor. I took the shine away from Victor.
Yeah. This is his moment,
Victor.
Seth. Yeah, he's our guy.
I apologize, Victor. Please don't pull me over.
Trevor Lawrence got paid. I think yesterday was a phenomenal day for the Houston Texans, and they didn't have to do anything. We'll talk about it. Come Ruben Mendoza, the GM, West Point Lincoln.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Trevor Lawrence is, he was already a very wealthy man. When you're the first overall pick in the NFL, if you can get that kind of work, it pays really good money if you're good at that kind of work, or even just kind of all right at that kind of work, like Trevor Lawrence.
You look like, hey, might have something here.
Yeah.
You just, the day you get drafted, really in the top 5 as a QB, all you got to do is show up, do your job, don't make any waves, and at some point they'll say, well, everybody else is doing it. I guess we'll give you a big contract as well.
Yeah, this is where
based on Sean. With Trevor Lawrence, basically still his scouting report from his last year at Clemson.
Yes.
Is what he's getting paid now on the hopes that he'll deliver someday on the scouting report that they had on him when they drafted him.
In 2 months where they got a whiff of that. Like, this smells like what we were drafting. For like
this
December.
Is where Trent Baalke is their GM. That's where sometimes, man, if you and he's not being treated as harshly in Jacksonville as he had been previously.
Yeah.
But, man, sometimes firing a GM and bringing in a new guy who's got no reputational ties to the quarterback can make you a lot more hard-edged in negotiations.
Yeah, give you much more clarity. That's a good point. 5 years, $275. 5 years, $275 million for Trevor Lawrence. $200 million guaranteed. Here was Greg Cosell. I think this was on Ross Tucker's podcast. He does a lot of appearances on there, but this was Greg Cosell.
Yeah, it was on Ross Tucker.
Yeah, Greg Cosell talking about Trevor Lawrence, and he uses the SQB phrase for him.
I just don't know if overall talent, he's at the level of the top guys. I think he's a guy that needs a pretty complete offense, a multi-dimensional offense. I think he's at the top tier of kind of the for want of a better word, system quarterbacks.
System quarterback Trevor Lawrence just got
top
paid.
Tier system quarterback.
Top
Sean.
tier.
Top tier.
To be fair, top tier. Yeah, top tier. 5 years, $275. This is a major gamble by the Jacksonville Jaguars, in my opinion. I think this is a big, big gamble because you're now willingly heading into the phase where you've made it harder to team build for a team that has not drafted great. They use a first overall pick on Trayvon Walker. They've had other picks kind of fall out along the way here. They're like top to bottom. They have remade this roster, and I say remade, like they've peaked at 9-8. Like they haven't won double-digit games yet with Trevor Lawrence as the quarterback. They won the division at 9-8. They lost the division at 9-8 last year. But they're a team that has dipped heavily into free agency. Those days are over, or at least they're maybe one more year, depending on how the contract is structured. But it's coming. I mean, you are tied to him now for at least 3 more seasons.
Yeah.
Maybe 4, depending on how the whole thing is put together and how much. He's guaranteed $143 at signing. So there's probably a huge signing bonus in there with this thing,
Yeah, I think that in a lot of ways, Trent Baalke, the GM, might be looking at Trevor Lawrence as a better bet than Doug Peterson. If you remember, like this year, they fired – Doug Peterson kept his job, but they fired pretty much his whole staff. And Doug Peterson, and I think a lot of them are kind of looking at what's going on in Jacksonville and thinking like, "Yeah, have fun with that." He can get a pretty good performance out of a young quarterback before the league catches up to him. Like when you can ambush them and do a few little things really well with RPOs and things like that, he can get a lot out of that guy for a brief spell of time. But I don't know if he's the guy to develop a quarterback long-term. And as of right now, Trevor Lawrence is still, at least based on the way it looks and based on the way that opposing defensive players talk about Trevor Lawrence, he's a first-read quarterback. He's still stuck in that rookie and second-year play style where he hasn't moved on to going through the whole progression or diagnosing pre-snap that like, oh no, my number 3 read's probably going to be the number 1 read on this play. All that higher level mental stuff. Doug Peterson hasn't gotten Trevor Lawrence to that spot yet. And you can make a lot of excuses for Trevor Lawrence, but I think if anything, like this will be the contract where Doug Peterson gets one more go-round at it. And then if it doesn't work out and Trevor Lawrence doesn't take a step forward as a quarterback this year, Peterson's gone.
Yeah, Peterson is squarely in the hot seat. That's a great point, Seth. He is squarely in the hot seat right now. They didn't have to do this. I know he's the first overall pick a few years ago, but you didn't have to do. Other teams have kind of waited on stuff like this before. So I'm glad they did it. As a Texan fan, I'm glad they did it. They just made life a lot harder for themselves. I'm not saying Trevor Lawrence can't be a team that wins a Super Bowl. Can be the main reason that you. I guess Joe Flacco was for the Ravens. So lightning in a bottle happens all the time. It happened with Eli Manning, but I don't think he's a guy. I'll put it this way: I don't think he's a guy who goes out and consistently wins 12 games a year for you. Like Eli wasn't that. Eli, like the couple of times they made the play, they didn't make the playoffs a lot with Eli as their quarterback. It just so happened a couple of the rare times that they did, he caught fire. Similar to Joe Flacco. Go look at the Ravens. Once they won that Super Bowl, they missed the playoffs a bunch of years until they made Lamar Jackson their quarterback. And they made the playoffs like one out of the next 4 or 5 years. So I think a quarterback like C.J. Stroud, like Joe Burrow, like all the guys we talk about, like the thing that you get with them, while Josh Allen, while those guys haven't won Super Bowls yet, I feel like with CJ, it's unless really bad things happen in a given year, and that can happen in the NFL, I feel good about this team winning 11 or 12 games consistently. If I'm Jacksonville, I feel like we're dealing with all the same issues that we've been dealing with the last couple of years, but with a whole lot less money to just throw it and do quick fix with it. They've been able to quick fix things through free agency. They can't anymore. Which is awesome.
Right. Yeah, it all hinges on whether or not Trevor Lawrence can actually advance and become that guy that turns mediocre receivers into Pro Bowl receivers.
Yeah.
And when you give that contract out, in an ideal world, you've given it to a quarterback like it was with Pat Mahomes, where remember after Pat Mahomes got paid, and it was really 2 years after he got paid, where you trade away Tyreek Hill and you have to make do with what season, which is a wide receiving group that until Rashee Rice came along really wasn't much at all. We had an aging Travis Kelce, all these things. That's why you pay a quarterback that money, is because he's a guy that can elevate that group of offensive players. And the Jaguars aren't at that point right now. So he either takes a huge step forward this year, Trevor Lawrence does, or it ends up being a really bad contract and one that ends up making their ceiling a mediocre football team.
Is 3 years enough time to make a decision on guys like this? Because the league has spoken, and it spoke again yesterday with Trevor Lawrence, where if you're a quarterback, especially one that's drafted in the first round, that seems like that's won some semblance of something the first 3 years, and you look like you got all, the talent looks like it's in place, but maybe it hasn't translated into uber performance. Yeah. Here you go. Here's your contract extension after 3 years. Is that enough time?
Not usually, I don't think. And I think that's even whether the guy's been playing really well or not. I do think that, in that ideal scenario, there are guys where you feel really good about, all right, it's still a gamble. I mean, every contract's a gamble. It's just with the quarterback contracts, it's a huge gamble. I think a lot of times, in this instance, it's almost like you're using another couple first-round picks in terms of risk. You're banking on this guy's potential, and you're hoping that it works out. And if it doesn't, just like you do with a couple of first-round picks, you bite the bullet and you got to eat it at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. I don't know why teams are so married to this notion that you got to pay the quarterback after 3 years. I don't know why. But honestly, if you've got the guy who's the right guy, then, and even if it's a guy like Dak Prescott, which, people have arguments about whether he's the right guy or not the right guy, that guy, if he is the right guy, is enough of a leader and is focused enough that a looming contract issue isn't going to hamper his play or his leadership during the season.
Yeah.
So that's where, the only reason you should ever give that quarterback that contract is that you've got a pretty good feeling that, man, if we wait another year or two, he's we're going to really have to sign him, and the money's going to be that much greater. You should give that contract out where you feel like you're getting that guy at a discount. And I don't think that's what the situation is with the Jaguars right now. I think there's just way too many unanswered questions with Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah. It's almost like it's just become precedent, like law, this right. Is the precedent, this is, and if a guy doesn't get it, it's a slap in the face that he didn't get it. that
and
contract.
like what I would say is, like, if he is the right guy, then that slap in the face will be something that he can get over, and that eventually he'll play his ass off because he's motivated even that much more, and then he gets a bigger contract the next year.
Yeah.
Like, it's I almost would use that as my QB evaluation. Like, all right, if you're genuinely a guy who can separate the business side from the football side, because it's always a battle of separating the business side from the football side. If you can be the same guy, even though you might be unhappy about your contract situation.
This is where you throw the agent into it as well. And does the agent want to be the one agent who wasn't able to get his guy the extension after 3 years? It's a bad look on him, that kind of thing. It's complicated.
Ideally, if the Texans are sitting in a situation 2 years from now where the precedent is what it is, you want the Texans hopefully are that team that's like, oh, yeah, sorry about it, all you other teams. But, we're cool with our situation. Sucks for you, but we're good.
And that's where we're trending with CJ, thankfully. Like 1 year, I get it. But a year in, it looks like he is a guy that you go, okay, well, this is what you're supposed to do with this guy. Speaking of the Texans, another tiny little sign of progress. We've had a bunch of them this year. We've had big signs of progress, too. This is a tiny one. An article sorting out the AFC's middle class. And the Texans are not included in it. They are bourgeois now. They are aristocrats. We'll help sort it out next.
One thing about being in the upper class is that people don't actually feel. They all still consider themselves middle.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You know, in years past, specifically the past 3 years, when I would see the headline on an article on The Athletic by Randy Mueller, former GM of the Dolphins and the Saints, see the headline and it would say, sorting out the AFC's middle class, which teams can make the leap to contention, I would go, well, I don't really need to click on this. Texans aren't in the middle class. They're not going to be mentioned in this article. And now, this year, when I go to click on it, I click on it, and I realize that I can say, wow, I didn't even need to click on that. The Texans aren't even in this article.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, it's a different not being in the middle class. Like, that's how big a leap they've made. Like, Seth, they went from being in the slums to
in
jumping
the upper
up
quartile of winners. We're in the top quartile
Jim.
of that.
Yeah.
Quartile.
Guess who's not in this article? Comes according to Randy Mueller, kid. Yeah, the Texans have moved. At the very least, they've moved to a very upscale neighborhood with a fine neighborhood pool and a good homeowners association. You know, I don't know if they're in the Chiefs. The Chiefs are living in River Oaks right now. You know,
they're upper middle class.
Yeah, upper middle class.
Whatever that is, wherever your definition of it is. I don't want to dig too deep into the other teams in this division, but I am curious about the Broncos are listed in the middle class here.
Yeah,
and I mean they went 8-9 last year.
Yeah.
And I think that Sean Payton did get the most he could have gotten out of Russell Wilson. As much as it's fun to bang on Russell Wilson and everything, I have a hard time putting that team in the middle class just yet.
I've lived in a middle class neighborhood before. You've probably lived in a middle class neighborhood before. Occasionally there's a homeowner in the middle class neighborhood that is still doing things that were acceptable in their old neighborhood. You know, like having chickens running around in the front yard, or they just don't really take care of their yard. You know, things like that. You know, just let blemishes on their home just sit there and fester, and you know they've got a rusty car parked in the front yard or in the street. You know, that's the Broncos in this thing. The Broncos.
I don't know. I feel like they're the team like in a new neighborhood where there's a bunch of new construction and nice little nice big McMansions and type of stuff. Right. And yet, but it's the old ranch house, but it's kept up tidy because you have Sean Payton as the homeowner.
Oh, okay.
So it's just like, okay, so what is it worth you this place?
I see.
You can only do so much with it. You're not going to get the same price that one of the McMansions is going to get. But you know, but there's value there.
Good job.
There's value there. But the roster is a ranch house.
That's a good job by you
in a
right
neighborhood
there.
full of McMansions.
Because I probably just alienated like 5% of our listening audience. Like, hey, we had chickens running around in our front yard in a semi-nice neighborhood. Stop it, Sean.
You're thinking about getting chickens. Just have those fresh eggs every morning. Yeah.
That's nice. That's nice. You know how I feel about them, though. They're dirty creatures.
They're fine.
Dirty creatures.
Man. I will not have them. I'm tired of your chickenism. You're a rabid chickenist.
Poultrism.
Yes.
Yeah.
Von Miller has you on a list of people to kill.
And you know what?
He was a poultry science major, everybody.
Two people I don't want on my bad side, Seth Payne and Von Miller. Upper class was in this article. The upper class was considered Kansas City, who Mueller says they're kind of in a class of their own right now. And then the next tier, Baltimore, Cincinnati, Buffalo, Houston, Miami is in that next tier. Hey, man, that's fun. In a year, you've taken yourself from not being in this article because you stink to not being in this article because you're good. You're a good football team, or at least you had a good season and you're set up to be good this year. We'll see how it plays out. Of these middle-class teams, he's got 6 of them here. I'm with you. When I saw the Broncos, I'm like, does Randy Mueller know what's going on in Denver right now?
I would put Indianapolis above the Broncos in a heartbeat.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Look, Shane Steichen has not proven himself the way Sean Payton has, but I think Shane Steichen, if Anthony Richardson can stay healthy, that's going to be a test. They could be the classic team where Anthony Richardson might not be ready for like consistent primetime action, but throughout the course of the season, they're going to win some games if he's healthy, specifically because of, even though he's not going to be polished or anything, specifically because he goes off.
They're going to be doing the post-game show. They're going to be like, this is one Anthony Richardson just went out and won. Like they'll have 2 or 3 of those this year.
Because he's paired with Shane Steichen, especially.
Yes. So let's throw the Broncos out because you and I both feel similarly. The 5 teams that are left here in the middle class, which one worries you the most? The Browns, the Steelers, the Jaguars, the Chargers, and the Jets.
I think the big one with the Chargers and the Jets, those are the first 2 that jump out at me, because if you think about X factors for that team, if the X factor works out, then they could end up being really, really good. So the Jets do some very good things on defense. I think that some of their letdowns defensively I could trace back to the fact that their offense was being led by random non-NFL quarterbacks at times during the year, putting extra stress on the defense. So with them, the huge X factor is just Aaron Rodgers. And A, is he healthy? B, is he I don't know. Is he, aside from just his Achilles, he is old, and he's in a new system with kind of, sort of, but not really offensive coordinator Nathaniel Hackett. Who's never coordinator in the NFL ever.
I keep forgetting he's the OC there. Like,
they're not. There's some weird setup they have right now where I don't know. So but Aaron Rodgers is the huge X factor there.
Yeah.
And then with the Chargers, I think the Jim Harbaugh effect is very, very real in that he is that rare coach who has proven himself both as an NFL and a college head coach, and he's hardly ever had a bad season in the NFL or in college. He's just remarkably good at extracting the best out of his football teams. And I think he's going to get the best out of Justin Herbert.
That's mine. Like, I think ahead, and when I say scaring me, I'm talking about, like, scaring me from a Texans perspective. Like, I can envision, I can see the Texans going 10-7 again this year because the schedule's really hard. I know everybody wants 11 or 12 wins. It's going to be tough. I can see the Texans going 10-7, winning the division, being the 4 seed again, and they're playing the Chargers in a 4-versus-5 game. The Chargers are the best of the wild card teams because they didn't win their division because they're in the same division as the Chiefs, but they, like Cleveland last year, went and won 10 or 11 games. This, for them, it'd be because they've got an elite, talented quarterback and Jim Harbaugh, and being way more terrified of the Chargers coming here to play a playoff game with Harbaugh and Herbert than I was last year with Stefanski and Flacco. Like that's something like I could. Like, that's a distinct possibility. I think they scare me.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you.
Yep. Payne and Pendergast.
I was looking at Jim Harbaugh. His college versus his NFL. Like in his entire career as a head coach, going back to San Diego in 2004, which is a team he had to turn around, and Stanford, a team that he really had to turn around.
Yeah.
He's had an entirety of 2 losing seasons.
Yeah.
Going back to 2004 as a head coach in the NFL and or college. Those 2 losing seasons were his first 2 years at Stanford. After 4 years, then his 3rd year he went 8-5, 4th year went 12-1 and went off to San Francisco.
What were his records the first 2 years at Stanford?
At Stanford, they were 4-8 and then 5-7.
Okay, he inherited a Stanford team that won 1 game the year before. That should be pointed out. Like that. So that's 2 losing seasons that almost come with a caveat. Like,
right.
2 losing seasons where you're inheriting a program that hadn't done anything in years and was coming off a 1-win season.
Yeah, he got fired in San Francisco or whatever. I can't remember. Was he officially fired or was he? It was a mutual parting.
Yeah, because he was right. He was in Michigan a month later. Yeah.
Yeah, he was 8-8 that final season.
Yep.
So I mean, he's had 2 losing seasons this century.
Yeah.
As a head coach.
His big thing was he always had a shelf life everywhere where he would just grate on people.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that, like in Michigan, he did practically a decade at Michigan. Maybe he's learned some things. We'll see. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday, heading into the 9 o'clock hour. All right. Cal McNair did a man-on-the-street interview with the School of Hard Knocks TikTok account. This interviewer gave some business advice. We're going to go through here. These things that you can apply, are these lessons that you can apply in your daily life? And just, is this the new way that we're getting interviews with people? Because this is pretty good stuff. We're going to get to that coming up next. But first, I want to tell you about West Point Lincoln. Chris Poulos, another pillar of the business community here.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, School of Hard Knocks on TikTok. This guy walks up to expensive vehicles, assuming there's rich people inside, and does quick interviews with them getting out of their cars. And some of it's popped up across my timeline. It's good stuff. He asks, like, hey, words of advice. What was your philosophy on things? The latest one, obviously he's been spending some time in Houston. The latest one that at School of Hard Knocks on TikTok ran into was Cal McNair, owner of the Houston Texans, getting out of his Mercedes G-Wagon, looked to be in front of one of those shopping centers over there on Westheimer, maybe in the Highland Park area there, right near where he lives. And he was just casual gear. He had on a golf shirt and some jeans, and rapid fire questions about what do you do, how did you get there, what advice do you have, things like that. It's about 90 seconds, so sit tight and take a listen to Cal McNair on the School of Hard Knocks TikTok.
Is this your G-Wagon?
Yeah.
What do you do for a living out in Houston, Texas to be able to afford a G-Wagon?
Sorry?
What do you do for a living out in Houston, Texas?
Work hard.
What industry are you in?
Football.
What are you doing exactly?
Own a football team.
What team?
Houston Texans.
You own the Houston Texans?
H-Town, baby.
And how long have you been a business owner for?
We've had the Texans for 20 plus years.
Over the 20 plus years you've been a business owner, what's the greatest lesson that you've learned about entrepreneurship?
Never quit.
How did you break into the National Football League, man? It's very competitive to try to get into that business. How did you break in and ultimately work your way up to be able to own a team? What did it take?
Oh, well, we were very successful in another business.
What business?
And then sold it, the power industry, sold it. And then my dad actually bought the Texans as a franchise expansion. Back in 2002 was our first year.
What was the best advice that you ever got from a mentor?
Conserve your cash.
Now, did you have to borrow money to start and grow businesses, or like?
There was leverage involved. And then opportunities happen. You hopefully have some cash, you can take advantage of them.
How old are you now?
I am 63, but don't tell anyone.
Are you a billionaire?
I haven't added it up.
You're probably a billionaire though. So what makes you happy?
I have a lot of happiness, a lot of joy in my life from family, and believe in the man upstairs, and all those things kind of work together.
And any negotiation advice? You've negotiated some massive deals. What's the secret to negotiating?
You want to do it, but not
give it away or what?
Would have been great. Do you have any negotiation advice? Yeah, don't let Bill O'Brien do it, okay?
Yeah. Be sure that the people who are negotiating contracts have negotiated contracts before
and enjoy it
in the process. And yeah, don't have a character coach. Don't elevate a character coach to code GM of your organization.
Can you imagine? Cal stops in his tracks and just starts dishing on all the things that he should have done differently in 2021.
You know, the whole thing about that interview is I think that a better conversation would be had about like Cogent, which was Bob McNair's company that they sold to get the money to buy the NFL team. So I mean, like, the NFL is set up in such a way that the business side of it, like the actual making money side of it, it's as close to automatic as it could be. You know, like there's so that side of it, it's all those things that lead to creating a fortune to then buy an NFL team.
Yeah.
Like, so when he asked about, like, did you borrow money, I'd be curious more to hear about Cal's story about how Bob grew the business of Cogent and when they had to borrow money there, because Bob McNair it wasn't like Bob McNair was an immediate success right out of the gate. You know, he was a upper middle class guy for a long time until he saw his opportunity
and failed at some things.
Yeah,
you know?
that's where the can't sleep at night type of stress about borrowing money might have come into it. When you borrow money to buy an NFL team, it's just you're being smart, using a loan that's going to have a lower interest rate than the almost guaranteed return you're going to get on the business venture. So I don't feel like that's not like your typical building a fortune type of leverage.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Conserve cash. I thought the same thing. You mentioned this, we played this interview earlier. My first thought when I heard him say conserve your cash was, that's interesting to hear from somebody. And I'm not even going to talk about like paying all these coaches that weren't working for you. I did earlier. Like, I forget about that. The first thing that popped into my head yesterday was, wow, this is a guy, Cal, who spends a lot of money on making the team better. And I'm not just talking about player salaries. I'm talking about all the different sub-programs and the facilities. And, I mean, you go there now, they're doing a massive upgrade of the weight room there right now, cafeteria, the whole 9 yards. And then I take another step back and I go, well, if you conserve your cash, it leaves you cash to be able to do those types of things.
Right, yeah.
That's your ammunition.
The reason you have that cash is that so when you need to use it or when you feel like it's time to do it, you don't have to change your long-term strategy. Yeah. I think that honestly, that's one of the better indicators of a family-owned team operating still like an NFL business is when they understand how important it is to have a bunch of cash laying around all the time. There are some teams, the Bengals were operated like this forever until I think they fixed some things in the structure. But there's teams that operate basically in such a way that, this team is the heirs, and they're getting their personal income. They rely so heavily upon the income from the team that it sometimes hamstrings them with how much they can operate and how how selectively aggressive they can be. So, and they're not but again, you don't have to operate it like a well-run business to make money in the NFL. So it takes a lot of discipline to, like, I don't say you have to live like a pauper, but you got to be careful about how much income you're actually pulling from the team, because it'll hamper what you actually want to do as a business. And I think so far with Cal, it doesn't give the appearance at all of a team that's cash strapped, or like various times where the Raiders have been that way since Mark Davis took over. You're kind of like, well, they've said that about the Raiders at times. They've been, before they got the new stadium deal in Las Vegas, that they couldn't do certain things with their team because the team didn't have the cash to do it.
Dude, the Bengals. Remember, they were worried that they wouldn't be able to sign. I don't know if the Bengals were worried, but around the league there was speculation they might worry in re-signing Joe Burrow, because in the NFL there's a rule that the guaranteed money that you sign guys to on long-term deals, you actually have to earmark that money and put it in escrow.
Right.
You have to set that money aside. So it's not one of these things like where they can go, all right, well, we can, we know that money will be there when the time comes to pay it. Like, no, you got to, that when that contract gets signed, that goes into escrow.
And it's one, and again, if you go back to kind of the notion of a trust fund, it's something the NFL does where they are very, very conservative compared to other sports leagues, and like having A++ credit rating all the time.
Yeah.
And they don't want teams to get out over their skis. And they try to do, that's one of the things that I think the owners will never, because players have wanted them to get rid of that rule, and they'll say, well, look, you've got all this cash, you're making billions of dollars a year, why are you worried about that? I think the NFL is basically the owners, which is the NFL is the owners. I think it's basically them saying, like, listen, we can't have some jackass heir to a fortune blow it for the rest of us by showing any weakness at all, and by overspending and all of a sudden being cash strapped.
Yeah.
Because then what's that guy do? He sells his franchise for less money than it should be worth because he needs the cash.
Yep.
That drives down everybody else's value.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. Okay, two other things on this, and then we'll shift gears. One, a lot of debate over whether that was staged or not. We've had a chance to listen to it a couple times, watch it.
Well, I think if you watch it, it's for one, there's two things. One is that Cal looks and I don't think he's a good enough actor to look kind of genuinely either skeptical or confused about what the situation is. Like, all right, why is this guy coming up to me? And there have been the amount of carjackings and whatever that happens in the Galleria area. It looks like, I don't think he's that good of an actor that he could have pulled that off as easily as he did. And the other thing I would say is that the interviewer, he looked like he did not pivot or move or anything with any of Cal's, and I've seen a bunch of his interviews before. He's got his stock questions, and a lot of those questions didn't really fit the interview subject. So I don't think it was staged. I think if it was staged, he would have changed the questions.
That's true. That's true. You're right about that. Which NFL owner in this day and age are you asking? So, did you have to leverage yourself to buy your NFL football team?
Which football team do you own?
Yeah. Right. So there's that, and plus Cal was like, if you watch the video of the interview, he starts the interview literally still sitting in the driver's seat of his G-Wagon.
Yeah.
And then he gets out And then he's moving, and he's moving. And by the time the last question's getting asked, to where the answer was you need to know when to walk away from a negotiation, Cal is literally walking away from this guy to go eat lunch or buy a pair of shoes or whatever it is he's doing in the shopping strip there over in the River Oaks. The other thing that was funny to me upon listening to it again was the very first question. Ben, can you hit play on it again? The very first question.
Is this your G-Wagon?
Yeah.
What do you
Okay,
think?
we're good. Is this your G-Wagon?
Yeah, like he's a personal assistant for somebody.
Yeah,
he's out getting his car washed.
Yeah, or some like, is this your G-Wagon? Like he stole it or something like that. Like, okay.
No, okay. I don't think it was staged on Cal's part. Is there any chance that the Texans social media crew, who've gotten really savvy about stuff over the last couple of years,
I gotta find out, man.
Do you think that they
I need to
they
find
set
out.
it up like that they dimed out where Cal was going to be because they thought that he'd be good in this situation?
Oh, wow. There now. They've got School of Hard Knocks guy's cell phone, and they text him like, okay, he's there. He's headed there right now. Here's his car. So it times out perfectly. Ooh, wow.
I thought his advice about negotiating was the perfect advice, which is just always go into any, I'm paraphrasing, but always go into any business negotiation perfectly ready and willing to walk away.
Say
Not
no.
in a hostile way or anything else, just that, like, okay, this isn't going to work for me.
Yep.
And I can't. Like, what was that?
And I'll holla.
I love that.
Yes, exactly.
Do we still have antibodies to you in there, Ben?
Antibodies to you.
Thank you. He knows all the sayings of the station, Cal. P1 listener, Cal McNair.
But but that is good. That's very good advice.
Very good.
And it doesn't have to be, negotiations don't have to be acrimonious and like us versus, especially, we talked about this yesterday when we were playing the Casario audio. Like, when you're negotiating with somebody with whom you're going to have a working relationship with, especially, like, you shouldn't be in the mode of trying to get one over on somebody. It's got to be something that works for both parties so you can have a mutually beneficial relationship moving forward. Then part of that is, again, without emotion or anything, just like, okay, now this isn't, we can't pay you that much, Steven Nelson. And, we'd love to, this, that, and the other thing, but there's a surcharge for consistently insulting people from our front office and or our head coach. All right,
Yes.
we just can't go beyond that unless we get a discount.
Someone said on the text page, 9636, out like episode of Cheaters. That is true. Some of these shows, man, you never know if they're just walking up to you with a camera, like. Cal's like, I didn't do anything.
Man, when somebody walks up to you with their camera running, it's a challenge we face in modern society that humans have never faced before, which is that, I'm being confronted with somebody that I don't know, and it might, for all I know, this could be seen by millions of people.
Yep.
Act casual, yeah.
Yeah, right. Boy, I love your theory about this thing being like a semi-staged thing.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard anybody say that yet. That is okay, I got to find this out now. I need to find this
That's the way
out.
my brain works, Sean. That's what I would do. That's what I would do over a young up-and-comer in the Texans social media department. I mean, look, I think Cal's going to do well with this. I'm just going to go ahead and set it up without him knowing about it.
That's funny. He was good. I thought he did a good job. There's a lot of people like texting in, like, you inherited the team. Yeah, he acknowledged his dad bought the team. Like, it's still a fun listen.
That's again where that's where I don't think it was staged, because the interviewer did not pivot into any of Cal's responses. The next question was basically like, oh, okay, I've heard this guy ask dozens of other people the exact same question.
Yep. Someone asked me earlier, I mentioned Sons of Anarchy, and they said, Sean, you're watching Sons of Anarchy. What season? I'm on season 6 right now. You watched it up through season 5, you told me.
Is that what it was? That the Ireland season?
No, that's season 3.
Season 3 is the Ireland season?
Yeah,
okay.
Season 3. Yeah,
I can't remember which season it was, but I remember my energy waned.
This is where I'm backing. I'm going to back you up 100% on Bale. Now, I like it. And my wife has seen the whole thing, and so now she's rewatching it with me. So this qualifies as us doing something together.
Yeah.
And I like the show. I like the characters a lot. Here's the thing, and this is where I totally understood, especially season 5 was where I've started to feel this way about the show. There are like 3 gunfights on every show. Like every episode has like 3 like serious firefights of like multiple gangs shooting at each other. I'm not spoiling anything here. To to where it's a little unrealistic that some of these characters would survive as long as they do without getting hit by a bullet. You know what I mean?
Fighting stormtroopers.
Yeah, the Star
you
Wars
can only see
stormtrooper.
so much of that. They're missing left and right.
I'm like, all right, Jax is going to survive this one again, you know?
I don't know. Maybe I'll have to give it. I've tried to be better about suspension of disbelief when it comes to stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, because realistically, any movie you watch where if somebody's got an M60, everybody's dead. Like, you know, like it's just there's that element of that where like, all right, I don't think people really understand how lethal a machine gun is.
Yes.
So like when I watch stuff like that now, I just go with it.
I'm just saying, I agree with you, and I do this. I'm a wrestling fan. I suspend disbelief Monday for 3 hours and Friday for 2 hours every week.
Yeah.
It's that it happens 3 times every episode, and I'm on like episode 65 now.
Does it feel like they're just replacing good dialogue with like, all right, we'll have a gunfight here?
Sometimes, and now like in season 4 and 5, they get into a lot of chases with motorcycles and cars, and they've got like music to it, but like hard guitar music underneath it, and I'm like, all right, okay, let's see how this goes. I really like the show. Let me be clear. The characters are awesome. The acting is really good. I could see where you would bail after season 3, because that was the first season where I started to ask Amy and other people, does it pick up after this? Like, is this every series has a season, like The Wire had season 2 that everybody hated. The Sopranos, there was a season people didn't like. Breaking Bad, I don't know, had one. These are all shows that I've watched. They all have a down season. I'm like, is this season 3, is this Belfast season, the down season? And Amy and others said, oh, yeah, like it gets better after this. And it has. I
don't think the one thing about long series, like the really good long series, is that at the beginning in those first few seasons, they do a really good job of having these complex characters where, man, you might love some parts of their character, but then you despise other parts of their character, and you're trying to figure out what makes them tick. You're like, oh, man, oh, boy, I love this guy. Oh, this guy's such a bastard. And that's intriguing. I feel like after a few seasons, it turns into like, oh, this is just like every other a-hole I know. Yeah, they're oh, I get it. They're a wreck, okay? Yeah. I get it.
I just don't get why anybody would willingly choose that lifestyle. Like, I understand the mob lifestyle because, like, the upside of it is you're living in really nice houses and you get into all the restaurants and everything. Like, you're treated with great respect. None of these guys live in nice anything in Sons of Anarchy, you know? Like, it's...
Well, I mean, yeah. That's where, if you're born into that like life where your dad's an outlaw and then you're an outlaw and all that, but then there is also the other side of like, okay, there's a lot of guys that like see an avenue to make money when they're 18, and then all of a sudden you've got a record. You know, 3 years later, you're not going to get like that's that's your life now.
I guess
you chose it before you were capable of choosing it.
I guess it's the people who the choose it when they are adults. Like for Tara, the one who marries Jax, like. What is she doing? Like, she's a doctor. She's a surgeon. What is she doing?
She likes the bad boys.
I know. I don't know. I've never been the bad boy. I never understood it. You
just got to go out and see. You know what you got to do?
Shoot somebody today, apparently. Yeah.
Get in an altercation in front of Amy.
Okay.
And see how she responds. Yeah. Like, get into it doesn't have to be a fist fight or anything, but, you know, really, I'm not talking about, like, don't be mean to a waiter or something like that, but do something where you kind of put somebody in their place.
All right. I got to find
Amy might like it if she's the one being put in her place. You know, like it just
don't
like
recommend
firmness,
that. I'll let you know. I'll teach you on Monday how that goes. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, we just got some advice from the Texans owner. Will you be inspired by Tom Brady almost doing like dictator-style speech at his Hall of Fame? He was just fist pounding on the lectern away from being Mussolini, I tells you. Tom Brady, will he inspire you? That is coming up next.
If you have been in an accident in one of those huge car
Drink. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, text message. Sean can call Mokaram Law Firm after he gets his ass whooped for trying to put Amy in her place. LOL. That's true, Seth.
They can handle that.
Yeah.
If she decides to run you over or something, especially.
It's in
if you've
play.
been involved in an accident, vehicular accident, yeah.
It's
you
in
would
play.
call Mokaram Law.
It's in play. So Tom Brady got put into the Patriots Hall of Fame on Wednesday, June 12th. The Patriots
I was wondering if he was going to make it. But
Yeah.
It's good. Okay, good. He squeezed in.
First ballot Hall of Famer for his own team, yes.
Is Steve Grogan in that Hall of Fame?
You know what he might be? I'm guessing they did it on June 12th because 6/12, kind of like us with 6/10. We did 6/10 day on June.
Yeah.
Six rings.
Championships and 12.
Yeah. I'm guessing that's why.
And then number 12.
Yeah. Brady did a speech that got a lot of run on the internet, man. A lot of football people really like this speech because he takes up for the sport of football. Here's Tom Brady encouraging everyone to play football. And why?
I would encourage everyone to play football for the simple reason that it is hard. It's hard when you're young to wake up in the off season at 6 a.m. to go train and work out, knowing that all your friends are sleeping in and eating pancakes. It's hard when you're on your way to practice, weighed down with all your gear, and it's 90 degrees out and all the other kids are at the body's already completely exhausted from workouts in 2 days. It's hard to throw, catch, block, and tackle and hit kids when they're way bigger and way more developed than you, only to go home that night bruised and battered and strained, but knowing you have to show up again the next day for just the chance to try again. But understand this, life is hard.
Yeah,
Oh, life is hard.
Life is hard, yeah. Preps you. Football preps you for the hardness of life.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good speech, Tom Brady. I think that this is my counter argument.
I knew there'd be one.
Are there no other hard things in life to do? Because the first thing I'd say I wish more football players would do is work an actual hard job. Like, work an actual hard job. Because, I think that's I don't know if I would have made it in the NFL if I didn't grow up where I had to work on farms in the summer and absolutely hating it every day, but also while trying to keep up with full-grown men while I'm stacking hay and doing everything else. There's lots of hard. Like, football's not the only hard thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. If I'm supposed to do it because it's hard, tell me exactly why this is the hard thing as opposed to some of the other hard things.
That's why I play it on our show, because I knew you would have a take on it. Like, if you wouldn't walk up to Brady, let's say you were a Patriot and you were there for the ceremony and you're having a drink afterwards at the after party, you wouldn't have brought up that point. But this is a point that you bring up on a show like this one. I like that. Yeah, there's other hard things out there.
I also wonder, to people outside New England, does life is hard that much when it's coming from Tom Brady? See, I know now Ben Affleck I'd listen to, but Ben Affleck, he's a perfect picture of life is hard, no matter how much material success you might achieve.
It's true.
Life is hard.
Life is hard.
Yeah, we've got demons. I wish Brady would have gone into a long thing of sometimes you're riding high and all of a sudden your wife starts working out with your jiu-jitsu trainer, man.
Life gets hard.
Should I divorce my wife because that's hard?
Right.
Should I do that because it's hard? You got to do these things because they're hard. The other thing I would point out too, as I crap on all over Tom Brady's speech, it's that the things that he was bringing up. There are many, many, many football players who don't do all that hard stuff that you were just talking about.
It's true.
The guys who are sleeping in and eating pancakes, those were the people you were competing against.
Yeah.
So it's hard to do anything really, really well.
Yeah.
But it's relatively easy to just show up and punch the clock as a football player compared to other things where you're not paid as well.
I've got one more. One more from Brady. Now, he props up his New England teammates, but does point out some things about how, life kind of plays out. This is how you can achieve kind of stuff as well.
To be successful at anything, the truth is you don't have to be special. You just have to be what most people aren't. Consistent, determined, and willing to work for it. No shortcuts. If you look at all my teammates here tonight, night of men who embody that work ethic, integrity, purpose, determination, and discipline that it takes to be a champion in life.
Okay, I have a note to his speechwriter. You don't have to be special. You just have to do everything that is the definition of being special. So, definition of special: better, greater, or otherwise different from what is usual. Okay, that's what you just described. You just described a special type of individual.
He just dictionaried Brady.
I mean, it's like you don't have to be special. You just have to be better, greater, or otherwise different from what is usual. Yeah.
That's funny.
The point he's driving at is you don't necessarily have to be physically gifted,
right,
above and beyond others. If you play the quarterback position, if you play the other, listen, you got to be kind of special. You got to be kind of physically special. There's a cost of entry, so there is a level of physical specialness.
Cover charge,
first of all, and then all that other stuff, all that other stuff kicks in. Yeah, I love motivational speeches from athletes, but when they start to cross over into the real world, and this is a guy that it doesn't apply. It's not the same thing. It's not the same. I honestly don't want to hear like the lift yourself up for your bootstraps stories from athletes when it comes to like how hard they work and grind and everything, and apply it to like other things in the real world at times, because there's too many things that are far different about it.
This did it at the stadium. They sold it out. There were like 60,000 people at this thing.
Yeah,
and
for a guy who's not that special, according to him.
According to him, just a hard worker, just consistent and determined, doesn't eat pancakes. 3 hours long.
Yeah, they had Randy Moss had a tearful moment.
Yeah,
they had a panel up there where they're asking people. So it wasn't like 3 hours of rambling.
No, just 3 hours of anything. You know my feeling on that. 3 hours sitting anything is, it's got to be good or a game.
They were probably serving beer, if that helps. Yeah.
I would guess they were. Belichick was there, received a thunderous ovation, proving that he's way more popular fired than he was at the end there, I would say.
Yeah. Those the last couple of years got ugly, but like for the most part, when you have a stretch like that, I think that's easily washed away.
Yep.
People don't remember that in the long run.
Lots of pre-recorded videos, and apparently Patriot fans booed the ever-loving hell out of Patrick Mahomes when Mahomes did a pre-recorded video for Brady.
Yeah.
So they booed him. Our guy Teddy was there. Ted Johnson was there. They allowed him they let him back in the building, man.
Yeah, Ted's bone was always with Belichick more so than anything else around the Patriots, right? So it's not like he ever had issues with his teammates or anything. It was just him and just some of the stuff that he said about Belichick, about the way Belichick handled his concussions.
The picture that you sent to me, is that a picture? It's Ted with two other people. Is that the new show that he's on? Is that their like promo for their show? Ted's on a new station up there.
Yeah, he did a Photoshop of him and two of his co-hosts in FBI gear.
Like the FBI windbreaker with the yellow letters and stuff.
Ted looks like the agent that's going to take out his troubles at home on some perp. They made like the most menacing, scary looking, like on the edge of sanity version of Ted Johnson.
I'm telling you, if that version of Ted in a FBI windbreaker with a hat on and everything shows up at my front door and I'm a mob boss, I am singing like a bird. I'm ratting everybody out.
Yeah.
Sir, what else would you like to know? Man, Ted is beefed up. Man, he looks good. We had fun with him on Monday. You weren't here, but we had fun with him on Monday on 610 Day. Him and Rich both came on. We had a good time. Good old time.
Was Rich in studio or did he
No.
He
called
okay.
him.
I thought he was going to come in studio. for a little bit.
Rich texted me. He's like, "This isn't in studio, is it?"
What's he up to that he can't come into studio for a little bit?
Exactly. Yeah. No, he was good. Rich was great. It was good to hear his voice. Teddy was good. People really enjoyed 610 Day. So, yeah, guy Teddy was out there. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
To clarify, though, just in terms of the whole thing about athletes talking about how hard they work, and I was generally regarded as like one of the hardest workers on any team I was ever on. But again, it's because I know what hard work actually is in the real world. So like when I put myself in the shoes of somebody that's got a really hard job, like, I don't want to hear from an athlete that like, ooh, he works out 2 hours a day, and then he sacrifices by avoiding dessert and all this. Like, it's just different. It's just a different level of sacrifice and hard work compared. It grates against me now. On behalf of people that actually do like work 80-hour weeks and things like that.
I made you hate Tom Brady in like 12 minutes. That's
I love Tom Brady.
Yeah, okay.
I just don't I don't need him telling some lawyer that's working 90 hours a week how to work hard and grind in life.
To be fair to Tom Brady, he probably forgot about the internet at that point and just knew I'm playing to 60,000 people that I can pretty much fart into this microphone and they're going to give me a standing ovation right now.
No, we know just from having had to endure years and years of that Patriots team that everybody in that city, whether they be fans or media members even, decided to take on the identity of the Patriots and that they were somehow special too.
Yep.
So like everything that Belichick preached or anything else, like media members up there, fans, everybody, they felt like, no, we know what it takes to win, unlike you other people. Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen that. We've seen that for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Astros big series this weekend. Hey, do you want to hear one of the Astros' number one public enemies from the cheating scandal sound super, super miserable? I do. I know when I like hearing my enemies. I know I like hearing my enemies sound miserable. We'll have that for you. We'll get you ready for the weekend. We'll find out what's going on in the loop. We'll do all of that coming up next. Ooh, Prize Picks. You know what's going on this weekend? Prize Picks. That's what's going on. Can't wait to get back to it.
2. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So the Astros Tigers this weekend. Look, the Astros have not been good this season, but we can at least take solace in the fact that they've still got haters out there. And when those haters are miserable, then we can be happy for a moment. Now, this has nothing to do with the Astros per se, other than the fact that Bill Plaschke, the lead columnist for the LA Times,
who's been wildly irresponsible at times in some of the things that he said about the Astros.
Yes.
Yeah, like just wildly irresponsible. Even if you hate the Astros or criticize them or whatever, you'd have to read some of Plaschke's columns and be like, this doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, he's been bad, and he's not all that likable a guy. He's your old school like 80s and 90s columnist that was probably chomping on a cigar and getting people riled up. Really good at his job. He's still doing it to this day. Here's Bill Plaschke on the Dan Patrick Show being asked about, now keep in mind he's in L.A. and he's treated the Dodgers and the Lakers like royalty for all these years. Dan Patrick asking Bill Plaschke about the Lakers being spurned by Danny Hurley.
I just thought it was embarrassing. I thought the college coach flies out to L.A. to see the Lakers. He's offered twice the money he's making. He's offered a chance to be the coach of the most celebrated franchise in professional sports. He looks around, spends the day looking around, and he says, nah, and goes home. What does that say about the Lakers? How far have they fallen? The fact that Dano is a great family guy and a great East Coast guy and wanted to stay home. But these are the Lakers. The Lakers, these are the same team that talked Phil Jackson out of retirement twice. The same team that got Shaq, that got LeBron, that got AD. They get what they want. They're a great franchise. They were a great franchise. It's just humiliating.
He's so depressed. And if you could see the video of it, too, like it's that angle on the Zoom where he's just like looking down at it and he's all forlorn. And this is a guy he's on Around the Horn, or at least he used to be on a fairly regular basis. Like his default switch is usually set to some degree of energy and animation, you know what I mean? And he's just, boy, it is kind of fun watching people who root for like blue blood, America's team type teams. See them get the Cowboys, Yankees, Lakers.
When they realize they're just another team.
Yeah, I mean,
it's guys our age and older that talk about the Lakers like they are a class apart or separate from all these other bum teams out there that they don't realize or understand that obviously Hurley's not, Hurley's in our age group, but that when it comes to the younger players, there's not the Lakers mystique hasn't been around since these kids were 8, 9 years old in terms of the Lakers being a ferocious force that is unstoppable at times or what have you. It's just it doesn't carry the same force that it once did.
Right. I think the Yankees been a long time for them relatively. Look, people are going to text in. I know, Sean, you went to Notre Dame.
Yeah.
People they haven't won a national championship since 1988. There was a point in the 90s, probably right around the time Lou Holtz is leaving, where I'm like, oh, wow. And Bob Davies, your coach, you're like, wow, it only takes this for you to all of a sudden just backslide into being everybody else, just with more fans, with more gear out there. That's all the Cowboys. Right. The Cowboys and the Lakers and the Yankees and Notre Dame, and we could probably name 2 or 3 other teams from various sports. They'll always be at the top of the merch sales. They'll always have a lot of fans out there. But it is really interesting, like how much the way that the sport is delivered on television or streaming or whatever it is has evened the playing field. Yeah. That was the big thing. Notre Dame, when Notre Dame got the NBC contract in the early 90s, they're like, well, this is it. Notre Dame's going to win forever because they're the only team out there that has their own TV contract. Little did we know there'd be this thing called the internet coming down the pipe. And now the Cowboys it fed itself the America's team thing because they were on every week when the league was only televising so many games. It wasn't nearly as accessible. Basketball, probably a better example, in baseball because there's those local contracts. But you can watch any team anytime you want to. Before, if you wanted to watch the Yankees and you didn't live in New York, you had to watch the game of the week. So what would they do? They put the game of the week. They'd be the Yankees half the season.
Right,
you know what I mean?
Right, yeah. No, the Yankees and the Lakers and the Cowboys. What was the second team? The Lakers, yeah.
Yeah.
In a lot of respects, now the Lakers obviously have their COVID championship, so they're a little bit different because they've had recent success. But in terms of how far their star has fallen, in terms of being not a dynasty in terms of winning necessarily, but just even like that dynasty in terms of, wow, the golden franchise. I think like none of those teams have really been the same since the 2000s.
Yeah.
It really, the entire decade, I mean, from 2000, the entire decade before this one, the Lakers were a relative afterthought.
Yes.
You know, and the Cowboys haven't done anything since they won their Super Bowl in the 90s. It's a different environment. It's hard on the Bill Plaschkes of the world, John.
Yeah, poor Bill Plaschke, man.
Their foundations have crumbled underneath them.
Poor Bill Plaschke. I've been meaning to get to this the whole show, so let's just do it right now. DJ Reader was on a podcast. I'll find the name of it here in a second. But DJ Reader, former Texan, former Bengal, current Detroit Lion, and they asked him about his rookie year defensive line dinner, right?
It was the Players Company podcast.
Players Company, thank you. And the rookies have to take the vets for their position group out to dinner. DJ Reader was in a room with J.J. Watt, Jadeveon Clowney, Vince Wilfork. How'd that go for you?
How much did you spend on your rookie dinner? Be honest and tell us where y'all went, because I know you had JJ as your OG, so I know he tapped it in them pockets.
No. We went to no, we did go to Astros. Yep.
The one in L.A.?
No, in Houston.
Hey, y'all got a Astros in Houston?
Yeah, we did.
Houston's got some good steakhouses, man.
Some nice. And I think I spent like
1,100?
Nah. I wish. I wish. But, you know, JJ gave me like 4 on the back end. You know, that's my dog. He helped me out a little bit. But I was tapped out at 11. It was, you know, I had JJ, I got Vince, I got Clowney, it was guys in my room. This guy, like Clowney, number one pick, he don't care. He didn't care at the moment. Vince, year 15, he does not care at the moment. None of those guys, like, they didn't care.
Those guys must have took balls so wine to go.
Yeah, like it was just like, oh yeah, they taking steaks to go to their wives.
Hold on. You fed the family.
Yeah, I had to buy off rip. You got to buy the bottle of Louis. That's good.
Tell everybody how much a bottle of Louis cost.
$7,500. That's gone to the good already. That's to the good already. So that was a tough day.
So before you even sat down, you knew the $7,500 was gone.
It was all gone.
I got to know who bought the bottle of Louis, because if that person doesn't buy the bottle of Louis, if the total tab's 11 G's, and you take out the bottle of Louis that's $7,500, like $3,000 is like that's okay. That's not bad, you know.
This is a thing. He's a 5th-round pick.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he was a 1st-round pick. Back in my day, Sean, if I can go Bill Plaschke on you for a minute, I've like the exorbitant stuff was for 1st-round picks. If you had a guy and you're at a 1st-round pick, oh, that's nice. We're gonna get a nice rookie dinner or D-line dinner out of it, but they're not going to do that to a 5th-rounder.
Yeah.
So that was nice that JJ helped him out a little bit.
Barely. $400.
Yeah, the 40% of the bill he paid for it. No, I thought he said 4 Gs.
No, I thought he said 400. I think JJ slipped me 400. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he didn't help him out that much.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a dirty tactic. I don't appreciate that. I don't like it I don't like these rookies getting taken to the cleaners financially for these dinners, man. You're supposed to be telling these young guys to save their money, and I never liked being a part of like just pilfering the money right out of their pocket.
The owner just said conserve cash, and this is what you're doing to the rookies, D linemen.
Yeah.
Come on.
That actually, though, the 11,000 isn't nearly as bad as some of the ones we've heard stories about.
Oh yeah.
You know, they just run up into the 20s and 30s and 40s.
I'm with you. Like that's
well, you know, because it's a good. Honestly, I always felt those situations were almost like a good window into the soul of some of the people who are like, because there'd be some guys there's some guys that genuinely enjoy food and wine and everything, and and that's what they might spend on a dinner, and they're not even really thinking about it that much. There's other guys that are like deliberately trying to screw the dude.
Yeah.
You know, and ordering like the super exclusive shots of whiskey and all that all night long, just loving that they're torturing this guy financially.
Well, and Reeder's such a great dude too, you know?
Yeah.
Like there's probably certain rookies you love to fiscally torture, and others that you feel better. Now DJ wound up making a lot of money in the end. He did pretty well for himself and still is doing pretty well for himself as a Detroit Lion. But, man, Clowney, I think of all the players in the league in the last 10 years, the one I would least like to pay for their meal at a fine steakhouse is Vince Wilfork.
Because Wilfork probably enjoys it. Now, he's slim. Have you seen him lately?
Yeah.
Remember, he was out of camp a couple years ago, and he's slimmed down a lot.
Trimmed down, man.
He's lost a lot of weight.
I love that he has Fork in his last name. Will Fork. I mean, it's like it's from the gods that these names come down here sometimes. It's like that kicker whose last name is Blewett. Like, oh, this is amazing, and he misses a field goal. How does that happen? Payne and Pendergast with you. Text message. Sean doing Schadenfreude is always great radio. Thank you. I don't even know if you're talking about me talking about DJ Reader or Seth and I talking about Bill Plaschke. But either one, I'm into the Schadenfreude, baby. Somebody suffering.
Tom Brady moaning about his hard life.
Yeah. Somebody suffering that's not me. I get off on that kind of stuff, man. Absolutely. Adam Spillane, John Lopez, they are here. So where do you fall on the Trevor Lawrence scale? From a Texans fan perspective, scale of 1 to 10, how thrilled are you about the Trevor Lawrence deal?
Yippee. Scale of 1 to 10, 10.
Yeah, 10. You, Spo?
I'm a little higher on him than I think others are, and maybe that's just because I knew who he was coming out of college.
Yeah.
And I thought that he was going to be great, and I still think he could be, but, returns aren't
If you
great.
were a Jags fan, would you be happy with this deal?
They have continuity. Like, they know who the quarterback is. Like, he was always going to get an extension. The second that he was drafted where he was drafted, he was going to get an extension. There was no way he was never going to, and they don't have to worry about it anymore.
I think that the Jags might be a victim of a golden aura that they desperately want to be true. Like Trevor Lawrence looks like the golden child with his stupid hair and his Chloe Savini face and everything. It's almost like there's a halo around him, and they desperately need this fantasy to come true.
3 hours 58 minutes, and we haven't mentioned his golden flowing locks yet. I feel like I feel like you and I have grown as radio hosts, Seth. We haven't even made fun of his flowing locks that he has coming out of the back of the helmet there.
I just assume that everybody feels the same way I do, so it doesn't have to be said.
Yeah.
I would imagine Jags fans don't like his hair. It's not that he's got long hair. It's just that's not a dude that should have long hair. Like, you look at no, dude, you look like a little fancy lad. Like, he should be wearing, like in the 1800s, he should be wearing knickerbockers and a little plumey shirt and everything and being mean to the help. That's what he looks like.
Well, you know Jacksonville fans better than most. How do you think they would have reacted had Mark Brunell come in with long hair one day?
No, long hair is fine. It's specifically Trevor Lawrence's haircut. It's not even the fact that it's long. It's that hair on that Chloe Savini face.
Yes. There you
go. He's not manly enough to pull it off.
No. And he doesn't play well enough.
You got long hair like that, you got to look like Brooks Reed. You got to be a Viking, a damn Viking.
Dude.
This guy would be serving the Vikings tea and biscuit as they ran over his monastery. You know what he looks like? He looks like the monk kings. Yeah, he's got to switch it up.
I needed Spo to come in here at like 6:30.
Why didn't you lead with
the
this?
Viking reference out? I know. Yeah, exactly. Are you guys got a big show planned here for us?
Big show. And Adam Spillane just gave me some great fodder.
Just now?
Just now.
Sitting in this chair?
Great fodder.
Okay, good.
Yes.
See?
Plus, I like saying fodder.
Crosstalk. It works. Yeah.
Yes.
Good stuff. All right. We're done. We're out of time. It's weekend time. I hope everybody out there has a great weekend. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. We haven't mentioned that. Seth, happy Father's Day and antibodies to you.
Yeah, put one in the oven. Yeah, good for me.
Milk it for all it's worth.
Yeah.
Okay. We don't get these moments often. John Lopez, happy Father's Day to you.
Thank you, sir.
Spo, if you got any kids floating around out there you don't know about, happy Father's Day to you. He just shrugs his shoulders.
As far as I know, no. But
yeah. But you know what? Milk it anyway.
Travel a lot.
Yeah, milk it anyway. And happy Father's Day to all the people listening, all the dads listening out there. We appreciate you very, very much. Enjoy the weekend. You're listening to KLT HD2, an Odyssey station. In the Loop, Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They start now.
Thank you, Sean, and good morning, John. Good morning, Figgy.
Oh, my goodness. You just gave me the absolute reason why Texans fans should be thrilled. Over the reasons that we live.
What's the reason?
Don't get me started, Figgy. It is Friday. it is Friday.
I have to play it now.
Yes.
So give me the reason, because
you
this
just
isn't planned.
said when Sean asked you if you're a Jacksonville Jaguars, and you said they have continuity. Continuity isn't worth $275 million. Can you imagine, if let's go back to a guy that's not even in the top 10 paid quarterbacks right now, Josh Allen. Bills fans saying, yeah, they signed Josh Allen to this enormous deal. Hey, good thing we have continuity. I mean, come on.
For that team, though, and Seth said this correctly, they've been looking for that guy for a long time, really ever since Mark Brunell left, I guess you could say. Has he been great? Has he been that guy for his first 3 NFL seasons? No. But I still think that there's some hope. There should still be some hope that he can be that guy. And they're paying for it, obviously, but that's what you do a lot of times with these contracts. You have to overpay. That's just the cost of doing business.
Well, you do overpay, and that is the market, and that's another reason why Texans fans should be thrilled. But when that's your argument, and I'm not just picking on you because I think a lot of people are like, well, shrug of the shoulders. That's the price of doing business. I get that, but the price of doing business is doing the Texans a favor, a huge favor.
Yeah, well,
right now.
I mean, him not being good or good enough, at least as good as what we thought, that's what's doing the Texans a favor at this point more than anything. I mean, it's not like, I guess they could have, I don't know. I guess my thing with this, why couldn't they make him go another year? Let's just be sure about this 100%. The Jags have all the leverage when it comes to this. They have him under contract for this season. They have him under contract for next season. And then, if worse comes to worse, you do what the Cowboys have done to Dak Prescott, and you just tag him. You just put the franchise tag on.
Right, and that's
so I don't understand why they don't do that. Is he going to hold out? Probably not.
Yeah.
So just sometimes you need to make these guys play it out.
I wonder if this price that they gave him was their set price. And if, let's say, they did let him play one more year, and that price, and he actually ball out, let's say he looked like the Trevor Lawrence we all been waiting on, then now that price is even higher now. So maybe they wanted to just get a jump start and just pay this guy this, and hopefully he become that Trevor Lawrence.
I don't know how much higher, though, it could have gone.
Yeah.
Just because this is the highest quarterback contract that's been handed out. It doesn't look like there's going to be another quarterback contract given out that will be more than this, except for maybe Dak Prescott. So I just don't know how much higher the deal would have been had they waited another year.
I do agree with that. I get your point, Figgy, but at this point, that was going to be the number no matter what because of what Adam just said. There's not going to be another $55 million quarterback in the next year.
Dak would be the only one who could get there.
Maybe, but they're waiting. They're waiting on him. They're doing the same thing that you just talked about. No, this is a good day for Texans fans, and I can say it with very much confidence. The Jaguars might be a threat for the next 2 years, depending on how Trevor Lawrence plays. After that, you don't got to worry about the Jaguars. They have $425 million tied up in Josh Allen and Trevor Lawrence. $425 million. That's not a big market. That's an organization that over the year. You can write off the Jacksonville Jaguars as a legit threat for the Texans or anybody in this division after 2026.
Well, this is why it's so important to strike when you have the quarterback on the rookie contract. And this is why this offseason was so important for the Texans, and next year is so important for the Texans, and then probably the year after so important.
Maybe.
Yeah, even when he does get the extension, it'll be structured so that you don't have the hit early on. You push those hits on to the future. But that's why it's so important, because this is the opportunity when you have the star quarterback and you're not paying him like a star quarterback. I think C.J. Stroud will make 3% of the salary cap this season.
Yeah.
That's absurd when you consider A, the position, and B, just how good he is. And so that's why I thought the Texans back in 2018, 2019 really misspent the early Deshaun Watson years because they did not spend wisely. They did not take advantage of having the quarterback on the rookie deal. And then once Deshaun got expensive, that's when they had to start moving guys on. That's when they had to trade DeAndre Hopkins.
Yes.
That's when they had to let DJ Reader walk. You can spend on other positions when you're not paying the quarterback as much. And so the Texans in a few years, like you said, they'll have to deal with that with C.J. Stroud. They'll have to deal with that when it comes to Will Anderson. And so that's why these next couple of years are so important.
And that's why as soon as the offseason began this year, I was kind of on an island. Not everybody, not totally alone, but I was like, you gotta spend now. Big, smart money. You heard me say that a million times. And I think the Texans, the fact that they did that and recognized that, I think it tells you, according to know that they did that, they recognize that, and that means that I have a lot more confidence in them when it is time to pay C.J. Stroud. I think they've got smart people in this building. Jacksonville does not, and that's why I think they're going to be done.
No, I would certainly take Nick Caserio over Trent Baalke. There's no reason. There's no, and you just know this based on how the Jags have built their roster in the last couple of years with Lawrence. I think that's probably what's the biggest disappointment for the Jags in the 3 years that Lawrence has been there. The first year, they were the worst team in the league. The second year, they won the division, great, but they could not build on that as they took another step back. Like, you want to go from, you want that rookie year, you want to be able to win some games right then and there so that you can take the next step the next year and then the next year. You look at, like, Seattle, when Russell Wilson was there, they were at their best when Russell Wilson was still on his rookie deal as a third-round pick. And then they got to the Super Bowl twice within the years of that rookie deal. What happened after he got paid? Nothing. There were a couple of okay playoff runs, but they never got back to a Super Bowl after Russell Wilson got expensive. That's what makes what Kansas City is doing right now so impressive.
It's remarkable.
Because they won when Mahomes was on the rookie deal, but then after he got paid, they kept on winning. The Patriots were able to maintain that dynasty for so long because while Tom Brady was making a lot of money, he wasn't making top dollar. He wasn't making what he could, and that allowed them to spend in other areas. So this season for the Texans, huge. Next season for the Texans, huge.
And then there's this. I think it's also a good deal for the Texans because, you know, you talk about really 2 more years with Trevor Lawrence. I don't think he's that good. And you and I are different. You're higher on him than I am. I compared him to Matt Schaub yesterday. To me, that is about the best comparison. He's good. He can be great, but he's not great. And then the other part of this is, you know, his numbers. Like if you don't even trust your eyes, like what you see is different than what I see. But when we look at his numbers, he's closer to Gardner Minshew. He's closer to Daniel Jones over the course of his career. And you've seen people are posting all kinds of, you know, graphics and stuff comparing the two. He's not that good. Like the next 2 years is their big window, and I'm not even really that worried about that.
Well, he's far better than Daniel Jones and Gardner Minshew.
But the numbers say
the numbers. No. Okay, the numbers can say one thing, but just you got to go by the film too sometimes. And the film is much better than those two. We did the Chris Sims quarterback rankings list the other day.
Yeah,
I think Chris Sims had him 10th. I think he's probably.
I think it was 11.
What was it? Yeah,
it's 11. And Jordan Love was 14.
Yeah, he's kind of right now for me in that 10 to 15 range, but I do think that there is the talent. There's the arm talent for him, and he can also move, too. He's not a statue back there. So there's an ability for him to move up into that next tier of guys. I think, again, part of it is organization. That team has not been run well, really, forever. And you look, he had Urban Meyer the first year, and then for whatever reason, Doug Peterson has had this weird thing with the play calling where he gave up play calling after they had a good year in 2023 or in 2022. He needs to just take back in the offense himself. And then I think that would give Trevor Lawrence a better opportunity to be the guy that I think we all thought he was going to be when he was considered a generational talent coming out of the draft.
Yeah, and I forget who it was that said this. I'll try to remember. But I thought it was tack on. You know, these big contracts that quarterbacks are getting, you're really earning them for what you do in the regular season. As much as we like to say, hey, you know, championships, all that stuff, you know, getting far in the playoffs, that's what separates elite quarterbacks, and it is. But you get the big contracts. Dak Prescott's a good example. Trevor Lawrence is a good example for what you do in the regular season. But in the case of Trevor Lawrence, he hasn't really done much in the regular season. His first year, you mentioned it, 3-14. Then they go 9-8 in a bad division and win the division.
And they got very lucky to win the division too that year.
Yes, and then they go 9-8 again. He's not the quarterback that he's getting paid to be, and I think that's why the Texans should be very, very happy with this.
He has been underwhelming, I think would be the best way to put it.
Yeah.
And again, you saw him at Clemson. Even when he got to Clemson, like this was the next big thing.
Yeah.
And oftentimes those types of players do disappoint. We'll have to wait and see with Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams was considered to be that same level of a prospect coming out of USC. Again, I still think he's probably a little better. I think some of it has just been situation there. That situation has not been good. Now, the bad thing for him is that there's no reason to think the situation in Jacksonville is going to get any better.
Yeah.
It's the same coaching staff. It's the same GM. have still the Calvin Ridley fiasco where they gave up a third-round pick for him and only to not bring him back the next year after doing so. So it's not a well-run team. I think that more than anything, when it comes to Jacksonville, the Texans shouldn't be happy the Texans and Texans fans should not be happy that Trevor Lawrence got this extension. The Texans and Texans fans should be happy that Trent Baalke is still running that organization.
But both.
It's more bulky than anything else.
I think
because I don't think that Trent Baalke has shown any sort of an ability to build around Trevor Lawrence.
Yes.
Like, that's the big issue. Like, even if Trevor Lawrence were to hit the potential, if he were to become the quarterback that people thought he was going to be coming out of Clemson, I don't even think it would matter just because of how bad Trent Baalke is as a GM.
Yeah, I get that, but the number itself puts them up against the salary cap moving forward. It obviously hamstrings some of the moves they're going to make. No more rookie contract. That kind of thing. And then the second part of this becomes immediately, what are they going to pay C.J. Stroud when it comes through? And personally, I think, you're looking, the starting point is what, 5 years, $300 million?
Probably.
Something like that.
Probably.
It does, as much as the Texans should be happy, it does kind of ratchet up these next two seasons. These next two seasons, you have to make a run. You have to get to an AFC championship game or beyond, because then all of a sudden it gets a lot more difficult. That said, like you mentioned with Baalke, much more confidence that these guys will be able to get it done.
Yeah, this is your best opportunity.
Yeah.
The best chance you will really ever have to make a deep-rounded roster. Like, the deepest your roster is going to be is right now because of how little you have to pay the quarterback. But once you have to start really paying the quarterback, that's where the draft becomes so much more important. That's where you have to hit on those first-round picks and those second-round picks. You can trade away those first- and second-round picks now when the quarterback doesn't make any money. That's why I thought they should have traded the first-round pick to bring in a player, like somebody like T. Higgins, which they in essence did with Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
That's why the Diggs trade was smart, just to spend some money, give up some draft capital that's not quite as important now, especially when you consider how important it will be 2-3 years from now.
Yes, no, totally agree. And that's what the plan has to be moving forward, even next year, depending on how well the Texans do. I think you spend on 1- and 2-year contracts on big-time players, because this window is – I can't emphasize this enough. It's like, they're really building something, good down in Houston. No, they have to get it done now. Now is the time. As much as we have confidence moving forward, now is the time.
Yeah, and again – when C.J. Stroud is making 15% of the salary cap, that's money that gets taken away from other areas, and the Texans will have to make some decisions. And we saw this 5 years ago. They basically chose Laramie Tunsil, Deshaun Watson, J.J. Watt, and they did not have room for everyone. So what happens? DeAndre Hopkins has to get traded.
Yeah.
At some point, they're going to have to start deciding, okay, we have this guy, that guy, and this guy. Which of the three are we maybe going to have to move off of in order to afford building up the rest of the roster? That's a tough in a way, like they don't have to make it now, but it's a conversation that we'll be having here in a couple of years, especially if a lot of these draft picks keep hitting. Like if Jalen Petrie has a better year in year 3 than he did in year 2, that's a conversation. Is that somebody that we can afford to keep?
Yeah.
Understanding that we're going to have to pay the quarterback a lot of money. The same thing goes with Christian Harris. Is that somebody that we're going to be able to extend, understanding how much money we're going to have to pay the quarterback, and also Will Anderson? Like, to me, Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud are guys that you are going to extend 100%. It's just a matter of who else is on that list.
Now, let me ask you both this, you and Figgy, and I think this illustrates why. I think this illustrates best why you should be happy that they paid Trevor Lawrence. There were 5. This is remarkable. There were 5 quarterbacks taken in the top 15 in the 2021 draft, okay? Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, and Mac Jones. 4 of those guys have been traded already in just a blink of an eye.
They're bust, flat out.
Right. But here's the question, because my answer is yes. I would rather be the Jets, Niners, Bears, and Patriots. Niners you can kind of throw out because they got Purdy, but I would rather be the Jets, Bears, and Patriots than the Jaguars. I would rather have found out that my guy was a bust and traded him off and had egg on my face from a drafting perspective than have to pay Trevor Lawrence. Figgy?
I don't know about that, man. Because as much look, I'm probably the least fan favorite Trevor Lawrence could easily be the Jags right now I feel like he's a franchise quarterback, but he's not that. He's not elite to me.
That's why I'd rather be one of those.
You could either be that, or you could be like the Commanders, who had a Kirk Cousins and felt like he wasn't the guy, and still looking for a quarterback.
But see, Adam, I would rather be those guys and have the answer already than have to pay this much and still not know.
If you're the Texans, and let's go back to April, would you have rather the Jags traded Trevor Lawrence for the 2nd overall pick, or kept Trevor Lawrence?
Kept Trevor Lawrence.
See, I don't know. I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
I think that I would take Trevor Lawrence, even though understanding that I'm going to have to pay him. I'd rather have Trevor Lawrence than the lottery ticket that is Jaden Daniels or the lottery ticket that is Drake May right now.
So you would keep him also, but for a different reason than me, because I would want him to keep him because I don't think he'd be all that.
It seemed like it's a lot.
Well, I'm looking at it from the Jags perspective. So if I were the Texans, I would rather the Jags have traded Trevor Lawrence and taken gone with the number 2 pick.
Me too. I think you got to look at it from the Jags' point of view. If it's hard to find a quarterback, man. And they could probably work around Trevor Lawrence to try to get him the help he needs to get him elite. But I think it's just easier said than done, just kind of throwing them to the side and looking for somebody else.
See, my thing on this is you knew right away, in short time, I should say, that Justin Fields was not going to be the answer, that Mac Jones was not going to be the answer. Now you got Caleb Williams. Now you have Drake May. I'd rather that hope end with another rookie contract than, because right now the Jaguars, even though they're going to write that big check, they don't know. They don't know on Trevor Lawrence. These guys already found out, and they moved on. And they got other rookie quarterbacks that are highly touted and are on rookie contracts. I'd rather be in that position than Jacksonville.
He's John Lopez. I'm Adam Spillane. Figgy Fig is with us as well today. We've got a lot coming up for you on the show. We are going to we're going to hear some Bill Belichick stories from Matt Light, the former Patriots left tackle. He had some great stories on the Julian Edelman podcast. We'll do that later, probably at about 12 o'clock. But when we come back, the Astros back in action tonight against A.J. Hinch and the Detroit Tigers. Gino Luno needs to settle down. That's next on In the Loop.
Sports Radio 610, celebrating 30 years as Houston's official sports leader.
The boss is in the building. You have a bit of an announcement.
I do, yeah. Straight from the office of the mayor of Houston, Sports Radio 610.
day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work.
SportsRadio 610.
Happy Friday, everybody. Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you until 2. Texter from the 832 makes a point, and I want to – he's not wrong, or they're not wrong. You guys have put too much emphasis on the QB. Jim McMahon, Doug Williams, Trent Dilfer won Super Bowls. This is true. Now, these quarterbacks, Doug Williams was good. Trent Dilfer was not. But the difference in why the quarterback is so important right now, because you're paying the quarterback a ton of money. So if you're paying the quarterback 15% of your salary cap, then the rest of the roster is going to take hits in other places.
Yeah.
Therefore, the quarterback has to be good, or you've got to really find some gems late in the draft to make up for it.
This is one of the dumbest things, all due respect, I hear oftentimes. Well, Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl. Well, Brad Johnson won a Super Bowl. The fact that you can identify the 2 or 3, by the way, he mentioned Doug Williams. Doug Williams was a stud. Like, just throw him out. The fact that you remember 2 or 3 quarterbacks out of 58 Super Bowls tells you how rare it is, and what you said is exactly right. Those guys were not making big money. Here's the last 21 Super Bowls. The last 21 Super Bowls. These are the quarterbacks that have won them. Tom Brady, Ben Roethlisberger, Peyton Manning, Eli Manning, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers, Joe Flacco, Russell Wilson, Patrick Mahomes, a great quarterback. There are outliers.
And if you don't have a great quarterback, then you need to be able to have a roster that is well-rounded enough to make up for that. And the only way you're going to do that is if you're not paying that quarterback any money. It's if you have Brock Purdy playing quarterback, a 7th-round pick, and then you can afford to pay everybody else on your roster.
Yeah.
That's why this stretch is so important for the Texans, because you have more room for error. Once you you start having to pay the quarterback real money, that's when the margin for error really starts to disappear, and you've got to start hitting on all your draft picks in order to keep your roster afloat.
Yes.
So that's why it's so different, and that's why the quarterback really matters once the quarterback is being paid. All right, Astros and Tigers tonight at Minute Maid Park. Every series is a big series at this point when you are in the position of where the Astros are in. Astros go 3-3 on the West Coast road trip, losing 2 out of 3 to the Giants earlier this week. Not an easy task. The Tigers aren't good. They're right around 500.
Man, they drew a tough one tonight.
Offensively, that is a bad team, but they got one starting pitcher in Tarek Skubal, and he's the one who's going to start for Detroit tonight. And Skubal right now might be a front runner for Cy Young in the American League. He has been outstanding, and that's not going to be an easy opponent to face. And what it also means, left-handed starting pitcher means that you have a right-handed first baseman, and that right-handed first baseman most likely is going to be José Abreu. We've been talking about Abreu quite a bit over the last couple of days. Now have a little bit of – there's a clock on this now. The Astros have put a clock on this. Yesterday – well,
go ahead, and then I'll give you my thought on this.
In separate interviews, one yesterday, Joe Espada said that basically there's a timeline. He's not going to say what the timeline is, but there is a timeline on when they're going to have to make a decision on José Abreu. Dana Brown basically repeated that point in an interview earlier this morning. So they're not going to give him forever. Basically, there is a sense of urgency now with José Abreu, and if he doesn't start producing, he's not going to be on the team.
And maybe I'm just jaded, but when you hear Dana Brown said this, and you hear that Joe Espada said this, basically what they said is there is a timetable. We just can't tell you what that timetable is.
It could be this series. Maybe it could be a week. Maybe they expound on this a little bit more this afternoon. Joe Espada will talk to reporters at 4. Maybe we find out something there, but at least they're admitting that they know it's not good enough.
Well,
and Dana Brown admitted today that he knows Abreu is struggling.
Now, that is true.
They're not trying to hide that anymore.
Yeah, they know there's a struggle. The fact that they both said, well, there's a timetable, we just can't tell you. My translation of that, and maybe I'm just jaded, is they're going to tell us the timetable when they're told. what the timetable is.
Well, of course,
by Jeff Bagwell, Jim Crane, etc.
It's going to be. My guess is, and this is totally a guess.
Yeah,
they've told Jim Crane that this is probably going to work, and now it's just about and Crane understanding that he's also with this guy is basically saying, let's just give it a little bit more time.
Yeah.
Give me a little bit more time. If it does not get any better, then okay, I'll let you do it. And listen, it has not been good. It's been 13 games since Abreu has been back. The on-base percentage is below 200. He hit a couple homers, great. But again, the problem, what you want to see with Abreu, you want to see him put together like 2 good games in a row. And that isn't happening. He'll have the one good game like he had in Anaheim on Sunday, and then he follows that up with 3 poor games in San Francisco.
See, I think this is just another reflection of the leadership. A general manager should be able to say, I this, I that, and make the decisions with the respect and endorsement of the owner and the consultants, if there are consultants like Bagwell and Reggie Jackson, et cetera. He's not. He's waiting to be told what's going to happen. Now, the other part of this, which might be promising if the Astros can find someone, to fill that roster spot and they eat the money and all that, the thing that's promising is I think the decisions has already been made. Like, this is like when someone tells you, you got one more chance. When someone tells you got one more chance, they've probably already made their decision.
And they know you're going to screw it up.
And they know you're going to screw it up, and they're just trying to extend it. So I think it's promising in the sense that they know it's done. They know it's irreconcilable. They can't get this thing done with José Abreu. But the bad part is your general manager and manager might be, some of the last to find out in that building.
Abreu, again, he's been back for not having a hit in back-to-back games in the 13. And actually, he does not have a hit in back-to-back games since April 2nd. April 1st and April 2nd, he had hits against the Blue Jays. And Abreu has been on base in back-to-back games just once during this stretch. The first 2 games that he came back, he had the base hit in Seattle, and then he had a walk the next day. So he's not getting on base, just not producing at a level, and I think we are getting to the point where we're going to have a conclusion pretty soon. One other Astros story. Somebody on Twitter yesterday, and we mentioned this briefly, somebody on Twitter yesterday asked the question, how did the Astros go from 7 consecutive ALCS appearances to complete dog bleep in the matter of 1 offseason?
Yeah.
There was a response to that. Quote, simple answer. Jim Crane fired Jeff Luhnow. Karma sucks. That response came from Gina Luhnow. When somebody pointed out to Gina Luhnow that the Astros won plenty of games after Jeff Luhnow left, Gina Luhnow said, quote, who do you think set them up for years of success? The well finally ran dry, and there's no one to tell them how to fill it back up. No offense, with a little winking emoji. Relax. Relax. Listen. James Click handled things just fine after Jeff Luhnow was fired. He did a very good job as the Astros GM. Jim Crane made a mistake in firing him more than anything. Like, Jeff Luhnow had to be fired. Jeff Luhnow had to be fired after the scandal, and there were some other reasons why Jeff Luhnow needed to be fired too. Himself conducting business, and frankly, just with the way that he was treating people within that organization and people around the sport. That was his fault.
Yeah.
The idea that the well ran dry because they fired Jeff Luhnow 4 years ago is asinine.
Well, let me put it a little more bluntly. Even if you erase what Jeff Luhnow oversaw and knew about, and I get it, it happened, and people are still bitter about it, but they did have they did conspire to cheat in baseball, all right? Even if you set that aside, Jeff Luhnow was a snake. He was a snake. And over and over again, and you know this more than I do. I'm sure you've heard 10 times more things than I've heard. People in that building could not trust him as far as they could throw him. I mean, there are stories about Jeff Luhnow. He was an absolute snake, even if you take away the 2017 thing. Okay, that's number one. Number two, shut up. Yeah. Why? Why are you doing this?
You weren't doing it 2 years ago when they were going to the World Series.
Yeah. Why are you doing this? And credit to he goes by at Houston at HOU Counterplot for asking that question and giving us this content and giving us this window into the Luhnow's world. Here's the second part to that. Would you want Jeff Luhnow back to run your baseball team? Yeah, probably, even though he's a snake. Probably. But that has nothing to do with how they did afterward, because as you said, James Click did more than enough, and James Click just got crossways with maybe some sort of power struggle with Jim Crane.
And there is no team has hired Jeff Luhnow since he was fired. You look, A.J. Hinch got a job.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Cora was rehired by the Red Sox. Jeff Luhnow has been out of baseball, and he can say all he wants, how he doesn't want to be in the sport.
No.
Trust me. He would love to get one of these GM jobs, and there have been plenty of openings over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
So, Gino Luhnow, relax.
I'll put it bluntly. Shut up.
Yes. I'm a little more friendly with it.
And to take a little more to win.
Yes. Yes.
All right, coming up next on In the Loop, the Astros again back in action. We're getting to the point where all-star teams are being discussed. The Astros have some candidates. It's surprising when you consider where they are, but I've got 6 guys on this list that I think could make a case for being all-stars. We'll get into that next on Sports Radio 610.
Celebrating 30.
Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, back on In the Loop. Adam Spillane, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig with you. We have probably a couple weeks until Major League Baseball will select its all-star team. Maybe 3 weeks until Major League Baseball selects its all-star team. The story is David Schoenfield picked his still too early 2024 All-Stars. There are 3 Astros that are on his team. I think you can make a case for 6. The 6 that I have on there, and again, I'm not saying they should be, but I think these guys are in the discussion. They should be in the discussion. Jose Altuve, Kyle Tucker, Yordan Alvarez, Josh Hader, Ronel Blanco, and Jake Myers. Those are the 6 that I have. Myers has fallen off a little bit over the last week or so. Otherwise, I would have had him a little higher up. But that's where I'm at right now. Can you think of any others that should be on there?
I'm surprised you thought of 6, to be honest.
Well, I was going to get to that. Because, let me get to it now. I think the reality is that's not going to happen.
No, of course not.
For a number of reasons. Just simply, the main one being they're bad.
Yes.
And another one is like the manager gets a lot of these backups, into the game, and there's lobbying from all the teams and all that. And that's and managing the All-Star game this year is the Rangers coaching staff.
Not Tony La Russa, though. He doesn't have like some sort of hatred.
No, but they have their own druthers.
Yeah,
they have their own preferences here and there. So yeah, it's not going to happen. I do think Yordan is going to be on there. I do think Altuve has a shot. Now we haven't even seen the vote yet.
Yeah,
but the
voting
vote
just started.
The vote would help Altuve a lot, and I think he's like, when in doubt, you just write the familiar, love him or hate him. Kyle Tucker should be on there. Are they going to get 3 on there? I don't think so.
So on this list that David Schoenfield posted, let's see, this was from yesterday. He has 3. He has Alvarez, Tucker, and Altuve.
Those are the 3 I think have the best shot.
And I think he has Altuve as a reserve, Tucker and Alvarez. He has them as starters. And listen, Alvarez is the one guy that I added. If you would have asked me 2 weeks ago, I wouldn't have even had Alvarez on the list because of how bad he was. I shouldn't say bad, but how average he was. Yeah, how average he was during the month of May. He only hit 2 home runs in May. And so far in June, he's hit 5 home runs in 11 games. He's got an OPS close to 1,400. Like, he's been absurdly good here since the calendar turned to June. Altuve got off to the great start. You just look, though, with the OPS now down to 786. That's still best among American League second basemen. Marcus Semien not far behind. Marcus Semien, though, probably gets in just on the fan vote. And the game is in Arlington, too, so kind of even more of a reason to have him in there. But I do think that Altuve is probably a lock. You just look at other second basemen in the American League. Like, all the best second basemen basically play in the National League except for Semien and Altuve. The other possibilities out of the American League, like, you're looking at Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, Andres Jimenez. Like, it's just not a great list. And Altuve makes it every year. He just doesn't go.
Yeah.
He always just pulls out of the game. He's done that now, I think, 3 straight years. The outfield is a little bit more crowded, but Tucker, the leaguers in home runs. Alvarez is Alvarez, and he has been elite. The one for me, though, is Myers. And he was among the leaders in OPS with outfielders in the American League. Again, that has taken a hit recently.
Yeah.
But what's hard about breaking into the outfield in the American League is that you've got Soto, Judge, like, those guys are automatic. Somebody like Steven Kwan is definitely going to make it. He's had a great year for Cleveland. But I think with Myers just playing the position that he plays, just as good as he is defensively, I think that should factor into it. But I think he's probably fallen off a little bit.
But it won't. It won't factor in. It probably should, but it won't. I think, I know you're not real high on Yainer Diaz, but for catcher numbers, and look, he's not going to make it. Let's be clear. I think the Astros are going to be up against it, getting anybody in here. Catcher numbers, he's actually pretty good among catchers. So that would be another contender. I think it could very well be Kyle Tucker and Jose Altuve, and Jordan, for as great as he's been, might be. I mean, how are you going to put him on there? DH. I mean, but how? Yeah, but how are you going to put him on there with all the other guys that are outfielders and can play DH and all that? Outfield is just so stacked.
Well,
yeah.
Alvarez
and
is
first
better.
baseman.
Alvarez is better than basically all.
I think so.
Aside from Judge and Soto, his numbers are better. So he's going to get on there. It's a tough road for Diaz.
Mm-hmm.
Just Salvi Perez is a lock.
Yep.
Going to lock as well. And then you get to the teams. One of my favorite rules in baseball is that every team gets an all-star. I just like that.
Mm-hmm.
When I was a kid and you see all the teams
I'm glad to hear you say that, because a lot of people are down on that.
No, I really enjoy that part of it. I wish that they would all wear their actual uniforms and not
like
go with
the old days.
Yeah, not go with the stupid Nike uniforms. But it was cool to see all the players lined up wearing their uniforms. You get to see all of them.
Yeah,
especially us being in a National League city back then, seeing all the American League uniforms that you just didn't get to see. I enjoyed that. Like somebody like, the Angels are going to have an all-star. Somebody like Logan O'Hoppe could make it. So that's the other aspect that gets thrown into this, is that there are deserving players who will not make it because every team has to have it.
And that's fine.
And that sucks for those players, but I think it's great for the league to be able to have that.
Now, as far as pitching, I don't see anyone. I'm not saying they're not deserving, but I don't see Hader making it. I don't see Ronald Blanco making it. And that's not necessarily fair, but the pitching staff is going to be where a lot of these guys on the other teams do make the roster.
Yes.
Hader,
I thought Hader had a chance just with how good that he was really up until that game in Anaheim on Sunday.
Yeah.
That kind of really, his numbers took a hit. But you just look at the overall numbers this season. The ERA is 3.94. Like, it's hard to get a closer in there with a 3.94 ERA. The strikeout number, everything else really has been good for him. But the start to the season is what is going to probably keep him off. I do think Blanco has a real argument to get in. You just look now, a 2.67 ERA. That's all of baseball. Let me sort this just by league, because I think that gets into that would get him into the top 7, I believe, in ERA here, American League. So Blanco right now, 7th in ERA in the American League. What hurts him, though, is just the innings pitched. And that's what happens when you're a number 5 starter, so you have fewer starts than everybody else. And then he had he had the one start that got cut short, and then the suspension that followed. So he's 7th in ERA, but he's not even in the top 25, really not even in the top 30 when it comes to innings pitched. So that's what I think will hurt him. The good thing for Blanco is that more pitchers tend to get in because they'll select guys for the team.
And then they'll start or...
Yeah, then somebody has to start on the Saturday or the Sunday, or somebody feels a little something in their arm so they don't wind up pitching in the game.
Yeah.
That gives other guys opportunities. So I think that he could get in maybe as an alternate.
Yeah, I don't. And it's not to hate. Like I said, I think he's very well deserving. Very well deserved. But I just don't see that. I don't see Hader. I think it could be those 3 guys and just those 3 guys alone.
It would be a great story if Blanco were to get in.
Yeah.
Coming from where he came from, really did not get much of an opportunity, was not really highly thought of at all until really this season. And the only reason that he made the team, he made the team because Justin Verlander was hurt.
Yeah.
If Justin Verlander isn't hurt to start the season, he's either starting the season in AAA or he's starting the season in the bullpen, and we don't see any of this.
Yeah.
So that's what has made this story so great, is just how unexpected it actually was. And earlier in the week, Eric and Hunter Brown have really bounced back nicely to put together solid first halves, and these guys are really important just to the future of the team because of how in flux the starting pitching is moving forward after this season. You can throw Ronel Blanco in that as well, because Blanco is under club control for 5 more years after this.
Yeah.
So if he emerges and he can continue to have this type of a season and to be this type of a pitcher, that's huge for them moving forward.
Absolutely, it's huge for them moving forward. But I think the moving forward part is the most key.
Yeah.
Is the most key part there because right now, if you weren't listening in the last segment, the Astros, Espada, and Dana Brown are talking about there is a timeline on Jose Abreu. They just can't tell us what the timeline is. Okay,
maybe we get a little clarification on that today, but it is clear the clock is ticking, and we said it yesterday. You've been on it early. it took me a little while. I told you I wanted to give him a little bit of time just to see if he could get it back, if he could get it back after the 3-4 weeks in West Palm Beach. And it's pretty apparent that it's not. Like, this is who he is at this point of his career, and it is time for them to move on. We are getting closer to that date. Now it's just a matter of how much longer does he get, and like, this is basically the last gasp. Like, we knew this was going to be the last gasp when he came back. You just weren't sure how long that would last, but it's pretty apparent that we're coming up on that. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we're going to do something a little different. We are going to hold a draft with the three of us. We are going to go through all the head coaches, offensive coordinators, and defensive coordinators in a draft. We each get two. Figgy's going to do it with us. We'll see who drafts the best coaching staff. That's next on In the Loop.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you on In the Loop. We're going to do a draft here. And we are going to basically draft our all-time Texans coaching staff. Each draft 2 head coaches, offensive coordinators, and defensive coordinators.
Mm-hmm.
We each get 2. I'm gonna read off the board because there are some rules to this.
Yeah.
The head coaches that are on the board: Dom Capers, Gary Kubiak, Bill O'Brien, David Culley, Lovie Smith, D'Amico Ryan. So the interims do not count. No Romeo Crennel, no Wade Phillips.
Yes.
Offensive coordinators: Chris Palmer, Troy Calhoun, Mike Sherman, Kyle Shanahan, Rick Dennison, George Godsey, Tim Kelly, Pep Hamilton, Bobby Slowick. So no head coaches who also called plays.
Mhm.
Those do not count. And then for defensive coordinators: Vic Fangio, Richard Smith, Frank Bush, Wade Phillips, Romeo Crennel, Mike Vrabel, Anthony Weaver, Lovie Smith, Matt Burke. Again, no head coaches who also called plays.
And the exercise here is...
And Lovie Smith actually had both titles. That's why he's eligible for both.
And the exercise here is going to be really kind of revealing about where the Texans are now. I mean, depending on how the draft goes. Now, I have the 3rd pick in the draft, which is, very unfair, but I'll take it.
It's a snake draft.
Okay, so I get 2 picks in a row.
Yeah. So
all right, I'll take that.
Figgy won the lottery. Figgy, you get first pick. You're on the clock.
Are we starting with anything, or
you can take whoever you want. You can.
Okay.
You have to draft 2 head coaches, 2 offensive coordinators, 2 defensive coordinators, but you can do it in any order.
Okay, I'm going with D'Amico, number 1.
Yeah.
Figgy goes D'Amico Ryans for his first head coach. All right, I have the 2nd pick. I'm going to go offensive coordinator with this pick, and I will go with Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, wow. Man, you left it wide open for me. Good pick.
Great pick. Good pick. Great pick.
I'm going to take one Gary Kubiak as the head coach because obviously he has a great impact on the offense as well.
And now you have a 2nd pick to go with that.
And, you got to go defense, and I'm going to go with one Wade Phillips. There you go.
Okay.
Boom. I like my squad already.
Yeah, Wade was a good one. I was between him and Shanahan.
Yeah.
With mine. Let's see. I will go here, defensive coordinator. And I will go with Vic Fangio.
Vic Fangio.
It was better once he left, but
yeah, that's how I was kind of like, okay, Vic Fangio. No, he was good.
Okay, Figgy, you got 2.
All right, I'm gonna go with offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick.
Oh, how did he go? Was it 6th?
Yeah, that was on me. I probably screwed that up.
6th? Oh my gosh!
I am the Trent Baalke of this draft, I
think. Figgy, you got another pick.
All right. I'll go with David Culley.
What?
Wow.
What?
2nd head coach.
Oh my gosh! You've just been replaced with Trent Baalke behind the glass.
Hey, I'm cool as long as I got D'Amico running.
Dude, you got David Culley?
Yeah.
That's a little early.
David Culley? What is going on here?
That was a little earlier than I thought.
I refuse to take Bill O'Brien. I refuse to take Lovie Smith. I'm sorry.
I will take Bill O'Brien. I'm gonna win.
It's back on you. Yeah, back on you.
I'm taking Bill O'Brien. I'm not gonna win at a high level to AF South titles.
Oh my God, you guys are just giving this to me. I'll tell you who I'm going to take. I'm going to take my offensive coordinator, and I think he works dang good with Gary Kubiak, and that would be one Chris Palmer. Had a good run, Chris Palmer. So
here?
Well,
he did in Jacksonville.
Yeah, he had a good run, but that's kind of like your Vic Fangio.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And then I'm going to go head coach, the most underrated head coach the Texans had, and that would be Dom Capers. Okay. Very good dude, very good coach.
All right, let's see. I have taken one. So you've taken all your head coaches.
I got Kubiak and Capers.
Yes, you have Chris Palmer and Wade Phillips. So far, I have Bill O'Brien, Kyle Shanahan, Vic Fangio. Figgy has D'Amico, David Culley, and Bobby Slowick.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. I will.
Damn, Figgy.
I'm gonna go. I'd rather take him over all them other guys. At least he's a nice guy.
Yeah.
I'll go offensive coordinator here, and I will go with Rick Dennison. My offensive line is going to be great.
Yeah, well, that's true. Rick Dennis, your line is going to be good. Figgy?
All right, I'm going to go defensive coordinator. I'm going to go with Mike Vrabel.
Oh. And then you have a second pick.
All right, and I'm going to go.
You have another defensive coordinator?
Yeah, yes. I got to get another defensive
coordinator.
You
need coordinators.
Yeah, and an offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Anthony Weaver.
All right.
I like that one.
All right.
He was on my board.
Mm-hmm.
See, so you just took that pick from me. Well, I'll go Romeo.
Romeo
not been?
I thought y'all were going to hand me that on a platter. So I get 2 picks here?
Yeah, you need an offense coordinator and a defense coordinator.
All right, this should be, oh my God. Tim Kelly is on the board? No way.
So here's who's left. For head coaches, Lovey, which I'm the only one who needs a head coach, so I'm going to wind up with Lovey. Offensive coordinators that are left, Troy Calhoun, Mike Sherman, George Godsey, Tim Kelly, Pep Hamilton. Defensive coordinators, Richard Smith, Frank Bush, Lovey Smith, and Matt Burke.
Yeah, I'm going to take Mike Sherman. And then to round out my roster, I need a DC.
Yes.
Oh, well, it's not going to be Richard Smith. It's going to be Lovey. I think Lovey did a good job there as a DC, not as a head coach, but as a DC.
I will take Lovey to be my final head coach.
And then don't break defense.
Yeah.
Tampa 2, or whatever that is.
Yeah.
Figgy, you have the final pick. You need an offensive coordinator. It is between Troy Calhoun, George Godsey, Tim Kelly, and Pep Hamilton.
Man, and death is not an option.
No.
Man, I'm gonna go with Pep Hamilton.
Yeah, that's not bad.
He got a cool name.
Yeah, that's not bad. He had his moments. There.
Okay, so here are the teams.
Dude, I'm gonna kill you guys.
Yeah, no, we didn't do great with this.
I'm gonna kill you guys.
Figgy's 2 head coaches, D'Amico Ryans, David Culley. The offensive coordinators, Bobby Slowick, Pep Hamilton. Defensive coordinators, Mike Vrabel and Anthony Weaver. I have Bill O'Brien, Lovey Smith, Kyle Shanahan, Rick Dennison, Romeo Crennel, Vic Fangio, and Lopez goes with Kubiak, Capers, Chris Palmer, Mike Sherman, Wade Smith. You go.
I'm just going to run circles around you.
There's your coaching draft.
Just going to run circles.
Hey, I got a current coaching staff right now, though, man.
not David Culley.
Yeah.
Not David Culley.
I got D'Amico.
Your draft you took David Culley way too early.
Hey, I need that positive energy around there.
Well,
you
are going to get that. He's just not going to.
We just going to have him in the back a little bit. Let D'Amico run the show. We got Bobby Slowick.
He's just not going to know where to stand half the time. Let me ask you guys this about something that I came across this morning, and that is Cal McNair. And I actually I think Sean Pendergast retweeted it, and that's where I saw it. So I believe it was Texans commenter tweeted this man on the street interview. First of all, I don't buy this, but let's hear the man on the street interview and figure out who it is.
Is this your G-Wagon?
Yeah.
What do you do for a living out in Houston, Texas to be able to afford a G-Wagon?
Work hard.
What industry are you in?
Football.
What are you doing exactly?
Own a football team.
What team?
Houston Texans.
You own the Houston Texans?
H-Town, baby.
And how long have you been a business owner for?
We've had the Texans for 20 plus years.
Over the 20 plus years you've been a business owner, what's the greatest lesson that you've learned about entrepreneurship?
Never quit.
How did you break into the National Football League, man? It's very competitive to try to get into that business. How did you break in and ultimately work your way up to be able to own a team? What did it take?
Oh, well, we were very successful in another business.
What business?
And then sold it, the power industry, sold it. And then my dad actually bought the Texans as a franchise expansion back in 2002.
Advice you ever got from a mentor?
Conserve your cash.
Now, did you have to borrow money to start and grow businesses, or
There was leverage involved. And then opportunities happen. You hopefully have some cash. You can take advantage of them.
How old are you now?
I am 63, but don't tell anyone.
Are you a billionaire?
I haven't added it up.
You're probably a billionaire. So what makes you happy?
I have a lot of happiness, a lot of joy in my life from family, and believe in the man upstairs, and all those things kind of work together.
And any negotiation advice? You've negotiated some massive deals. What's the secret to negotiating?
You want to do it, but not that bad.
What do you mean by that? You got to be able to walk away, or what?
All right, so let's break this down real quick.
This is not organic.
First of all, there's no way this was not a setup, because Cal was literally still sitting in his G-Wagon, and the dude walks up with a microphone, which, okay, maybe the microphone is a little bit of a, kind of makes it look a little worse. But who lets somebody walk up to them like that without any?
Cal be keeping them shooters on them, man.
Exactly.
He be having those security guards, man.
Yeah, who
I forgot his name, but he be keeping them big dogs on them.
Yeah.
Man.
So first of all, that's the first indication. Now the second thing about it, how cool is it to say, hey, what do you do for a living? Well, I own the Houston Texans. Yeah, that's pretty badass.
Or are you a billionaire? I don't know. I haven't counted.
Haven't added it up. I think we all have added it up.
That's a big flex right there.
I think we've all.
I don't know if I'm a billionaire. I haven't counted.
And then the third thing, which is shout out to Hannah. The good things are about to happen. He's in front of a Cartier store.
Yes.
Yeah, he's in front of he pulled his G-Wagon in front of a Cartier store, and the guy walks up and starts asking this man on the street questions. So it's pretty cool that you can go in there and do that. But no, there's no way this was anything but rigged, right?
No, of course not. And it's good, but
it's good content.
Yeah, it is. And again, it's part of what they have done, where they have kind of humanized themselves a lot more over the last few years, and I think that's been good for the team. And it's been good just for Cal McNair's reputation and just how he's viewed in the city, because he was very dialed back, and you didn't really hear from him for a long time. And now he's kind of put himself out there a lot more, and it's only just ingratiated him to the city.
All right, so here's what I'm going to do. Figgy, I'm going to ask you both alternately the exact same questions. Let's say I pulled up on you, all right? And the good connotation of pulled up, not the bad.
What's the bad connotation?
Pull up and what's that line we used the other way? It's on site?
Yeah, on site.
It's on site.
I'm gonna pull up on you. When I pull up on you, it's on site.
All right. So let me ask you. I'll start with Figgy. Is this your G-Wagon?
No. Hell no.
Adam, go ahead. What do you do for a living?
I always lie. Always lie.
Well, answer it.
I would just say teacher.
A teacher?
Yeah.
Do you really
Why
lie?
you lie?
Yeah. Because then you got to explain to people what you do. Because people don't really understand it.
Come on, man.
Yeah, people don't really understand it.
Sometimes I do. I wouldn't say I lie, but I really try to downgrade what I do.
And then people want to talk to you about stuff. Like, I don't want to talk to you.
They want to have first take and
about stuff.
Dude, why not? People want to know what you do.
Oh, you cover the Astros?
Yeah.
Oh, how you feel about José Altuve?
Can you get me tickets?
Yeah.
Y'all are crazy, especially you.
I don't go that far.
Yeah,
though.
people get excited. They want to ask their listeners,
I don't
their potential listeners, their friends. And you say, no thanks.
You say you're
I'm
a teacher.
What is going on? All right, Figgy, next question. We'll get back to that. How can you afford this G-Wagon?
I can't afford this G-Wagon. I'm fronting. I'm fronting for the gram.
All right, let me ask you this then. What industry are you in?
Education.
Yeah.
I will say sports, and then sometimes they'll follow up with, well, what in sports? And I kind of say, I can't really say.
Dude, you sound
No,
like
you got to tell people what you do, man.
you sound like you
Tell
work in the
them
CIA.
You got to be like, I'm
That's
baseball.
cool.
You got to be like, bitch, I'm baseball spo.
Yes. Don't you know me?
Nope.
I'm baseball spo. I'm Figgy Fig. All right, Figgy, next question for you. What are you doing exactly?
I'm about to window shop because I'm broke as hell.
All right. How long have you been in business?
Let's see, 17 years?
Mm-hmm. As a teacher?
Wait, when did I graduate college? 16 years. 16 years.
Figgy, what can you tell people about entrepreneurship?
Hey, man, do it. Do it. I think it's worth. I think it's a great look. And you make a lot of money.
How did you break into this business?
Graduated from college.
What business are you in, Figgy?
I'm in the radio business. I'm in the media business.
Thank you.
I'll say media too sometimes. It depends on how you're feeling. Like sometimes if you feel like you want to have a conversation with somebody, then I'll tell them the real thing. Yeah. But if I don't want to talk to you, then yeah.
Why do you not want to talk to people that are potential listeners and friends?
I don't really like people.
I think we got down to it here. I really don't like people. All right, Adam. What's the best advice you ever got from a mentor?
A mentor? Ooh, that's a good one. Persevere. Keep trying.
Mm-hmm. Figgy, Have you ever had to leverage anything?
I did.
Everybody did.
Yeah.
How old are you now?
39.
Oh, wow. You're 39.
Yeah,
You're still a baby.
Old.
Yeah. Are you a billionaire?
Not yet. Not yet.
That's a good answer.
I'm working on it.
I like that. That's a good answer. I would have just said no, but not yet. It's much better.
What makes you happy?
Quiet.
Not being around people. Not being any negotiation.
Good food. Good food.
Any negotiation advice, Figgy?
I actually don't have any negotiation. I haven't got that far yet, but I'm working on it. But if I had to give you something, I would say just start off.
Adam hates people. That's what we've learned.
The teacher, Adam Spillane.
The teacher,
Mr. Spillane,
hates people. Oh, Lord.
Sorry, man.
Yeah.
It's just how it is.
That really is, like, kind of blows my mind. You realize we are in the people business.
You are.
You are, too.
I'm down at the stadium bothering people.
Yes, people.
Yeah.
I'm in the industry.
I have to bother people. That's my job.
You're in the people business. I hate people.
But see, I get it sometimes because you have you ever met somebody and you know they're going to be so infatuated with what you do and try to get tickets and stuff?
Well,
so I try to downplay what I do.
The hard part is they don't really get what you do. Like, that's the hard part. They don't understand necessarily what the job is. And so they think, well, you work for a team. You know, it's weird stuff like that. So that's the part that just kind of gets annoying because you tell them what you do, and then you have to explain it. And that explanation can take a very long time. I just don't want to do it.
See, if I tell somebody what I do, they're going to want either free tickets or they gonna tell me about the issue they have and want me to talk about it on the radio. And I'm like, that's not how this works.
Yes, you have a stock answer. Here, someone told me this probably when I was in my 20s. And I've never forgotten it. When people come up to you and are impressed by what you do and ask you questions, they see you in a world that they will never be in. You know, more than likely. They're never going to be in this world. They're never going to be superstar athletes and get into locker rooms and write stories and talk to general managers and be able to use that platform to be in all kinds of great environments. So you gotta give them something because they want to know a little glimpse into that world. And is it irritating sometimes? Oh, absolutely. But you just put a smile on your face and you move on. Adam, you got to change your ways, man.
We got to change Adam, man.
You got to change your ways. You got to like people. You got to start liking people.
We'll see. Coming up next on Sports Radio 610. Is C.J. Stroud putting a bigger target on the Texans' back? That's next on In the Loop.
All right, Lance Loken and the Loken Group.
All right, back on Sports Radio 610. Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you until 2. So, C.J. Stroud has been very confident about this Texans team and what he thinks that they can do. And so, John, I'll let you set this up because do you think that he has put a bigger target on the Texans?
I didn't. I really didn't. You know, when we're listening to him and Micah, and that one is almost in a category of its own. That's just guys that are friends. You know, same agent. Having fun, talking trash. But even beyond that, like there was a narrative on national shows. I mean, we keep it on here all day long, and you hear people like, is CJ? Do the Texans have a target on their back? Is CJ Stroud being too cocky, or however they put it? And I'm like, come on, man. That like, first of all, to me, there's a real line. There's a very distinct line, and it's pretty easy to tell the difference, in my view, between someone who's cocky, maybe too arrogant, full of themselves, and a really confident quarterback that just wants to get out there and do it. And I think C.J. Stroud falls in the latter category. I think he's just a really confident dude that's going to get out there and get it done. But the more that this thing is kind of the offseason has kind of lingered on and moved on, he does have a target on his back. Like players are saying it. Myles Garrett was one that was talking about the last playoff loss, and this is what he had to say.
It's definitely at the forefront of my mind always. That's the last taste of football that we all had, and I plan to make that apparent to everyone and continue to keep it as motivation for myself. We stepped out, we didn't get the job done. We didn't execute, and we fell short of our goals, regardless of the injuries and anything else that transpired. We fell short and we didn't complete the mission. So we have to lock back in. We have to circle the wagons and figure out how we can get better. And first thing we can do is get out here and know exactly what to do in every situation. Be perfect in your P's and Q's.
So, well, first of all, if you watch the video, his biceps in that video are pretty much comical. But we knew that about Myles Garrett already. But secondly, C.J. Stroud, there's that, like the bad taste. And then he's talking and all that. Remember all the stuff about Aaron Rodgers? C.J. Stroud took shots at Aaron Rodgers. No, he didn't. He just said about Jared Goff and some others, Eli Manning and all that stuff. And that's what he believes. He's just a confident quarterback. But that narrative is becoming reality. And then E.J. Speed with the Colts, just flat out put it out there.
Actually match up very well versus Texas.
Okay, explain that to me. Tell me how.
I'm on the field. Let's get that clear. I'm on the field. And then, we got our guys. They made some big moves in the offseason, though. I give them that. I got a bone to pick with the Texans. So they said I didn't make any plays. So I gotta put the proof on the pudding, huh?
Yeah, and C.J. Stroud likes to talk.
Yeah, that's his thing now. That's his thing. He like to pop his
Does that worry you?
No.
Figgy?
It don't worry me, but I am kind of intrigued because I never seen a quarterback like this that's very active like this, talking a lot of smack. Because usually quarterbacks, they kind of say the same thing. It's a competitive league.
They're very corporate.
Very corporate. CJ, it seemed like he'd been anti-corporate. So
good.
I'm not worried about that. I'm just kind of intrigued to see how that works this season.
Good. Don't be boring.
I do love that. Yeah, I love that.
Say what you want to say.
It's a competitive league.
Yeah.
All the quarterbacks are great, and
ignore the media training.
Yeah,
ignore it. Like, be a real person.
Say you a killer on this couch.
Yes, if that's who you think you are, be that. Don't try to be someone that you are not just because you're worried about, hey, maybe you might ruffle some feathers. Who cares? If they can come out and beat you.
Yeah,
if they don't, it makes it even better.
Well, I've always said something similar for decades. I've said, a lot of people in this industry and fans always want their athletes, their sports figures to be honest, and then when they are, they criticize them. No, if you want your athletes to be, that's what he is genuinely believing. He is being honest, and then people criticize him. So I'm with both of you. I love it. I think it is confidence, But let's be honest. There is a target on his back. Like he is, like they're going to put these things on the proverbial whiteboard or whatever. They're going to talk about these things before week 1 in Indianapolis and, what C.J. Stroud is. So I love it, but I think we also have to recognize he's done this. It is real. He's going to draw the ire of pretty much every team. And we haven't even heard him talk yet, in training camp, preseason, the week of a game when he's asked. I do love this version of C.J. Stroud. I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I always like these guys to just answer, as you put it, answer honestly, be yourself, and then don't criticize him for it. And while I'm not going to criticize him for it, dudes in this league are going to target him.
But that's the great players have targets on their back.
Yeah.
And I think we all believe he's going to be, or he already is, a great player. So he's always going to have a target on his back.
Mm-hmm.
Who cares what he says?
Yeah.
Now, listen, if they lose and if they come up short, that makes it a little bit different.
Yeah.
But, hey, make them beat you. And if they beat you, bring the same energy. Have that same energy if you lose. Have that same energy if you win. But I have no issue with what he says or what he does. Go out, have fun, be yourself.
Mm-hmm.
If you believe you are that guy, which I think that he believes that he is, then say what you want to say.
It's making these games to me must watch too.
Oh,
because it's
sure.
like, all right, I was okay with them opening the season against the Colts.
Mm-hmm.
But now I'm like, oh, I can't wait. Now
Yeah.
I really can't wait. And we thought it was going to be a national game and all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I really can't wait for this game now.
Yeah, and I'm with you both, but I think when C.J. Stroud, says these things, it's also very comforting and kind of cool that the Texans are that team now. Yeah. The Texans have always been. Keep in mind, it hadn't been too long ago when we're sitting here going, the Texans don't have any killers. Well, he called himself a killer. The Texans don't have any badasses. There was a conversation that was had here. I had it. Other people had it. Of you got to have some dudes that are live wires on your squad. You got to have some dudes that are gonna challenge people and maybe be a little bit crazy. Now he's not that.
Yeah, this organization was known for having the good boys.
Soft.
It was like a good boy team.
Yes.
Boring.
Yes.
Yeah.
Boring is a better way to put that.
Yes.
They're a boring team.
Straight tie type of good guys.
Yeah, 713-572-4610. I love it, but at the same time, it's there. And you know what? Figgy's probably had the best point of all. The Texans are becoming can't-miss TV.
Texan unnecessary pressure on himself. First of all, I don't think he cares. Like, some guys don't care about the pressure. Some guys thrive under those sorts of circumstances. So it might just make him better by feeling that he has some pressure.
And he played at Ohio State. And he dealt with a lot of pressure, and he wasn't talking this much.
Yeah.
But a part of that is just college, where they don't let you. They don't really let you be yourself once you're in college. Once you're in the NFL, you can be yourself. Even in this type of an organization, they're fine with it. So, hey, be who you want to be, say what you want to say, and if you want to talk. Back it up, but talk.
The other thing about C.J. Stroud that I appreciate, I think he recognizes that. I think he recognizes and maybe even wants to be like the focal point. Because I think, as you said, he's a dude that is a gamer, and I think he's the guy that can thrive on that. Like, he feeds off of that energy. Some guys don't. Some guys wilt. Like, they don't want any of that heat. I think he feeds on it, and I think that's the good part.
And you saw this, I think, with the way that he played in that Indianapolis game. On the road, do-or-die type game, really for the first time in the NFL, and he was outstanding. He was so good in that game. I think that showed you that he is all for it. And even you go back to Ohio State, where he threw all over Georgia in that college football playoff semifinal. Best defense in the country. He threw all over them.
He sliced and diced them, man.
That's as
the only
much
reason
pressure.
The only reason they didn't win was the kicker.
That's as much pressure as you're going to have, especially for a college kid, and it didn't bother him one bit. I think that's incredible.
We're just not used to it here.
That's not happened. Matt Schaub wasn't brash. Deshaun was gone before you could ever really get into
and
that.
He wasn't brash.
No,
he was plain Jane.
He put up a big facade.
So it's fun. So go ahead, talk, say what you want to say, and it makes it all the better when you back it up and you win.
As long as you're good.
Yes.
All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we'll play the hits. Game 4 of the NBA Finals is tonight. The Boston Celtics are on the brink of winning their 18th championship, but one major hurdle stands in their way, and it has nothing to do with the Mavericks. That's next on In the Loop.
Celebrating
Say Mary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's play the hits here on Sports Radio 610. Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight in Dallas. Celtics lead the series 3-0. A win away from World Championship number 18. But tonight, they play their toughest opponent yet. It has nothing to do with the Dallas Mavericks. It has all to do with the lead official of tonight's game, Scott Foster. He will work his 25th NBA Finals game. He's never lost. Undefeated in NBA Finals games. And here's Scott Foster in his own words.
Over the course of history, there's only so many white jackets have been handed out. I can tell you that there's only been 21 referees in the history of the NBA to work at Game 7 in the NBA Finals. And I'm one of them. And so that's a pretty cool thing. The white jacket is handed out to our top 12. Back when I first got in the NBA, it was top 10. And back even before that, it was only 9 referees who worked the finals. So that was the, I guess, our trophy, our way of being rewarded for all that work.
You arrogant son of a
I
gun.
love him. I just
do
love
you
it.
love him or do you hate him?
I love it.
Okay.
I love everything about it.
What about Chris Paul? How does he feel about him?
I don't think he's a big fan. Did you read? So The Athletic had a story about. They did a profile on Foster.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was at the start of the playoffs. And NBA referees do not do interviews, but he kind of got to the point of why the feud. What started the feud between the two, and frankly, it's all so very stupid.
It always is.
Yeah, and but yeah, it's Scott Foster, the referee, and this is going to come back, I'm sure, later today. But yeah, this is whenever you see Scott Foster on that list.
So it's going 5.
That's what everybody believes. He's the extender. He's the one who knows how to extend a series when you need him to.
The arrogance of these guys, I truly don't understand. Because I guess I understand it. They're on the big stage and they can peacock a little bit on calls, but to impact a game like that and then act as if throwing out these superstars is the smart thing to do, is what fans want to see.
I do.
Why? Well, I thought you hated people.
I like the referees that are showmen a little bit.
No, I don't mind the showmanship. I don't mind the showmanship. In fact, it used to be even bigger back in the day.
By far.
They would put on whole choreographed things just for a foul. But it's like impacting the game like that, and just being in these fights with players. And when you get in an argument with a player, you always have the thumb. You can throw them out, and just to just so arbitrarily do that is ridiculous.
Hey, don't argue. Scott Foster, you didn't get the call wrong. All right, more hits here. The NFLPA and the league are contemplating eliminating early offseason workouts, so basically getting rid of OTAs.
Yes.
In favor of starting camp earlier, training camp earlier, and having a longer training camp. I'm not a fan of this at all.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised. I don't know who is in favor. I'm sure the players, I guess, are in favor of it because it means that they don't have to be at the facility in April, May, and then for the early part of June. But I don't think that I think that they would regret a longer training camp.
I don't, and here's why. Me personally, and in our business, I hate it. But for football, I'm in favor of it, and the reason is they have to ramp up and basically be a Maserati. I always say that, elite athletes like this, they're like a Maserati. They are so finely tuned. They are so, everything has to be perfectly put together when you ramp up and step on an NFL football field or an NBA court or whatever. So to do that in May, basically it starts the first week of June. There's OTAs, and well, actually it starts in May. So there's OTAs.
It starts right after the draft.
Yeah, there's OTAs in May, and then because they can't step onto this field and get in shape like it's 1975, and you were selling insurance for 3 months. No. You have to step on a field in May at peak performance to then ramp it down and stay in shape over the course of the next month, and then ramp it back up and be in that type. And once training camp starts in July, dude, that's 9 months of you have to be, competing. You're making cuts. because all this stuff about OTAs and no contact at minicamp, you've been out there. That's hogwash. I mean, they pretty much go full speed like you would in a game, other than the actual, hitting.
One team lost to practice during this stretch because they did that.
Because they were doing, and it's happened before. There have been reports of it. So what I'm saying is, it's bad for us because we get great content. We get to see them. We get to talk to them. We get to get a good feel for what's upcoming this season. We get excited and all that. It stinks for us. But it's good for the game because if you can just kind of stay in condition and then ramp it up in July and add a week or whatever it may be, I think it won't be more than a week, to training camp, I think you're going to see fewer soft tissue injuries. You're going to see fewer, these non-contact injuries that you see all the time. I mean, they were losing their bleep because Aaron Rodgers had a blister on his foot, in New York. And we've seen some injuries already. Who's the safety that was out last year? I forget what team it was that had an Achilles. So what I'm saying is to expect 9 months versus 7 months, that will be very good for the game.
I do. It's not like this part of the offseason program is super intense, though. It's really only a few days.
It's intense.
But it's nothing like training camp.
Yeah.
So and it's also a lot cooler now than it will be in June and July. So you're putting yourself in the heat for a little bit longer. So I do wonder. Listen, if they want to try it out, then try it out. I don't know. I don't know how much different but I wonder if it's one of those things that people come to regret if they do actually go through with the change, because I do think that's one thing that you have seen in the CBA, like they limit practice time a little bit, and I think that some people would tell you that they regret kind of putting in those practice restrictions because it's not necessarily helping guys.
But the other part of this that I like is, coaches always want total control. They want to know what their guys are doing. They want to be on, on the field with them, pushing them. It's all about control. Coaches don't want to. They don't want to not see you, and I think that puts added pressure on these guys to be at that physical, peak and to be competing at a high level and intensely. I actually like it. I actually really do for football purposes.
All right, second round of the U.S. Open right now being played in Pinehurst, North Carolina. The leader now is Thomas Detry from Belgium, 4 under par today, 5 under for the tournament. Patrick Cantley, who is the leader after the first round, at 5 under, has yet to tee off in the second round. He'll tee off here in, about 45 minutes. Rory McIlroy he's in a tie for third at 4 under, just 1 shot back. Rough tournament so far for Scotty Scheffler. At last check, I believe he would miss the cut now.
The cut might be at 3 over,
and
he's 5 over.
Yeah, I can't even find Scheffler on this list.
Yeah, he's 5 over.
Scheffler right now in 90th. He's at 5 over par. He is 4 over today, and he's through 16.
Yeah.
So it's going to be to get back up to that projected cut line. Where is Tiger Woods on here? Tiger Woods right now is Tiger's
4 over.
Yeah, he finished the first round 4 over par. He'll tee off in a little less than a half hour in North Carolina, so he's got some work to do if he wants to try it.
And I'm looking at it now. It looks like, as of now, the cut might be 4 over. This course is ridiculous.
Well, yeah, it is obviously. It's a U.S. Open course. Every U.S. Open course.
I've had enough of that. You'll hear about that in confessions, but that's just stupid.
The projected cut I still have is 3 over.
Is it 3?
Yeah, so I still have 3 over. I want to see where Phil Mickelson is. Mickelson was 9 over after the first round, and he'll tee off here at 12:36 today. So right now, the worst. Do you want to know the worst golfer, I guess, in this field?
Yeah, who's that?
Chris Nagel, who is 15 over par.
He still has
he shot an 81. He was 11 over yesterday.
Not a baby.
And how about Mackenzie Hughes? Mackenzie Hughes finishes the first round 2 over. Okay, you're in the mix there at 2 over, and then he shoots an 82 today.
It's just stupid.
That one's a tough one to shoot an 82.
It's just stupid.
I can't imagine what normal people would shoot on these courses, but hey,
11 billion.
Yeah, that's why it's the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
All right, we have a name for the new NHL team that will play in Salt Lake City.
All right, let me guess.
So remember
the Utah Jazz.
Well, give me a second here. Let me set it up. So you have the from Winnipeg. They then became the Arizona Coyotes, and they were playing like a community rink in Tempe, I think,
Yeah.
the last couple of years. They're moving to Salt Lake City. The team name, the Utah Hockey Club for now. That's what they're going with. They're just going to go with Utah Hockey Club, and then they'll figure out a nickname later on.
The Washington football team.
Yes, basically that's what it is.
The Washington football team.
Which I'm all for. I think I'd rather go Utah Hockey Club than try and, hastily come up with some sort of a team name. So go for it. Utah, I mean, the team just moved a couple months ago, so they haven't had a ton of time to,
You see their
figure
uniforms?
this out. I think they're...
It's just an outline of the state of Utah. It says Utah Hockey Club.
Hey, I'm all for it.
This sounds like a weekend men's league.
I'm all for basic.
It does.
Yeah. I like basic more than reaching.
But you can come up with something.
Well, they
better than
will,
that. Yeah.
but they just moved. So this is all.
It's weird because I liked the Washington football team.
I was actually fine with that name.
Yeah,
better than Commanders.
It's better than Commanders.
I keep getting ready to say Commodores.
Yeah, exactly. Easy like a Sunday morning. And I actually like that one. I hate this one. The Utah Hockey
It's going to
Club?
be a year, maybe 2 years. I don't know how long they're going to do it.
By the way, did you hear the Commanders are going to try to change their name again?
To what?
I don't know. But
do they want to change it back to the old one?
They want to change.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, they want to.
I wasn't sure if that was a real story or not.
No, they wanted to ask the owner or one of the owners because they have a bunch of owners over there.
Yeah.
Wasn't Magic? Isn't Magic part of that?
Yes.
Yeah. It was somebody. That said,
I think it's Josh Harris is like the lead guy.
Yeah. And they said it's on the table. We're still considering changing the name again.
And they're thinking about changing it back to Redskins.
No, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think
I
so.
seen something
I seriously
like
doubt
that.
it. Redskins to Washington football team to Commanders never hit.
No,
It
they should
never-
have just gone Senators or something. They should have tried to get Senators
it
back.
never, ever hit. So
They
now
should
they're-
have kept it football team, man.
I like that one.
I actually like the gear, man.
Yeah.
I just like
It's
Washington
basic. It's
football
very,
team.
very basic.
Minimalist.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
WFT.
Yeah.
Too often teams feel like they have to make it look crazy and let it. I don't know. Sometimes basic is good.
Yeah, but not this time.
Minimalist is good.
Not this time.
I imagine they'll get another name though.
Yeah.
Here at some point. European Championships start here in a couple hours with Germany hosting Scotland. I'm not a huge soccer fan, but I do really enjoy the international tournaments. And we've got a couple here. Copa America starts next week, and NRG Stadium will be hosting at least a couple of Copa America, or 3 Copa America matches, and possibly Argentina if the group stage goes the way that it's supposed to. You could have Argentina against Mexico in the quarterfinals here, which would be really, really fun.
I've said it before. I'll say it again. If you've never been to an international soccer game, clear your calendar on that day and go. You will not regret it.
I'm trying to go.
You will not regret it. It is fantastic. The atmosphere, the intensity. It's kind of a mini version of hockey. Hey, have you ever been to a hockey game? So much better in person. It is. It is so much better there because of the atmosphere and everything. World Cup coming here. The Euros, Copa America.
I'm trying to find when the first match at NRG is going to be for Copa America. It's going to be June 22nd, so a week from tomorrow. Mexico against Jamaica at NRG, and then the 24th, Colombia and Paraguay. And then July 4th, you could have Mexico and Argentina playing in a knockout stage game.
July
which would
4th.
Be, yeah, July 4th at 8 o'clock. It's a good way to finish off July 4th right there.
Heck yeah.
That would be really fun.
Yeah.
So that's something just to look out for. I think, so France is favored for the Euros right now. I think it goes France, then England, and then Germany. Those are your top 3.
Yeah.
I don't think England's won an international tournament since the 60s.
1966.
Yeah, that was the World Cup.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to pick against France. I think France probably has more talent. than
They
anybody
do. But at the same time, there's a lot of upstarts right there. And I'm one of those sickos that has actually done a Euro pool, which
I have too. I won a World Cup pool a couple years ago. It was great.
Which I know it's going to be better than my golf pool right now.
I will always love Morocco for getting
helping
to the
you
semifinal.
win.
Oh,
Helping
yeah.
you win
Yeah,
it.
that was a nice little. That was a nice
Nice little hit.
Yep, I'll take it. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610. I can't get enough of all these Bill Belichick stories that keep coming out since he's retired or since he's left the Patriots. Matt Light, a former offensive tackle for the Patriots back in the early days of the dynasty, he told a bunch of good ones on Julian Edelman's podcast, including a prank that he pulled on Belichick. We're going to play that next on Sports Radio 610.
Celebrating Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you on In the Loop on a Friday. So, I can't get enough of these Bill Belichick stories that continue to come. He left Patriots. Mm-hmm. And it's really humanized him. He was at the roast of Tom Brady. And then Julian Edelman has this podcast called Names with Games. And so he tends to have a lot of his old teammates on this podcast, and they just trade Belichick stories.
Yes.
Matt Light was on the podcast recently. I don't remember when it was. But he came on recently and just told some great ones. Now, for those that don't remember, Matt Light was the Patriots left tackle from 2001 to 2011. So he won 3 Super Bowls, played on 2 other Super Bowl teams, was a 3-time Pro Bowler, he was an All-Pro. He was a great player.
Yeah.
Here is Bill Belichick talking about Matt Light at the Tom Brady roast last month.
Matt, I love where you are. Matt Light. Matt Light protected Tom's blind side, along with Nate Stoerner. Two great left tackles. Blocking Dwight Freeney and all those other guys that are in the Hall of Fame. And maybe I'll get there someday too. But Matt, I love where you are, far away from the microphone. In all my years with the Patriots, there's no player I had to say more often to shut the up than Matt Light.
Now, I would have never
That's
thought
awesome,
of... Yeah,
first of all.
I would have never thought of Matt Light as somebody like this, but it turns out he was. And so I can't imagine pulling a prank on Bill Belichick. Anybody just like...
You better be an All-Pro.
Yes.
You better be an All-Pro.
I just can't imagine anybody like doing this to Bill Belichick, who just seems just so boring and so straight and all this sort of stuff. Matt Light is the prank that Matt Light pulled on Bill Belichick.
So I had this remote, right? And again, this is back in the day when this stuff didn't really exist, but I was always surfing the net, and it was a mouse, and it plugged in actually. But it didn't do anything when you plugged it in. You couldn't actually control the mouse. But there were, I don't know how you get this much energy out of 2 AAA batteries, but those 2 AAA batteries, when you hit that mouse button, it would send like Jesus through your body, like real quick. And so he was in a staff meeting. It was in training camp, and nobody was there. So I slip in, and I'm on my way out. They're still working really hard trying to make us better. And I go in there, and I put that thing on his laptop on his desk. I come in the next morning. I'm not even thinking about what I did the night before. And Bears is like, immediately when I walk in, he's like, not good. not good. And I'm like, what? But I know what he's saying, right? But I'm like, what are you talking about? Deny till you die. And he's like, just telling you it's not good, man. What happens is not good. And I'm like, hey, look, I can't play this game right now. I got to go get ready. So I walk into the meal room. And when I walk in there, Matty P is just got some toast or something, and he turns around and he sees me and he's like, you're an idiot. And I'm like, what? I'm like, you too? And he's like, hey man, he's fired up, and because of your dumb ass, we spent like 2 more extra hours here last night. And I'm like, for what? And he goes, I know it was you. And when he shocked himself the first time, he had his hand off the keyboard. The second time, his hand hit the keyboard and it deleted his notes. You know how he takes notes every single day? Of everything.
Everything.
When he said Jesus, you press
it's an electric shock.
Yeah, and it shocks.
That is hilarious.
I cannot believe you had the gall with Bill Belichick to prank him with a shocking device.
And to basically...
I want to find that mouse,
I know,
man.
that's pretty cool. We'll put him in here.
Basically cost him to lose all his notes. And Light said during this podcast that his wife always said, he's going to release you. You are going to get released based off of this stuff. So it seemed like
I need to find that mouse.
Time. Yeah, hey.
I used to have a pen that do that, like a fake pen that will shock you if you try to hit the top of it.
Hate that. So another thing that Matt Light would do, I've never been to Foxborough Stadium, but apparently
it's out there.
Yeah, you don't want to go.
It's based. There's like a forest out there behind the stadium,
big time hills and all kinds of stuff.
So Matt Light would go hunt outside the stadium at Foxborough Stadium, and
with a bow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bill Belichick didn't exactly approve of this.
Didn't you like post up on Patriot property?
So I would hunt right behind the stadium. I pulled up and I hunted that property forever because Mr. Kraft was like, I don't know anything about what you're doing. I'm like, all right, cool. It was like the green light, right? I went in one morning. I got my bow and everything ready to rock. Sits right next to my decoy. I shoot him. I breast him out. I take him in. I always put him in the fridge there in the meal room. As I'm eating breakfast, Bill walks in. And he's like, you can't have a weapon on stadium property. I go, Bill, it says you can't have a handgun. You can't have a gun. I had a bow and arrow. He goes, this is awesome. He goes, about what rules say. The guy's pretty good at knowing what the rules are. And when he said that, I started second guessing myself. I'm like, oh damn, maybe it did say weapon. And so now the only thing I can pivot to, I'm like, I go, okay, Bill, so I check Jack Johnson and Tom O'Leary at the door too. I go, these are deadly.
It's two fists.
Well, real quick, after that story, Edelman asked him the question, how did you last with the Patriots for 11 years?
Exactly. You better be an all-pro. But the dude, I'm assuming a duck of some sort of
turkey, I think.
A turkey?
Yes.
He's cleaning a turkey in the Patriots facility and putting it in the fridge.
Yeah, can you imagine you open up the fridge and there's a dead turkey?
Well, how about you open the trash, there's a bunch of feathers and blood. You go to throw away.
I would have had to trade him away. I'd rather deal with Antonio Brown at this point.
You go to clean off your tray, and there's like a turkey head in there and blood and feathers. Oh, Matt Light went hunting, I guess, this morning.
It show you it's a whole different world in that locker room, man.
Oh, my gosh.
People want to know, how do y'all get together and get along and all that stuff? It's tough.
And the stories that don't come out.
Oh, yeah.
The stories that don't come out until 10 years, 12 years after the fact like this.
So this is my favorite part of the podcast. Bill Belichick and Matt Light get into an email exchange. And so this happens in 2007. Matt Light misses the first part of the Patriots offseason program. He was the Patriots union rep. The union had its union meetings coincide with the first part of the not there for the start of offseason. And they did the meetings in Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
So he gets an email from Bill Belichick.
Saturday, April 7th, 2007 at 2:34 p.m. Okay?
So this is in undefeated season.
Yeah. Going into it, yeah.
Well, let's hear it.
Yeah. In the subject heading, greetings from the NEP off-season program! Exclamation point. All right. Oh, okay, here we go. In quotes, this is how it starts. Not like, hey, Matt, or just wanted to touch base with you, sir. It's a chance for us all to bond and start putting the wheels in motion for the following season, left tackle Matt Light said in a recent interview. The foundation is put in place at this time of year. What you do in March, April, May, and June, what you do in that mini camp and the passing camp, it has a direct effect on the beginning of your season, and you have to come out of the gate swinging pretty hard. That's what we've been able to do around here. End of quote. Not bad. I mean, that's Kool-Aid.
It's a good quote.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
I got asked by a reporter in Hawaii about whatever, and I gave the typical, do your job speech, right? Hey, Matt. Just read this quote from you, ... What the question mark. Yeah, and by the way, so you see, like, when I see this, like, that's got to be coping. They're messing with me. That's not real. And Bill doesn't send emails. We have over 50 guys here working out today, and the one who isn't here does all the talking about how important the off-season is. Figures. A lot of your teammates were concerned about you and asked why you weren't here, but don't worry. We let them all know that you're in Hawaii for a week. If you want to get something productive done out there, why don't you have them move this meeting to the week apps? Teams start their off-season programs, ? Very respectfully yours, Bill Belichick, head coach, New England Patriots.
Head coach, New England Patriots.
So, Light, when he says he gets this email, he thinks it's a prank. Like, he does not think that this is real.
Yeah.
He finds out it's real, and now he's kind of like, oh, no. Because he needs to respond to it. And so he said that he took, like, days. Like, he took 3, 4, 5 days to formulate a response. And he's, like, talking to family members to try and figure out what he's supposed to say. So here is Matt Light's response to that email, and note some of the words that he uses in this email.
Coach B. I thought that was awesome. That was the way to go, right? First of all, allow me to apologize for not responding earlier to your prior email. It has been my experience, limited as it may be, that a reflexive response did not serve anyone well. Thus, I felt it necessary to permit time to militate a more measured, philosophic response.
Look at him.
As you are certainly better aware than anyone, we as human beings are not automatons. Rather, we stand as a compilation of free-willed rational beings. Given this, it becomes critical to impose a measure of collectivism for the benefit of the order. I realize that the concept of collectivism strikes a measure of aberrance in our rugged individualistic society, but it is such a collective good that allows us all to benefit. And it does not require a study of the incunabulum to realize that both coaches and players gain from a measured collective relationship with the financial bully pulpit held by the owners. Given this, and despite my commitment to the off-season programs, I felt compelled to move forward the collective good of the players through attendance at the PA meetings. In the long run, it is generally for the benefit of all. My commitment to this end is in no way a negative reflection on my dedication and commitment to optimizing my personal performance to the grace of every world tackle Matt Light.
So you know some of the vocabulary that is used.
Yeah.
Those are vocabulary words that you don't hear a lot of times in the NFL locker room.
The thesaurus out.
Yes.
Yes, he did.
Here is the response to that response.
Oh, my God.
From one Bill Belichick.
April 11th, 2007, 12:45 p.m. It's like a midday email.
Midday.
Weird. Huh? Concluding remarks. You're going to love this. Matt, I need some time to let this one settle, but I'll start with this. Why don't you consider dedicating yourself to having fewer mistakes and not leading the team in, once again, being the most penalized player on offense? Your numerous false start penalties, in evidence again at the Pro Bowl, and other transgressions like taunting continue to make me think that your distractions off the field affect your concentration on the field. My advice, if you have an interest in improving your performance, would be to minimize your distractions and focus on maximizing your physical development and technique in the off-season program. That 1 week really killed him. I continue to feel that you were totally out of line commenting on the importance of the program when you were not in attendance with the rest of the team. Now, this is when it gets great. Finally, Matt, there is no need to use multi-syllable words in your email that neither you nor I know. I am unimpressed. This will conclude my email exchange, and I will return to my efforts of trying to do a better job in coaching this football team. As for the PA meetings, don't worry about helping me. As I have said many times, and I remind myself, the best thing we can do for ourselves and our families is win, all in caps. Try to keep that in your mind for peace. Sincerely, respectfully yours, Bill Belichick, head coach, New England Patriots.
Here's the thing. I wish we knew this about Bill Belichick when he was coach, because he's messing with him. Like, he's legitimately mad. I mean, he legitimately wanted him there, but he's just jacking with him. Like in your quest for world peace.
Using words that you or I don't understand, I am unimpressed.
This is the type of stuff that we absolutely need more of.
Yes.
Like, especially guys like that. Because, first of all, he has a very captivating personality. And a lot of people don't know that. I've known some beat writers, good friends of mine, that they all say the same thing. Like, yes, that's what he is up front. Like, I had a buddy that was covering the Patriots as a beat, and after some of these practices and stuff, in the parking lot, Belichick would walk out to the parking lot, and, like, he had a personal incident in his family, and put his arm around him, man, just let me know, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you never, ever, ever see these things. And the sense of humor, we saw it at the roast, and you can feel it in that, just the way he responded to him. We need more of this, man.
And you've seen it a little bit on some of just the media appearances that he's done since he stepped away from the Patriots.
Yeah.
It has humanized him. And I don't know if you saw this, but the Patriots inducted Tom Brady into the Team Hall of Fame. They did a whole big thing at Gillette Stadium. It was packed at Gillette Stadium. I think this was on Wednesday night.
Mm-hmm.
And Bill Belichick goes up there, and he got like a very, very like this lasted minutes. Just how big and how long that ovation was. And probably the only person that it rivaled was Brady himself.
Mm-hmm.
And so it is very clear that I think if you ask Patriots fans, they would say that they're pissed off at Bob Kraft for how they
for sure. We've talked to some in Boston. They're all about it.
But so, yeah, I do think that it has been fun, and it will continue to be fun, as he is now in the media, as opposed to being as a coach, just to kind of see that personality more. And I hope he just stays in the media.
Yes, that's what I was hoping for Jeff Van Gundy, but that's not going to happen. And one more thing. If you ever want to explain to someone what job security is, play that for them. Play that. That is like Matt Light pulling on Superman's cape, challenging the most authoritative figure in the building, and getting away with it for 11 years. That is job security. That is job security.
Talking about the rules,
yes,
and going back at him about the hunting thing,
cleaning turkeys in the cafeteria.
And so Light said when he got approached about the killing the turkeys with the bow and arrow, like there are rookies sitting at the table saying, "I can't believe you just said that to the head coach."
Yeah,
he did not care, and he was able to get away with it.
Sounded like a cancer in the locker room to me.
He was probably a welcome relief.
Oh, you have to be.
Yeah, because people were like, man, at least he can get away with that.
Yeah, somebody's got to be able to. It was him and Brady, basically. That was it. All right, coming up next on In the Loop, we'll do some lunchtime confessions. That is next on Sports Radio 610.
Zone.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, let's do some lunchtime confessions here. John, you go first.
Watch this.
I most certainly will.
These are my confessions.
I can't get over this. I got to admit, I'm not mad. I'm just very disappointed in you.
I know. I know who you're talking about.
Adam Spillane came on the air and very adamantly and profoundly said, I don't like people. You're in a business of people, and you said you go so far. I'm a teacher.
Well, nobody ever asked me that. I don't get it.
What do you do for a living? Oh, I'm a teacher.
Yeah, I make something up there.
How can you do that?
A lot of people on the text line were agreeing with me, by the way.
2.
No, it was more than 2. There was nobody disagreeing, that's for sure.
Yeah, there was a couple.
No, there were none. There were none.
Figgy, how can you be in this business and like make up stuff about what you do for a living and say, I hate people?
Well, it's very different, though, for what I do most of the time.
Yeah.
And most of the time, I'm at
Reporting.
stadium. Yeah, I'm not in here. If I were in here and I needed to have the listeners, then yeah, I would probably be a lot more engaging with
But you
the
would
people.
hate them.
Oh, I would hate. It would be like pulling teeth, most likely. But I would still do it.
You got to say, like, man, I'm a journalist. I cover the Houston Astros. I cover the Rockets. You got to be more exciting, man.
You're a conduit.
Don't
You're
say I'm a
the
teacher.
bridge. You're the connection.
Conduit. Stop using words that you and I both don't understand.
Matt Light
I'm
knows it.
unimpressed.
So what would you do if somebody say, oh, what school you teach at?
I'll just make one up.
Odyssey Prep.
I mean, I was in a school. I went to school in this city forever. I know plenty of schools that are around.
I work at Martin Luther King High.
Okay, so you got to change this.
Well, let's see.
You got to own it, lean into it, build your brand, help people have a little window to the world, make their day, make someone's day.
I'm good.
Yeah, they might walk away and be like, damn, he actually pretty cool.
Yeah,
we both know that's not true.
Make a person's
You
day.
being a
Adam.
teacher, you're like, damn, he boring as hell.
Teacher in trouble.
I am in real life.
I am boring.
Yeah. But you are.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I was kind of watching the hockey game last night. Stanley Cup Finals, Game 3.
3-0 also.
Yeah, in Edmonton. But the only reason I was watching was for O Canada. It's so good.
It is the best.
It is so good.
It is the best.
And the way they do it in Edmonton, they just have some guy sitting out in the crowd.
Yeah.
Like he's just sitting out in the crowd with the microphone. It's like if they gave a microphone to the guy who does the Chaz Chomp at Minute Maid and let him do the anthem. That's what it is there.
Yeah.
And so he does like the first half on his own, and then he stops singing and the crowd does it. It's unbelievable.
Why is it that the United States is the only kind? Trust me, I've been all over. No.
Switching the music.
I mean, facts are facts. Facts are facts. And I've seen it firsthand multiple times. Why is it the United States where fans are the only ones that don't sing their anthem?
I think they do. I think, but
they kind of mouth the words, and
I think it's a little bit of a longer song.
Yeah,
a little longer.
But you hear these anthems from other countries, especially at soccer games, Olympics. They are belting it out.
But part of it is that in other places, people I think are more encouraged to do it. Here, I don't know if we encourage people in stadiums. And sometimes they will.
Yeah.
Like I think if you have the guy who just does the instrumental, like you'll get the guy who does it on the guitar or the trumpet or whatever, then you'll hear a lot of people start to sing it. But I think for the most part, we are respectful of the performer and we want to let the performer perform.
But see, I feel like people try to jazz it up too much.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
So it's not like we try to sing it or like we sing the I pledge allegiance to the flag. It's not like that.
Yeah.
People always try to jazz it up, and it's just like
that might be the biggest reason, Figgy.
Because I ain't about to jazz nothing up.
Yeah, here the anthem at games is more of an entertainment. You know,
well, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity. It's a showcase.
Yeah, you're trying to. Yeah.
Oh, say,
okay, Carl. Okay, Carl.
They be trying to do too much.
But I think it's more of like that's probably the answer. Here, it's more of like an entertainment part of the show, and in other countries at other venues, it's like let's go. You know.
Yeah, I think O Canada is basically just the same every single time.
Yes, it's awesome.
Now, last night because Edmonton is in Alberta. Alberta, they speak English in that province. The best is when it's in French. The French version of it is so good.
Yeah.
It's so much better than the English version. There's a woman, her name is Jeanette Renew. And so there's a YouTube video of her before a Montreal Canadiens game, and it's just so good. It's so good.
That's awesome. Just in French.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So earlier this week, man, I almost got over like a fat rat, man.
Uh-oh.
So I was over at my desk, and Erin Kapner, who do a lot of work for Odyssey, she was walking past with a whole bunch of merch and footballs and stuff like that. And she stopped and asked me, do Derek Stingley still play for us?
Oh, God.
I said, nope. Had that.
Who? Oh, he's been
I'm
gone
like,
for
nah,
years.
he gone.
He's been gone for years.
She was about to give it to me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, nah, I'm just playing. He's still here. He's probably one of the best players on this team, too, and about to get paid.
Yeah.
But I almost got over like a fat rat, man. I wish I could have did that because she had a whole bunch of, she had like some signed Brandon Cooks balls and people that wasn't even here. But she said, "Do Derek Stingley still play here?"
I can't be.
Like, nope.
You had it.
I had it.
It was in your
hands. Sat it. Yeah, she sat it down on my little couch.
Oh man, you would have been a legend.
I know.
And then probably gotten in trouble.
Yeah, I didn't want to get in trouble for it.
That's funny.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I would rather be a Bears fan or a Patriots fan than a Jaguars fan, and the reason, and we'll get into it here again in a little bit, but. At least you blew it on Justin Fields, Bears. You blew it on Mac Jones, Bears. But at least you know you blew it. At least you know you blew it, and you're starting over with Caleb Williams and Drake May, and the Jaguars are kind of in nowhere, nowhereville, nowhere land, whatever you want to call it, because they still don't know if Trevor Lawrence is the guy. Now you might think, well, he's good, he's very good. Well, he ain't great. I'd rather know right now that we blew it, get the egg on your face, and move on than still have Trevor Lawrence and not know.
Again, I'm higher on him than you are. I would not have wanted to go through the list those teams have gone through.
It sucks, but I'd rather be in their position now.
I think the Patriots would rather have a Trevor Lawrence than somebody.
Well, remember they have Drake May right now too.
Yeah,
so that's part of my point.
I don't know. I think I still rather have, contracts aside, I think I'd rather have Trevor Lawrence than Drake May.
I do think they kind of stuck in a tough spot because we don't know if he could reach that elite level, but also he's not bad where you got to get rid of him.
Yeah.
So they kind of stuck, and I do think the Jazz will be there, kind of in the way a little bit, probably playoffs, maybe miss it a little bit, but I don't know if he's that generational quarterback that we all been waiting on.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I've been seeing this a lot the last couple days. This idea that the Astros need to trade Jake Myers. What are we doing here? Like the idea that, well, we have this guy and we have to sell high on him. Like, why do they have to do that? That's something that, like, the Oakland A's have to do because they can't afford to pay any players, and they're trying to cash in on prospects as much as they possibly can. Why are the Astros in the market of doing that? And this is an Astros organization that loves Jake Myers, and this is now multiple GMs.
How much do they have him under control?
They got 3 more years after this.
And he's like 27.
And he's very, very good. He might be one of the... There's an argument that he's a top 5 center fielder right now in the American League. Just when you add in the defensive stuff to go with the offense, which has been much better this year. So why are they trading him, and who are they putting in his place? And the other aspect of it is that you've now had 2 GMs, the faded straws, so that Jake Myers could get an opportunity in the big leagues.
Yes.
And then last year, when Jake Myers had a dreadful season, you have the GM Dana Brown saying, no, he's going to get an opportunity. So you have 2 separate GMs that have really had a lot of belief in him. Now that belief has been rewarded this season, so you're just going to trade him?
Yeah.
Like, what is the point of that?
I don't see the point, especially in his case. I think it just speaks to the bigger point of they need to be sellers.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm glad me and my old lady got the house back to ourselves, man.
Oh, they're gone.
Yeah, her family was there. Well, one family member, shout out to her cousin, Kelly. She was there from staying with us from Saturday to Wednesday. And she was probably one of the best guests we ever had. She was super cool and all that, but it's tough when you have a guest from out of town, man, and you kind of got to be the person that show them everything.
That's the truth.
It is tough, man. So when they got here Wednesday, we met up with them on Thursday. We ended up going to Cidercade. They wanted something to do, so we went to Cidercade. And then we ended up going to this place called the Conservatory, which is like a new little food hall, which is cool. And then on, I think Saturday, they did something on Friday too, but I was busy. But Saturday, we ended up going to Killings. So that took me out the game. Once I eat Killings, that's it. I'm done for the day.
You are done.
That's what you get for liking people.
Yeah. See, now wanting your family out of town is totally different than not.
Yeah. Then Sunday, we ended up going to a crawfish spot, Juicy Crawfish. I was done after that. Monday, they ended up going somewhere else because I was busy. But Tuesday, we ended up, they wanted to go to the Breakfast Club that morning. At that point, I'm like, I'm out, man. I'm full. I'm broke.
I'm full.
Like I need to detox. I got all this food.
Yeah.
And then later on, they ended up going to a place called Stuffed Wings, and I ended up getting some of that. I'm like, man, this is why it's tough when people come in from out of town to visit because they want to try all the food. And I'm like, I don't be eating out like this all the time, man.
How many days was it?
So they got here Wednesday.
Last Wednesday, you're talking.
Yeah, last Wednesday, and she left this Wednesday.
So that's a week.
That's a whole week, man.
I'd say you got 48 hours.
Yeah, 48
it was
hours.
And look, I enjoyed her, but I think
it's tough.
It's just the part of showing people where to go and going out to eat and all this other stuff because sometimes I just fit something at home and call it a day.
Exactly.
Nothing wrong with that.
No.
People are the worst.
Especially if you hate people. If you hate people, that's the only way to go.
All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, Astros are back in action tonight. They take on A.J. Hinch in the Detroit Tigers. We'll look at that next. And then also we've got a little bit of a clock now on José Abreu. We'll let you know what Joe Espada said about that. That's next on In the Loop.
Celebrating 30 years as Houston sports. presents In the Loop.
Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig back with you on In the Loop. Astros back in action after yesterday's off day. They host the fighting AJ Hinches, the Detroit Tigers, in town for 3. As the Astros try, and again, I mean, we say this every day, try and climb their way back into relevance or contention, whatever they're at this point of the season, coming off of a 3-3 road trip, playing at basically an 87-win pace over the last 41 games, which is fine, but not fine when you were 10
played
games
more
under
than
500.
41 games.
Yes. Not great when you start games on 500, which was what happened.
Yeah.
We're going to find out a couple of things here today. The first will be Yainer Diaz.
Mm-hmm.
Diaz missed the entire series in San Francisco after he took a foul tip off the hand in Anaheim on Sunday. That's why I've always been kind of a proponent of not having him catch, because I've always been of the belief that you don't really want one of your best hitters catching.
Yeah.
Because
that happens.
Yes, you just leave yourself more susceptible to getting hurt, whether it's taking a foul tip off the hand, maybe a foul tip off the mask the wrong way that turns into a concussion. Like, that's always the stuff that
and just the wear and tear.
Yeah, you wear yourself out towards the end of the season. That's why I've always been a little wary of that.
Biggio was a catcher.
Yeah, and then he was not.
Yeah.
And you saw it a lot of times with, like, Pudge Rodriguez would wear down as the season would go along. And so that's why I've always been a little wary of it, but hey, whatever.
Yeah.
They need him back, obviously. The offense really struggled in San Francisco because you were without him and you were without Kyle Tucker. It is highly unlikely that Tucker returns today. He's eligible to come off the IL today. But at last check on Wednesday, he had not started baseball activity. So I think that's the first step, is that he's got to be able to do something on the field before he can come back. Joe Espada said maybe this weekend, but even that seems like it's unlikely. It's probably going to be more like at the earliest in Chicago this week.
Yeah.
Next week.
Let's get to how you got us into this segment. They really need to get something going.
Yes.
Let's go back a month. We've been saying it. We said it going into that A's series, which was a month and a day ago. And sure enough, they win a couple of games. They win 4 games in a row. 5 games in a row when you get into the Brewers, the first game of the Brewers series. That's it. That's the only win streak they've had all year. We have been saying and saying and saying they really need to get something going. At some point, you say it enough times, you realize you ain't going to do it. I mean, it ain't going to happen. So, like, if here we are a month later, and we're still saying, boy, Astros kind of need to get something going here. We said it going into the last game of the road trip. They really need to win that game. Go 4-2, big difference in 3-3. Well, they lost. And so at some point you have to realize, and that's what we're going to talk about here, the timeline has to change on some of these particular players that are holding you back.
They played at an 87 win pace over the last 41 games.
Yeah.
At some point, they need a 41 game stretch where they're on a 110 win pace. Like, that's the only way that you climb out of this hole, is just to put a big dent in the deficit that you're dealing with. And I guess at least the good news yesterday was that Seattle did lose to the White Sox. They had won the first 3 games of that series. So the Astros pick up a half game after not playing. So they're 8 games back of the Mariners for the division, and they are 6 games back of the final wild card. And right now that's Minnesota, who has the final wild card. But again, it's way early, and there are a lot of teams that are in the mix. The Astros, so they're behind Minnesota for the last wild card spot. They still have Boston, Texas, Detroit, who they play tonight. All of them. So that's a lot of teams that you have to jump. Yeah, it's a lot of teams. It's a lot of teams that you have to jump. It certainly is doable. Nobody's saying that it's not. But again, at some point, they have to go on some sort of a run, because they're 7 games under 500 right now. They need to.
You just said it again.
Yeah.
They got to go on a run. Yeah. We've been saying this for.
We're waiting.
70 games? 69 games, whatever they are, wherever they are.
Waiting.
They really need to go on a run. They really need to go on a run.
And
Dude,
they need to start beating good teams, too.
Yeah, it ain't going to happen. By the way, Skubal tonight is a stud of a pitcher that the Astros are going to have to start this series with.
Tarek Skubal, an ERA under 2 right now, probably the front runner for Cy Young.
8-1
in the American League. And one other aspect of Tarek Skubal that comes into play, especially tonight, he throws with his left hand.
Yeah.
And as we have learned now over these last few weeks, when you have a starting pitcher that throws with his left hand it means that the first baseman is going to bat right-handed, which means that we are going to see José Abreu, in all likelihood, start at first base. Now, yesterday and now again today, you've had Dana Brown and Joe Espada both say that the clock is basically ticking on José Abreu.
Yeah.
That they need to see something from him. They need to see improvement from him in order to keep him. They didn't say keep him on the roster, but that's basically what they meant. And Abreu has been back now. It's 13 games that he's played. The average is 160 something. The on-base percentage is 186. The OPS during that stretch is like 519. It is better than what he was when he left.
167, dude.
He left.
Well,
but again, it is still really, really bad, and it's getting to the point to where at least they are starting to understand that something has to be done quick, or else it's time to move on.
But are they themselves? Here's where I think it should be alarming to Astros fans. Yesterday, you just mentioned it. Joe Espada said, "Well, there's a timetable. I just can't tell you what that timetable is. I'll let you know." And then today, Dana Brown says, "Yeah, there is a timetable. Can't tell you what that timetable is, but we'll get back to you." The way I translate that is, we're trying to convince Jim Crane to make a move on this. So if we convince him, then we'll let you know. They don't know the timetable. It's Jim Crane's timetable. And that's alarming. It also is reflective of just like who's in charge here. Like, I get that the owner has ultimate say in every organization. You know, you can have the most confidence ever in your general manager. Let's use the Texans. You know, Cal McNair, ultimate confidence in Nick Caserio. I get that Nick Caserio can lay out a great case for whatever move he wants to make, and it's almost airtight. You know, the owner can still say, "Nah, I don't want to do that," and it's his call. But that's different from the general manager of the Astros, the manager of the Astros, not even being able to influence him in the least bit. Like, it's his call. It's Bagwell's call. It's Reggie Jackson's call. That's the problem with the Astros.
I do wonder if they've had the conference. It's like, hey, it's time.
Oh, I think they have.
We have to. And so now it's just a matter of how long do they give him? Do they give him this series? Do they give him the rest of the month? Do they give him until the All-Star break? Like, that's the aspect of it that we need to know. And obviously, they're not going to say. Espada said yesterday there is a timetable. He would not say what that timetable is. Now, I think that we are both on the same boat of, hey, it's over. Mm-hmm. Like, you were there a whole lot earlier than I was, but I think we are both there to where a change needs to be made. You look at what Abreu has done since he's come back. He doesn't have hits in back-to-back games.
Yeah.
It's 13 games that he's been back. He does not have a hit in back-to-back games. He's only reached base in back-to-back games twice in that span. Mm-hmm. You look over the entirety of the season, he has hits in back-to-back games once. That was April 1st and April 2nd. Like, that's not good enough. And at some point, they need to make a move. And I think they're waiting. They're hoping that it's going to turn around. But if it hasn't turned around by now, it's not like he was hurt. It's not like he was down in West Palm Beach rehabbing an injury. He was trying to get his swing right. If it's still not right after all this time, it's not going to get right.
No, it's not. And you keep saying they're waiting. I do think, for their own sake, because they know what knuckleheads like us are saying. They know what fans are thinking. They know that José Abreu is not good, and he should not be on a major league roster. And I think they have sort of broached that topic with Jim Crane, but they can't tell us the deadline because it's up to Jim Crane and those guys, and so. Like, headed out this, it's $30 million, isn't it $30 million-ish that they still owe him?
Around that, a little bit more.
Yeah.
A little more than 30.
Is he going to be hard-headed about this? Because if he is, let's just go ahead and stop this other nonsense. Because Dana Brown also was saying, oh yeah, we're buyers. We're identifying players as we speak. No, you're not. I mean, you might be, but it's not your call.
Well, and they also don't have anybody to trade. Like,
exactly.
That's the other aspect.
Yeah.
And that's why it's hard for them to dig out of this hole, because they are chasing teams that have been better than them, obviously, and they are also chasing teams that have the ability to improve. Like, they are chasing a Seattle Mariners team. They got to make up 8 games on the Mariners, and the Mariners can go out and get talent. Like, the Mariners, from a pitching standpoint, are probably the best in the sport. Offensively, they have not been good, but they can go out and get a hitter. Mm-hmm. They have prospects. You look at these other teams that the Astros are chasing, even for the wild card. The Twins have the ability to go out and get guys if they need to. The Red Sox probably won't because they haven't really been trying that hard to win, but they could if they wanted to.
Yeah.
The Rangers have prospects to trade if they feel like they need to make a move. Plus, they're getting some guys back off the IL at some point.
Yeah.
The Tigers have some prospects to trade if they want to. So the idea that you can just make up all these games, it's a lot harder when you understand that these teams are already ahead of you and they can get better. It is very tough for the Astros to improve this roster from the outside just because they don't have guys that they can trade.
By the way, Gina Luno is texting in at 713-572-4610. I can only assume starts with an 832. Can we finally talk about this guy's finally catching up to the Astros? No new quality prospects coming in. Every key piece on this team is someone Luno brought in.
That's not true, first of all.
It's not.
Jose Altuve was not brought in by Jeff Luno.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Jeff Luno inherited Jose Altuve, and then Yainer Diaz was not somebody that was brought in by Jeff Luno. Josh Hader was not somebody that was brought in by Jeff Luno. Yes, Jeff Luno was a very good GM, and you look at the prospects, like under Jeff Luno, the Astros did not draft well from 2015 through 2019. They just did not. They had that good draft where they were able to get Kyle Tucker and they got Alex Bregman in the first round in 2015. 2016, the first round pick was Forrest Whitley. 2017, the first round pick, I think that was the JB Bukowskis year or Seth Beer. They were kind of interchangeable during that stretch. 2019 is Corey Lee. He's gone. It's even worse once you go to the second rounds and the third round. Like, they did not draft well as an organization at the end of the Luno era, and then they lost all the picks.
Yeah. It's a big, and the reason I brought that up about Gina Luno is she has been making the rounds here, making the internet go nuts. At HOU Counterplot tweeted, "How did the Astros go from 7 consecutive ALCS appearances to complete leap in the matter of one offseason?" She responded, simple answer: Jim Crane fired Jeff Luno. Karma sucks. And then she went on to explain, on another follow up that it was not his fault necessarily. She went on to say, "Who do you think set them up for years of success?" Kind of what the texter said. First of all, you pointed out that's wrong. Secondly, that's rewriting history. It's just rewriting history. Because James Click was really, really good. He just didn't get along with Jim Crane, and that's the wrong person not to get along with. The second part of that is just keep your mouth shut. Shut up. Because that's not right, first of all. And the Astros have done quite well and won another World Series, et cetera. And she doesn't realize that Jeff Luno, even if you take away – first, he did deserve to be fired. More than him probably deserved to be fired for what they did, whether you like it or not, whether you think they were targeting the Astros or not. It happened. It was conspired. Jeff Luno oversaw it. Whose fault was it that Jeff Luno got fired? Jeff Luno. It was Jeff Luno's fault that he got fired. And there's no denying that. You don't have to like it. You might think he's a great general manager. And then even if you set that aside completely, just ignore that the 2017 sign stealing scandal even happened. Jeff Luno was a snake in that building, an absolute snake that was unliked, would be, and maybe that's what you want in a general manager. Maybe it works, and it did for a while. But it was going to catch up to him no matter what.
And the idea that Luno did it all by himself
ridiculous.
just does a great disservice to a lot of people that were in that organization. Like Mike Elias was a great scouting director for them. If you want to give people credit for the drafting that they were able to do, give that credit to Mike Elias because he was the one who was really running that draft room. You talk about Namera, Jose Urquidy, Framber Valdez, Christian Javier. Now you have Ronel Blanco, who's emerging. Luis Garcia. That's Oz Ocampo. Oz Ocampo was the one who signed those guys and found those guys. So, like, the idea that this was all Luno, like, listen, part of it was Luno, and Luno was a great GM, and Luno had a vision that nobody else in the sport had, but he also hired some really good people. But you know what happened? Those people left, and a lot of them left because of Luno,
of him,
because Luno stopped listening to them.
Yeah.
So it's a very complicated matter, was just how he ended up, or how it ended with him, and why it ended the way they did. But to just say that the Astros were successful from that stretch, that the rebuild was all on one guy, is absolutely insane. It was a collective effort from a lot of people. And also, let's not forget that Luno inherited an MVP, a Cy Young winner, and a World Series MVP. There's a lot of people that played a hand in the Astros becoming what the Astros have become. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we will go around the NFL. We'll revisit Trevor Lawrence and his contract. John thinks, well, I guess a lot of people pretty happy with it. And also David Tepper in the news, which is never a good thing. That's next on In the Loop.
Celebrating 30. Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Well, we talked about the clock basically starting on José Abreu. Time is up. The Astros have just announced that they have released José Abreu. Dana Brown will speak to the media today at 3 o'clock. So the José Abreu era with the Astros is over.
The José Abreu era is over. Lots of questions to try to answer here, but this speaks to Jim Crane and who's making the decisions. Just yesterday and then again today, they're saying, "No, we got a timetable. We'll let you know." That was on Jim Crane. He had heard enough. He's going to eat the $30+ million, and now the question becomes, what do you do? First of all, this is a team that is going to try to figure something out. And they knew, as I said yesterday, they knew. Maybe they were listening, maybe they were not, but maybe they realized this one way or another, because they did realize this. You can't seriously say you want to win with him still on the field. Can't do it.
And it wasn't getting better. You know, they tried the demotion. They tried sending him down to West Palm Beach to get right. They brought 13 games. Again, that's not a huge sample size, but it's enough of a sample size to know what he is. And I think that they probably understood. And the way they started talking about it the last couple of days was really the first time that they had acknowledged that it wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
And, you know, they had always kind of taken the positive road with him, whether it was Espada, whether it was Dana Brown. They had always kind of spoken in positives with him. Yesterday, when Espada did that interview, is the first time that he kind of acknowledged that he's struggling.
Mm-hmm.
Dana Brown then acknowledged it today. And then finally, it looks like they just decided that this is what it's going to be, and they have to move on. And this is the right decision.
And here's one of my biggest questions. How does this affect Jeff Bagwell? How does this you can talk about Reggie Jackson. I don't think that's going to affect him much. They're just buddies, he and Jim Crane, and he'll listen to him. But Jeff Bagwell personally went down and looked at the back of his baseball card, as he said, and lobbied for, overpaid an aging player who had been struggling anyway toward the end of his career elsewhere, and went and got him. And now, you know, the good news is you're moving on. I don't know if it's bad news or scary news. The guy who did that is still probably, if not one of the most powerful men in Jim Crane's ear.
Well, here's what is kind of, I don't know if disappointing is the right word, but they're going to have Dana Brown speak to the media.
Yeah.
So Dana Brown is going to do media today at 3 o'clock. It should not be Dana Brown talking about this decision.
No, thank you.
This needs to be Jim Crane.
Mm-hmm.
Like Jim Creighton is the answer questions about this because, again, this was the move that he okayed. He is going to have a GM speak about this move when that GM had nothing to do with Abreu being here. And so for the questions that I would have for Jim Creighton are, first of all, how much was it unanimous? Was it unanimous in that front office that you guys needed to go out and sign Abreu? Or were there people that were holding out? And if there were people that were holding out, why are you not listening to those people? And so I am very interested. I do think that is the big thing. How much influence does Jeff Bagwell now have in baseball operations, or how much now does Jim Creighton cede that to Dana Brown and his staff?
Yes.
Because I think if there's anything that we have learned, that free agency, that time, that 3-4 month span where they did not have a GM, where it was Jim Creighton running baseball operations with Bagwell and Reggie Jackson and whomever else was there, that was a disastrous stretch.
Well, my question would have been, very, very simple. Do you have confidence in the decision makers for your baseball team? Because Dana Brown, we all know, is not really making the call. So you're really talking about Bagwell. Do you have the same confidence you've always had? Do you have confidence in them? Look, it is good news. Like, if you're an Astros fan, you're not going to have to put up with that guy on the field and pretty much being an automatic out at one of the corner infield positions. So it is good news. But there are larger points here that need to be made. And you're right. I didn't even think of that, and I should have. Jim Creighton needs to stand up there. He told them in March that as soon as the golf tournament was over, we can talk baseball. Hasn't talked at all.
Jim Creighton was not shy about doing the victory lap after they reacquired Verlander last year. He went up. He talked to the media before Dana Brown did after the Verlander trade.
Yeah.
Like, this is his decision. It was his decision to sign José Abreu. It was his decision basically to let him go. And I think that people need to know what the thought process was behind the signing.
Yes.
Why did it go wrong? And what have you learned from this? And I don't think, I know for sure James Click would not have signed José Abreu. I know for sure that would not have happened. I've talked to people who were there when James Click was there, and he said, no, we would not have signed José Abreu. Or they said, this is not Click, but people who worked in that front office said they would not have signed José Abreu. They would have looked to gone with some sort of a platoon at first base and spent the money elsewhere. So what have they learned from this? And how are things going to be different? And how much power will Dana Brown have? Is he going to be the actual GM, or is he going to be a scouting director with just a fancy title?
Yes, that's exactly right. Next question becomes, what do you do? Like, starting tonight, by the way. Like starting tonight, you're facing a hell of a left-handed pitcher, and you are you going to play John Singleton? You can't do that. What are you going to do? So short term for sure. And long term, all this stuff about, well, they don't really play first. Well, you better figure it out. And we talked about this yesterday. I would rather have anyone there than José Abreu. And now we're going to find out.
So the Astros did not announce a corresponding move to this. On the 26-man roster. They have an opening now on the 40-man roster, so they can maneuver a little bit. I said this to you yesterday, and this doesn't necessarily impact first base, but I do think that, because I went through a couple moves that I thought that they should make, and the second one was that they need to option Chas McCormick.
Yeah.
Just because he's not been good either. So let him go down to AAA for a bit, just for a mental reset more than anything else, but bring up somebody who might be able to help you. I brought up Pedro Leon as somebody who might be able to just get some at-bats and play some innings in the outfield for you. Had a really good year in AAA. Is a guy that you gave a lot of money to a few years ago. Maybe give him an opportunity. Joey Loperfito's played a little bit of first base in AAA, but not a lot. They've had a lot of David Hensley at first base. I don't think that's an answer. They could look to go outside the organization for first base, but I think right now, at least for the immediate future, I think that they would just look to go with a platoon of Singleton and Dubon at first base.
Yeah, I think Dubon would be the first choice, but there is another move to be made. You just mentioned that. And you know what? It actually, to me, just in general, I'm kind of encouraged by even if we don't hear from him, by Jim Creighton and the Astros leadership. You have to be, because they were just flat out lying. I said it yesterday. They were flat out lying to us about we care, we want to win, we're in it to win it. You were lying. Well, now at least they're acknowledging at a high price, $30 million plus, that they are going to try. I don't know if they're going to get there, but they are not going to have this facade anymore.
Well, they're not going to have one of the worst players in baseball, 60% of the starts at first base. I think that's probably what it's been.
Yeah.
Singleton isn't great by any stretch, but he's been more than adequate with the opportunities that he has gotten. Obviously, you get a little bit younger. You can, maybe add a little bit. There's a lot of different things that you can do, but this was a move that obviously I think we all knew it had to be made. We talked about it yesterday that it was time, and I don't know if I give the Astros credit for it, but at least they figured it out now before it's too late.
Well, I'm encouraged. I'll give them credit for that. They didn't just keep wringing their hands and ignoring, the obvious. So it's encouraging on that front.
It goes down. I would have to say this is the worst free agent signing in the history of the team.
Gotta be.
There may be a couple others that come close. I can't really think of them
I'm going
right
in
now
the
off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I mean, remember the Woody Williams contract was pretty bad,
but that was a good one.
But that was only for a couple of years. They did lose a draft pick. The Carlos Lee signing, was it 7 for $100 million? That wasn't necessarily he produced.
He
at
played,
least.
yeah.
He produced, but it cost him a pick, and then he was obviously bad by the end of it, and they just weren't good. They were never good the entire span of that contract, so that one obviously didn't work out. But I can't think of one that has worked out quite this badly. If any of the texters can think of one, let me know. 713-572-4610. But it ends an unfortunate era. He's a good guy. Abreu is. Teammates really love him. They love just the work ethic and just the attitude that he brought to the clubhouse. But I think that they all probably knew that it was never going to get better.
Well, and that was one of the things that really bothered me about all this because, they just talked about that, but they also knew. I mean, baseball players know when a guy is done, and he was done.
So if you're joining us late, the Astros have released José Abreu, so they will eat. It's a little bit more, I think, than so it was a $58.5 million contract. They release him a little less than halfway through it, so it's somewhere around $30 million. Obviously, they don't get any, competitive balance tax release or relief or anything with this, so they're just eating the money, and it just goes against the books. And we'll have to see what they look to do at first base. Dana Brown will talk to the media at 3:00, but like we said, he's not the one who needs to answer for this. He had nothing to do with the decision to sign Abreu in the first place. The people that need to be speaking to the media today are the ones who endorsed this signing, and it was Jim Crane sitting right next to Abreu at the podium when they announced that signing last winter, and then it was Bagwell talking to reporters in the back when that press conference was over.
He needs to, right? He's got to come out. I mean, no one in this city, no one in baseball thinks that this was Dana Brown.
No.
No one. This was Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell. And literally getting on a plane, going down there, getting him to come back, giving him the contract, and thinking, and then defending him upon defending him upon defending him. That someone, Jim Crane has to at least answer, if nothing else, the questions about, moving forward and leadership. You brought that up early on in this segment, and like who is making the calls here? Is this you? Do you trust your leadership? Because no matter how you slice it, it's no, as Adam Spillane often says, Figgy, it's not my money, right? So we don't care. No, you're accurate in this case. It's not my money. I don't care about Jim Crane having to eat $30 million, but I care about the Houston.
He's going to be all right.
I care about the Houston Astros.
Yeah.
And so that's where it has to, we want to know, is this going to get worse before it gets better? Because, there's clearly a leadership problem in the organization.
Jim Crane's going to be okay. He's not going to have to do something
He'll be fine.
Awful like flight commercial or anything like that. He's going to be fine. But again, moving forward, those are the big questions. And you look at the major moves that they have made since Dana Brown was even hired.
Mm-hmm.
The Verlander trade was spearheaded by Crane, which is fine.
Yeah.
Now it cost them a couple of prospects in the process, and that hurts their ability to try and improve the club now, just because they don't have that ammo to trade in any sort of a deal. But I do think the one thing that needs to happen now is, for better or worse, the adults need to be the ones making the decisions. It can't be the former players. Yes, it cannot be former players. It cannot be friends of the owner. You hire Dana Brown to do a job. If you believe in him, let him do that job. If you don't, go find somebody else that can do the job. And that's what the next couple of months have to be with this team. They have to decide, is Dana Brown a GM or is he a scouting director? If he's not a GM, they need to go out and find a GM.
Yes. Let me ask you this. What is your confidence level this year now? Because mine has gone gone up. I mean, but it has gone up that they're at least recognizing the problem. You got to recognize the problem publicly first. So I'm going to be interested to see how they play it out. But I have more confidence that they're going to at least try to show that they mean it this time, that they're really trying to get in the game.
I mean, I think they understood what it was when they sent him down in the first place. Yeah. Like, in all honesty, you can argue that instead of just sending him down, they should have released him back in April. Mm-hmm. But again, it's better to be a month too late than 3 months too late.
Yeah.
Texter asks if Yainer Diaz can play first. He has before. I don't think that he's, last year he worked out a lot at first base and he got a few starts out there. I talked to Espada about this last year and he said that he had gotten better, but clearly I don't think that's somebody that they trust at that position.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not, I know a lot of people just think, well, anybody can play first base. First basemen hate that because there's a whole lot more that goes into the position than just sticking some unathletic guy over there, some big unathletic guy over there. But I don't think that they necessarily view Diaz as an option at first base, at least, for a while. Caratini's played some first base throughout his career.
I'll take you at first base.
Well, I would be horrific.
I'll take you at first
base.
You
don't want a short guy playing first base.
Sure, man. You got some hops?
No, I do not. Listen, I know my limitations in life, and hops are not one of the things
I do not.
that I do well.
I do not have hops.
Texter, I think right now, if I had to guess, I think that they would go with the platoon. Right now, they're going to be able to replace Abreu on the roster. But I think if they just leave things the way they are right now, I think that you'd have a platoon of Dubon and Singleton at first base, with Dubon getting the start against left-handed pitchers, and the Astros face a left-handed pitcher tonight in Tarek Skubal. Coming up next,
I'll tell you what, just real quick.
Okay,
it does hit you when you think $30 million. Yeah,
a lot.
We'll be all right.
Although Trevor Lawrence just got $275, so that's kind of a drop in the bucket.
I'm Jim Crane. I'm like, what in the world are we doing?
Yes, exactly.
That's my money.
Well, again, I would love to be able to ask him that question.
Yes, everyone
So,
would.
Jim, if you would like to, sit next to Dana at the podium or wherever they're going to talk today, and
let's give me $1 million, man, just for GP.
Yeah.
Coming up next on Sports Radio 610, the internet is going nuts. Obviously, it's going nuts with this move, but there are a few other stories, including one former Astro who's got a very interesting home run celebration. That's next on In the Loop.
Sports Radio 610, celebrating Man Cave, we've got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app.
I got the internet going nuts.
Back on Sports Radio 610, Adam Spillane, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. The internet is going nuts because of, well, the breaking news of the last 25 minutes. The Astros have released José Abreu, so they will eat the $30 million or whatever is left on the 3-year, $58.5 million contract that he signed last winter. I think they obviously knew that the time had come, and Dana Brown will speak on this at 3 o'clock. Now, the Astros social media team has put out a thank you José Abreu tweet with the caption, "Thank you for everything, Jose. We wish you the best of luck." So nice on the Astros social team.
Yeah, I mean, it is. By the way, José Abreu has to be relieved, doesn't he?
Oh, I think so.
Right?
First of all, he gets the money,
doesn't he?
Yeah,
but also
he knew it just wasn't there, man.
He did an interview before he got sent down with ESPN where he basically said that he was embarrassed.
Yeah,
like he was embarrassed of just the performance and obviously thought better of himself. He was getting booed here the last homestand at certain times. So yeah, I think that he's probably ready for this, part of his life to be over.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Astros social media. I mean, isn't that like José Abreu thanking José Abreu? I mean, the Astros social media team has not exactly been one of the best or well-liked in baseball.
Well, I mean, I think José Abreu should be thanking the Astros more than anything because he walks out the door with a nice check.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, not the biggest social media fan, so.
You're not the biggest social media fan?
I don't like the team accounts.
How come?
Of them. I just think they're lame and corny, and none of them are good.
None of them. Some of them are good.
No, none. None. They are not good.
How you like the NFL accounts doing the whole schedule release
like the
videos
LA
and stuff like that?
Some of those are okay. There's a few that are fine. I like what Tennessee does, and I liked how the Titans did something. It was similar, but it was different this year. So I was fine with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, most of them are just so incredibly lame.
So things we've learned today.
Try
Figgy,
too hard.
Things we've learned today. Adam Spillane hates people and team social medias.
Yes. This is all accurate. I can confirm. There's a reason why I don't follow any club accounts.
You have to.
I do not. I don't follow any.
You got to be kidding me.
The only team social account that I follow is the Rockets PR account because they give you actual information and give you practice.
Yeah, and that's
time
not
on
really
it's like, hey, Jabari Smith has 10 points in the first quarter. He leads the team, and that's
Whatever.
the sort of stuff that they put out there. And they put out practice times, which is what I care about.
You don't like to see the highlights from the team accounts and all?
Or the trash?
Anyway. All I got to do is type in search, type something in the search bar and I can find it.
We got to work on you.
Well, I think many people would agree with that.
We've got to work on you.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Trevor Lawrence, obviously big news today, the biggest until José Abreu got released by the Houston Astros. I said this during Confessions. I truly believe it. I'd rather be a team like the Bears or the Patriots that found out quick enough on their quarterbacks and they were busts and they got egg on their faces and they were embarrassed than the Jacksonville Jaguars. And I think I can illustrate it this way. So Trevor Lawrence is the highest paid quarterback in the NFL,
Yes.
$55 million a year. The other 9 in the top 10 are Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Kyler Murray, Deshaun Watson, Kirk Cousins, and Patrick Mahomes. Josh Allen isn't even on the list. He's like 11th or 12th.
He will be, though.
He will be, but think about that. Josh Allen isn't one of the top 10 paid quarterbacks. Here's how I can illustrate why Texans fans should be doing backflips over Trevor Lawrence getting this money. Not just the money they're tying up and that he's not really who knows what he's going to end up being. Like if you drafted the top 10 highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL, the highest paid quarterback, Trevor Lawrence, I might draft maybe 10th among the highest paid quarterbacks. That's why you should be happy. They're paying him a bleep ton of money, and he may not even be anything higher than 8 if you drafted those top 10 quarterbacks.
I mean, he's one now, but he will drop back down.
It might be a while.
No, I don't. I'm sure Patrick Mahomes will get some sort of restructured contract at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Dak Prescott's a free agent at the end of the season. He'll get paid. You're the highest paid guy, and then you're not the highest paid guy, and usually you aren't the highest paid guy for very long.
Yeah.
So I'm not particularly worried about that. Again, if it were me, I would have made him play out the 4th year because if you're Jacksonville, you have all the leverage in this.
Mm-hmm.
He's under contract for 2 more years, plus you can franchise him. If you want to go down that road, that's basically what the Cowboys have forced Dak Prescott into. The Cowboys refused to give Dak Prescott any sort of an extension, and he played on the franchise tag.
Mm-hmm.
Kirk Cousins played on the franchise tag for all those years, so you don't have to do it. I understand why Jacksonville just wants to get it done. I think that they drafted him believing that he was a generational talent. He still could be. The early returns haven't been great, but the talent is still there.
Talent has always been there, but nothing else so far.
I got the internet going nuts.
So one of the things that teams like to do in Major League Baseball, they love the home run celebrations. And some teams have, the Blue Jays had, the sports coat, the home run sports coat.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's lame. The Red Sox used to and then kind of push it to the other end of the dugout.
It was cool at first.
Well, you didn't like it because they were doing it against the Astros in the ALCS.
Well, that's true.
But they're hitting all those homers.
It was cool at first, though. Then it got okay, now they got to get the laundry basket or whatever, the grocery basket.
I think the Nationals in the World Series in 19 would do a bobsled thing. At least that was the Howie Kendrick thing after he hit the homer here in Game 7.
Yeah.
I like the Seattle Trident.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Trident is cool. The Minnesota Twins just came up with a new home run celebration yesterday, and Carlos Correa was the one who got to break it out. They basically have a Prince-themed home run celebration where it is a purple sports coat, and then they come in with one of those purple inflatable guitars that is in the Prince logo, and that's their home run celebration.
It's one of the dumbest ones I've seen. And there was a story, the sideline reporter, that their version of Julia Morales went into this whole 4-minute thing about how
so-and-so ordered it, and it took months to get, and all that. I'm like, that? Like, it's ugly, first of all. It's a blow-up guitar, like you can get at Party City.
Well, that's what makes it cool.
No, it's awful.
I actually like it. This is the first time that you're the...
I don't.
I'm usually the grumpy one. You're the grumpy one.
No, you are. But no, I just think it's bad.
I think any time that you can invoke Prince in Minnesota, I like that. Just because of how important he is to just the fabric of that part of the country.
Oh, no, the Prince part I love. Yeah. Absolutely.
I got the internet going nuts.
You know what I realized when I heard this from Randall Cobb? I realized something. Bill O'Brien actually kind of got off easy. Or maybe that's not the best way to put it. I think he should be thanking Jack Easterby. Because if not for Jack Easterby, all this nonsense that we experienced with the Texans would have been tenfold in terms of the criticism he got. And he got a lot of criticism. He got it on this show. He got it from this station. He got it from everywhere. But, listen to Randall Cobb talking about Bill O'Brien.
Bill O'Brien. I'll tell you right now, I was not a fan of Bill O'Brien.
Yeah.
Well, how was he when you were with him in the building?
Next question, please.
Yeah. Damn, that bad.
Only got 2 months with him, so it's hard for me to be able to really, I only saw what I saw.
He's a dude that talks sideline as a head coach.
Right.
I'd be jogging by and he'd be like, F you, Lawan. F you, Bill. What's your name? That whole thing.
So I was in Green Bay and I was in Dallas before I went to Houston. You look at Green Bay and you look at Dallas. I know Dallas hasn't won as much in the playoffs. They have a certain way of doing things. Green Bay has a certain way of doing things. And then when you go to Houston and you see the way that things are being done and you can't do anything about it and you're just stuck in it, you're like, there's no outlet. I think it was just a whirlwind of bad. And it was.
How difficult is it to be in that locker room and not essentially talk and be like, listen, boys, out there's greener pastures out there, I promise.
No, it was crazy. It was a crazy time for sure.
It was bleepy. Flat out. Look, I mean, Jack Easterby deserved all of it and more, but I think Bill O'Brien, it would have been a lot worse. He was toxic in there as much as Jack Easterby was.
Oh, he was for sure.
Yeah.
And nobody really, and he also got lucky that he got fired.
That's the part that I didn't like, man. When the way he put this team together, he should have coached the whole season, man. but then fired them at the end.
But it was also Zoom too, so you had weird media availability where it was just all over Zoom. But yeah, he did. He certainly got off pretty easy. All right, coming up next on Sports Radio 610, we will dive into the José Abreu news. The Astros have decided to release José Abreu. Dana Brown will speak on this in about an hour and a half. We'll look at what went wrong and what do the Astros look to do going forward. That's next on In the Loop.
Celebrating 30 years.
John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Final segment, but the big story of the day, the Astros have released José Abreu, so they will in turn eat the $30 million or so that is left on the contract. Dana Brown will talk to the media at 3 o'clock. You'll get to hear at least some of that right here on Sports Radio 610. And John, I guess the next thing is, well, what happens now? And one important thing to note, because people have obviously mentioned Joey Loperfido as a possibility, the Astros cannot bring Joey Loperfido because he was just sent down this week.
Up and down, up and down.
Yeah, so he's got to wait 10 days, and I believe he was optioned again on Tuesday. So that would mean they'd have 21st. To wait. Yeah, so it would be basically a week from today is the next time that he'd be able to come up, unless the Astros play somebody on the IL. So, like, let's say Yainer Diaz is not feeling any better, and the Astros decide to send him to put him on the IL. That's the only way that the Astros would be able to bring Joey Loperfido back up before next Friday. So, just wanted to point that out very quickly.
There's a lot of what nows that are going on. The short term what now is 3 p.m. You mentioned it. On the drive they'll have it for you, of course, or at least the best chunks of it. Dana Brown is going to be speaking. Now, I want to go back to illustrate this point. My point being, I actually kind of feel bad for Dana Brown in a way, and I always have, because he's not like an empty suit like David Culley was that just sort of sits there like a puppet. But, man, he's in the neighborhood because this wasn't his move. He clearly, any general manager, any guy in baseball, and he's been in good organizations, would have known, José Abreu is not getting it done. But he's said otherwise. He's acted otherwise, to the point that he flat out lied when he was talking about, one of the reasons why José Abreu was sent down.
Abreu, and I see him drive the ball, as far as he can drive it in batting practice, and I see that he still has bat speed. I say that there's still hope. And that's what the scouting eye. What the scouting eye tells you that if he can't get to certain pitches, then the chances of him getting back to his ability is null. So, but what I would say with Abreu is he was still showing bat speed in batting practice. And part of his issue is timing. And if you start your bat late and pitchers are throwing hard here at the major league level, you have very little chance of catching up with it. And so you have to get your timing right in order to get that barrel head to the baseball. And so he can do it in batting practice. He has the bat speed. The bat speed's still pretty good. So we got to get his timing right, and we got to get his rhythm right so that he can consistently do it. And so I still feel very optimistic about it. If the bat was slower, I would be less optimistic. But he's showing bat speed. It's just that he's so late with his trigger. And
he knew better than that, right?
Yeah, I would think. But again, he was trying. They didn't want to bury the guy, and I think it goes to show how much respect he had and still has in that clubhouse, is that nobody wanted to bury him.
But he was also protecting the big guy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think everybody does that. Everybody's trying to protect the bosses, and nobody wants to make their bosses look bad. But at some point, they had to make the move. Now, that was April 30th when they sent Abreu to AAA, or not to AAA, but to the the spring training complex. Dana Brown had nothing to do with this signing.
Right.
Dana Brown was with the Braves when the Astros signed José Abreu. The people who decided to make this move, that's the people who need to be talking to the media today, not the GM. So that's on Jim Creighton. Jim Creighton was sitting at the podium with Abreu when they introduced him. And if you go in the press conference room at Minute Maid Park, there's a picture right by the door of Jim Creighton and José Abreu at that press conference.
Is that going to be there today?
I'm very curious to see if they can find something to replace it with. But yeah, so that's the big story of the day. Again, Dana Brown will talk to the media here at 3 o'clock.
And look, it's also sad that they're running Dana Brown out there to kind of cover them yet again. It's not the end of the world that Jim Creighton isn't going to talk, or at least doesn't seem as if he's going to talk, or Jeff Bagwell. It doesn't seem he's going to talk either. It's not the end of the world, but I think it's just simple accountability.
I don't. It's not that it's the end of the world, but it's, you want to know if they understand. If it's a process thing.
Yeah.
Like, do you understand? Like, why did this go wrong? And does it mean that you will make some changes with how things are running? Because you look at the other moves that they made
in the time where they did not have a GM and it was Crane and Bagwell and Reggie and whoever else running the front office.
Yeah.
They made the Abreu signing and they made the Montero signing. And then there was the Brantley signing as well.
Yeah.
So those are 3 signings that, frankly, did not work out. And listen, I don't know this for a fact. I know, at least in terms of Abreu, the previous regime, the previous front office would not have signed Abreu.
No, they weren't going to do it.
I know this. I know this because I've talked to people that were in that front office when James Click was there. They would not have done the Abreu signing, and I don't think they would have done the Montero signing either. And I don't know as much about Brantley because that was only I know they wouldn't have done Abreu. They probably wouldn't have done Montero, and that's a lot of money to just flush down the toilet. Which hey, if you're gonna work without a budget and not care how much you spend, then go ahead and
Jim
spend
Crane has a budget.
But if you do have a budget, like they do operate under, and they spend money, like I'm not going to sit here and tell you that they don't.
No, but he's very diligent about it.
They're over the CBT this year. They spend money. It's the highest payroll that they've ever had. But it's not like the Dodgers. It's not like the George Steinbrenner Yankees. So if you want to operate without any sort of a budget, then you can waste money on whoever you want to waste money on. But when you operate with a budget, then it really hurts you when you make mistakes like this, and that's why they are kind of in the position that they're in.
Do you think Jim Crane is actually contemplating shuffling leadership again? This is like those 3 guys alone. Those were awful. I mean, Montero last year, he's done whatever this year, but and Abreu, like you can't as an owner say, yeah, I want this guy to keep making decisions, to keep influencing my decisions. I mean, the Jeff Bagwell thing, this is the second part of it. Do you think he will shuffle it? And the second part of it is, you talk about the most delicate situation Jim Crane maybe has ever been in. That is an Astros legend, man. That is for all the frustration we've had, he
one
is
of the 2 best players in franchise
history.
history.
He is a legend, a Hall of Famer. Yeah. That's a very delicate situation that Jim Crane's in.
Well, I don't think they necessarily need to reshuffle because Bagwell doesn't really have a title.
Well, that's true.
It's not about
he will be demoted. Air quotes.
It's not about listening to people that are paid to do the jobs.
Yeah.
It's about listening to your GM. It's about hiring your baseball people and listening to your baseball people and not, working, not taking the advice of former players.
Yeah.
Like, let the nerds do the job
because
the nerds got you pretty far. And, Dana Brown is a lot closer to, I think, what Jim Crane wants running baseball operations than James Click ever was. Just let him do the job.
Yeah.
Let him work. Let his staff work. And don't make them have to worry about what's being said on the other side of the building with the former players. Let your baseball ops people do their jobs.
And James Click, has to be kind of feeling that Gina Luno vibe right now. Kind of feeling pretty.
Oh, I know he is.
Kind of feeling pretty good about because he did a really good job. He was never really recognized or respected, by Jim Crane because clearly they were butting heads. But yeah, no, I think and you mentioned this about a month ago, and it's very, very accurate. You can't have 3 general managers in however many years and just have the consistency that you need in an organization.
No, it doesn't. That job is too important.
Yeah.
There's too much that comes with that job. And it's not like a general manager does not have his hands in everything or their hands in everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're not running the draft. They're not, scouting Latin America. They're not, running the minor league system, but they're hiring the people that do all those things. So when you change GMs, oftentimes it means you're changing farm directors. That in turn, you have a different philosophy in player development now than you did when James Click was the GM. So that's the big stuff. That's why you want continuity and cohesion with these jobs. Because if those jobs, and that means you're changing philosophies. If you get a new scouting director, you're changing your philosophy sometimes with scouting. If you're changing farm directors, that means you're changing your philosophy in player development. You want to try and keep those things as steady as possible. That's why it was a mistake to fire Click in the first place.
No, it absolutely was. The other part of what now, and you started this conversation with this, is like what do they do now? What do they do now short term in terms of first base and being in contention? I think Dubon would be the obvious one. I'm pretty sure you agree with that. But are there other options? What are they?
So within the organization, I don't think there are many, at least for first base. I mean, you can shuffle some guys around. I know everybody's going to point to Joey Loperfido, but I think the team has kind of shown you here that they don't view him as a first baseman. And I know they've said things to the contrary just in the last 6 weeks since they brought him up in the first place. But words are different than actions, and their actions tell you that they don't view him as a first baseman. So I don't necessarily see that as being the case. And you look, they have put a lot of other guys at first base, even when he was up. They put a lot of other guys at first base over him, whether it was Singleton or Dubon. Trey Cabbage got starts at first base. Or he might have gotten one start or at least a few innings at first base over the course of this season. So to me, John Singleton will get the starts at first base against right-handed starting pitchers and then late in games against right-handed relievers. And then I think when it comes to lefties, at least right now, it would be Dubon playing first base just because they trust Dubon basically in every single position on the field. So I think that right now that would be the direction that they go in. Who they're playing at first base in AAA, it's like David Hensley right now, Loperfido every now and then. So I don't necessarily see that as being an option. But they have, again, the options aren't great at first base. That's why it was so important for them to have Abreu hit, because they didn't have anybody in the organization behind Yuli Gurriel who could play the position. So
The other thing, like, even though like he was so well liked in the Astros clubhouse, they have to be feeling some sort of relief in there. As much as they liked him and all that, but they have to be feeling something on that, right?
So Chandler Rome wrote about this last September about Abreu. This is a quote that was in his story for The Athletic from Mauricio Dubon. Quote, this guy...
Yeah, I think you're right.
This is a guy that has $50 million, $60 million in the bank, and he comes here and shows up like he's a rookie, Dubon said. This is a guy who has an MVP as a guy coming up trying to build a career. It's pretty admirable watching him. He works. He has an MVP. He has all the money. Why would I not work when he does so every day? Like, nobody... Abreu did not fail because he did not try. He wasn't one of these guys who got a big contract.
But they still have to feel relief in that.
Yeah, I think that they're probably happy.
Love you.
Yeah, he doesn't have to go through this anymore.
Yeah.
Do you want to read this report that just came through?
Yeah, Ari Alexander saying that the Astros are bringing up first baseman, catcher Cooper Hummel. And everything I know about Cooper Hummel, I'm going to learn from Adam Spillane with you.
He was a guy that they claimed.
Oh, you know who he is?
Yeah, I know who he is.
Oh, I knew he. Yeah. I didn't even ask him, and I knew he knew.
Right-handed guy. Again, they brought him. They claimed him. I believe is off waivers from the Marlins when they were trying to just fill 40-man roster spots. Then he was DFA'd, wasn't picked up. He's not a guy that. He's not in their long-term plans at first base. I guess that's the best way to put it.
Yeah.
And again, they cannot bring Joey. And I guess this is good news, at least, because the only way that they could bring Yainer Diaz back before next Friday is if they put somebody on the IL. So the fact that they are not, so that they can bring somebody else up, that means that I guess Yainer Diaz should be good to play tonight. So that's a positive there. But they got to wait a week to bring up Loperfido, and I don't even know if they view him as an option at first base here moving forward.
Well, I said yesterday I'd take anyone over José Abreu. So I'm not going to backtrack now. Cooper Hummel, nice to meet you.
That's anyone.
Nice to meet you. I like your 301 batting average in 163 at-bats in the minor leagues and 7 home runs and a 932 OPS in the minor leagues. Welcome to Houston, Cooper Hummel. Anything was going to be better, and I don't mind it. I mean, just give it a shot.
And again, my expectation would be that it's Dubon, at least tonight, getting a start at first base.
Yeah.
And then it'll be Singleton against the lefties, and then we'll see what I imagine they'll bring Loperfido back up to the big league roster when he's eligible to come back on Friday.
Yeah, and I think Dubon as well. And we start out. Look, I'm fine with them protecting Jim Crane. At some point, Jim Crane has to say, like, at some point, you got to look in the mirror and just say, if you're a real leader, I need to be out there.
Who you want to hear from more, Jeff or Jim?
Jim. Oh, easily Jim.
I'd like to hear from Jeff.
No, I'm not saying I wouldn't.
I'd like to hear a few words from Jeff.
I'm not saying I wouldn't, but Ron, you know how it is, man. Like, at some point, you know you're responsible. You know you made the decision. You know Jeff Bagwell got in your ear, and Jeff Bagwell flew down there and brought José Abreu back. Also, Montero, was in the mix at that point. At some point, you got to say, all right, I'm tired of throwing this guy under the bus. I'm going to stand down. I'm going to take my medicine.
Let me ask you guys a question real quick. Do you think they waited too long to make this decision? Do you think the way they went about it by sending him to I'd never heard of complex leagues before, but sending him to the complex league, doing that stuff there, bringing him back, giving him 13, 14 games of action to continue to see him struggle. Do you think they waited too long to ultimately do this?
I'm going to let him answer because I think he had the best answer.
I think the only thing worse than burning $30+ million is burning $30+ million and have that guy come back and find it with somebody else. So I think that they had to go down every single avenue just to be sure. Now, I didn't think that he was ever coming back. I didn't think that the MVP all-star quality player was ever coming back. But I did think that it was possible in the form that he had late last season. And if he's able to do that, then you have a real player on your hands. But I thought that they would give him more than 13 games, though, coming back. I thought that they.
But we found out in 13 games.
Yeah, you knew.
We found out in 10 games.
It was very apparent that it just wasn't going to happen.
I think this was just CYA, man.
Yeah.
Send him down there, cover your ass, just in case. Just in case somehow, some way, something happens. But then once they saw him back up here, we got.
Because my whole thought was and Clint and I, we've had these conversations. What could he have done ultimately where you're like, all right, we weren't going to get to this point?
Anything is the answer.
I mean, as you said,
anything is the answer.
It do better than than the first go around, but it's like 160.
Yeah,
got him up here. I don't know. There's a part of me that thinks, boy, they could have truly avoided this.
Yeah.
Well, they could have just not signed him in the first place.
Well, yeah.
I think that's the big thing is that if you.
I ain't gonna lie, I felt it. When it happened, I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be a nice little fit."
Because it's a name. They went with the name. They went for a
back of the baseball card, baby.
That's what they.
It was a name, but he hadn't. He
slid a little.
He slid a little, but I wouldn't expected him to be the headliner. I'm thinking him in between Alvarez and Tucker.
Yeah.
Woo.
Yeah.
Didn't quite work out that.
No, I didn't.
All right. Great week with you, John. Thank you, Figgy. Man. We got Show and Clint coming up next year. Sorry, it's the end of the week. I'm tired. It's the end of the week. They got you covered here on the drive.
I'm tired.
Until
boy Ron?
They got you covered on the drive until 6. Again, I'm around when he speaks at 3 o'clock. For Figgy Fig, for John Lopez, for Adam, I'm Adam Spillane saying thank you for listening. Have a great weekend. You are listening to KILT HD2, an Odyssey sports station, and The Drive is live.
All right, The Drive is live. It is a big show, big day. It is a throw the rundown, rip it up, throw it out type of a day.
There is a guy.
I'm telling you. Taking us in on this Friday. If you missed it, José Abreu is gone. He is up out of here from the Astros. There you go. There you go.
Boy, I've been waiting on for a minute now.
Come on now.
I've been waiting to play this damn song for a while.
Hold on. Before I read the press release, let's just feel this for a second.
Yeah, let it breathe.
Come on, Wanye. Man. 3 buttons down.
Yeah.
Wish we could say we'd miss you.
He won an MVP, so we accepted that offensive lineman number. All right, I'm sorry. There we go. We got to fill that in. I need you to keep that up. This is from the Astros. The Astros have released first baseman José Abreu from the Major League roster. General Manager Dana Brown announced that today. Dana Brown will speak at 3 o'clock. We'll have what he has to say coming up later. That will be interesting to hear, so stay tuned with us. The Astros will announce a corresponding move later on today. So they do have got a lot to cover here. I want to hear from you all coming up here later on in this hour. We will hear from Robert Flores of MLB Network to get his thoughts on this situation. We will cover this big time. A big story right now, something we wonder what is going to happen with José Abreu, and it has happened today, Clint. Earlier, before the release, this from Dana Brown, he said on the flagship, he said, we've given Abreu time to put some things together. Let's evaluate it, and at some point soon, we're up against time and need to get things moving. We're consistently having conversations about making tough decisions. That's what he had to say earlier, and then in the 1 o'clock hour of In the Loop, it was announced that they had parted ways and released him. I want to hear from you, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in there. Fellas, I want to hear from you too, Tyler and Clint. Clint, you first. Your first thoughts, your first feelings now that we know the news, we know that they've moved on from Abreu. What's your thoughts now?
I left my dirty little white towel in the car, boys.
You left? You didn't bring it in, huh?
Left it in the car. These damn Astros are finally, or let's say, they have finally made a decision that me as a fan, I can look at and say, all right, now we are trying to climb out of this hole. We are trying to keep this World Series window open. We really are trying to make a run at this division, and we're making decisions if that ultimately is your end game goal. I don't give a damn what anybody says about being patient. I don't give a damn what anybody says about how long the season is. I don't give a damn what anybody says about, oh, you don't think these guys are trying to win games? No. I don't think that José Abreu, since he was shipped to the complex league, I don't believe that priority number one in that organization was winning ball games.
Can you say no?
I don't know how I said it.
No.
I'm just telling you. I don't give a damn who you are. I don't care how much baseball you know or you don't know or you played or you didn't play. I don't care. At the end of the day, you cannot watch that situation that was going on with José Abreu and tell me that they were making decisions, trying to win games with a sense of urgency to dig out of this hole that they've dug, that they put themselves in. And for me, I left my little dirty white towel in the car. My Stros are making good decisions.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
This is the first. We want to keep this World Series window open. We are interested in winning, but it's the first move that they've made of that kind since signing Josh Hader.
Since that move, since the offseason.
Since the offseason. That's number one, Ron. That's number one. Is my Stros are in the business of trying to win ball games again. Number two, Joe Espada, your ass looks silly. You sat up there trying to tell us.
He looks silly.
Well, no. Look, he's the voice in the face now. I mean, this is the danger. When you walk up there and you constantly try to tell us somebody still got it. I got confidence in him to get a good quality at bat.
Hey, but you can't have confidence in somebody that you release 3 or 4 days later.
Ron, he has had about 3 at bats since Joe Espada made that. I had confidence, and Dana Brown or whoever else in the organization finally said, "Nah. Not only do we not have confidence he's going to get a good quality at bat anymore in the 9th inning, we got to get his ass up out of here. We can't win with this guy on the roster."
30 mil, Jack.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I look at
them deuces.
The Stros are in winning mode again for me until I see different. And Joe Espada, this is exactly why you don't call it being a company man. Call it you're just stuck in the middle of the front office and the media. Call it what you want. But this is why you got to know better than to walk up there and just bold-faced lie to folks.
Yeah. From the text line, I bet they win 9 of the next 12 or better. All they have to do now is fire Espada. Espada needs to go right along with his ass, is someone texted in. Now they need to release Jeff Bagwell for making the decision. I will say Jeff didn't do it alone and wasn't just given the okay. So it ain't all there. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well, what's your initial thoughts? What is your thoughts? Tyler Milner is as psychotic as I know. Tyler has to be calm down. I'm proud of him. I thought he was coming in blasting full celebration music, and I mean, going to take an ultimate round of disrespect.
We still got 4 hours. We got time for that.
But he did go to the end of the road, which was absolutely the right decision and right move. What's your initial thoughts? Because I know this has been weighing on you. This has pushed you to the brink of your fandom.
It's costing some money.
All of that. All of what y'all just said is true. And it has been freaking frustrating because this should have happened forever ago. Now, I'm not upset. I'd rather have it late than never. But you can take all, and we talked about this pre-show. We hear all about how Abreu's a good guy, and we know his past in baseball and how he performed on the diamond. Love that for him. Sure, he is a good dude. The guy, since he's been in Houston, outside of about a month and a half span last season into October, outside of that one very fading moment, this dude has done nothing that would contribute to any kind of good outcome for the Houston Astros. He has not been able to get it done on the field. He's not been able to get it done with a bat in his hands, and I hate it for him, and I'm sure he is the most frustrated person on earth, more than any of us fans. But this had to happen. Glad it happened. Good job. Now start chipping away at this freaking lead in the AL West, man.
It's 207, Tyler. I'm going to really push you.
Okay.
I'm going to push you to do something that I don't think you want to do.
Okay.
It's 207. I need a José Abreu. I need a José Abreu little 1 minute greatest hits. I want to get me some of the homers that he hit when the big one against the Twins in the playoffs. I want you to send him off.
That ALDS that's the highlight of his. That's the highlight of his time. 3 home runs in 4 games in that ALDS where the Astros beat the Twins.
He had some moments in the ALCS too against the Rangers. I remember in Arlington had him a big home run in there. I just. Give me some of José Abreu's greatest hits.
I mean, the highlight reel isn't going to be super long, obviously, but I bet I can do it.
Said about a minute.
I'm not sure there's a minute worth.
Well, you can start about the fourth quarter of 2023, and you can stop with that ALCS.
Does it start when he hit that first home run and did a dead sprint around the bases?
We should have known something wrong.
Did he slide?
How embarrassing, man! Like you're a major league ball player.
Come on, give me some of his greatest. Give me about a minute. Send him out right. This is what intrigued me when I saw this because I find this really interesting. Like this was a situation, right, fellas? We've been sitting here for a couple of weeks. This is where I kind of move off what Adam Spolane said in the crosstalk. Like everybody knew this had to happen, right? Like everybody knew that this was the answer to the question. This was the answer to the problem, right? Like you just said, this wasn't getting no better. When they sit him down in Florida, this wasn't getting no better, right? You said, man, he won't come up here and find it, right? Like we all knew the answer to the question. It reminds me when I'll never forget when Armin called me and offered me this job, and I'm sitting in Kansas City. My father-in-law, Stan. We're sitting there talking about it. This was a decision. Are we gonna move the family? Are we gonna move here to Houston? I remember he called me one day. He said, "So we know you're taking this job, or you might as well just quit.
Right.
Quit the career.
Get out of the business."
He said, this is the 4th biggest city in the country. This is the top 6 market. This is what you got into the business for. We know you're taking the job. Now let's just figure out, everything else. In this situation, you knew what the answer was. It wasn't that he's going to find it.
Right.
We knew what the answer was. But I think they did hurt themselves with how long they decided to come to this point. And I think they shook up because the worst part is when they did bring him back up, that might have been the time frame when the team was really starting to turn it around. And John was starting to turn it around. And then they dropped that anvil in there, and it seemed to bring it back down again. So, listen, I am really intrigued, Clint, to figure out what is it? What was it that took it this long? It's not the money, right? They knew they were never ever gonna get anything close to what they paid for. Never anything. Was it pride? What was it? I wonder that it took finally get to the point where they're like, we got to make this decision because they eating 30 and they knew they was gonna eat 30. He wasn't gonna play $5 million worth. I just that part to me. I'm intrigued about if I was a fly on the wall in there for them to hear those conversations they had of, all right, this is let's just keep at it. Let's keep at it because they knew They know baseball better than we do.
Yeah, well, I do think, and I give them a hard time all the time, the folks that think, oh, it's a long season. Like, I think they operate in a way of like it's a long season, obviously. I think there's part of, the money, no doubt, without a doubt, was the biggest factor.
You think so?
The season being a little bit longer. I think the Astro arrogance of being able to be patient with guys like this and not end up in a hole that you can't dig out of because you've been a better baseball team and the division's not been near as good as it is right now, at least the two teams that are ahead of you. I think all that stuff played into it, man. I think at first, too, I think you got to look at the time, John Singleton wasn't like we just can't wait to get John on the field. It wasn't like he was a prospect coming up. Now, he got up there, and I don't know if it's because he swung it that well or if it was just that much better than Abreu that makes me real high on John Singleton. But I know as a fan, I feel better with a lot better with John Singleton up there, even though he is coming out of his shoes with that long-ass swing. I love it.
Well, it wasn't a coincidence once he figured and knew, well, I'm going to get legit playing time because who else are they going to go?
That's right.
That he felt comfortable and start to swing.
That's right. So, at the time, you didn't know what John was going to give, and so I think all those factors had to play a big role. Again, I am not surprised that the Astros stuck with him as long as they did. I am not surprised that they cut him today or released him. However you phrase that in baseball. I'm not surprised.
Oh,
by
you didn't
any
think
of
so?
it.
You weren't surprised when you heard that today. You weren't like.
Bit. No,
you weren't like,
broke.
finally did it.
He's broke, not one bit. It was just a matter of time before they cut him. And the part that bothers me is now the Astros as they are right now. The guy that walked his ass up there and was telling us how confident he was, and
that's the part that shook me up.
He's still leading the show right now.
That's what shook me up, Clint. Where I'm like, damn, are they going to do it?
Yeah,
he's got confidence in him in the ninth. In a 2-2 game with the bases loaded.
I don't think. Dana Brown and his company are making these decisions. He's not making the decisions. But you're still looking at an organization that the manager is literally he doesn't have the awareness, he doesn't have the ability, he doesn't have what it takes to go up there and not. I mean, in my opinion, outside of you spending the money on Abreu, like the worst part of this whole deal is how silly your manager looks right now. There is a guy that was literally going up there telling us how much he had seen that swing improve on this film he was watching. And he was justifying starting him game after game after game, 12 of 16 games.
That's why.
That he came when he came back, 12 of 16. And there was, did he make better contact? Sure. Did his average go up a couple of notches? Sure. But nobody had confidence. Nobody saw this was like, hell yeah, it's coming.
And that's one of the biggest things, fellas, for me with Joe Espada. When I call him the bench coach, you knew he wasn't like the real guy when it comes to like leader, like that. Like they're not just gonna be good with just walking up and making themselves look stupid all the time.
Not
you
at
know
all.
what I mean?
Not on purpose. On purpose.
Like if you look at the other two, major coaches here, I just don't believe D'Amico Ryans is ever going to put himself in a position where he's going to walk up to the podium and just stand in and take a charge of looking stupid. Like, I'm going to stand in here, I'm going to take it. Just run me over to look stupid. I don't think Udoka's going to go up there and just be like, you know what, man? I'm cool with looking like a dumbass. But, boy, he goes up there and does it all the time to a point where it makes you feel like he really believes it. Like, he really believes it. So if you missed it, José Abreu has been released from the Astros. They'll make some other moves coming up later. We'll be keeping an eye out for that to update that for you. What do you think is the move? Now that they're moving forward, what's the move to you with how they handle first base? They have a roster spot open. If you did not hear, unless there's an injury, it cannot be Joey Loperfido because he has to wait because he was just sent back down. So unless they're now, he can't be the guy. So many people are reporting that he may not be the one. Okay, Tyler's going Doobie. With that, what's the short term move you think for the Astros at first base?
I think it's John Singleton. But here's to Tyler's point. I think what you do now is you look at John Singleton. John Singleton and Yordan Alvarez should not be playing in the field together.
I got you.
That's where I'm at. I mean, if Dubon has to be in this lineup swinging the bat. I mean, that's not just about numbers now. If you just watch the damn
maybe
Astros,
those two platoon.
And look, when it's time for Singleton to sit down, then here comes Dubon.
Like today, they're facing maybe the best lefty that's pitched this year. Not right now in Scooble. Maybe you put in Dubon at first today as he's a righty to face a lefty, and then when they face righties, maybe John is in there, and they just platoon right, left, who's ever pitching. Maybe that's how you go.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't know that I've seen John Singleton enough against a lefty to tell that he can't hit a lefty. Now I don't know what the numbers say. I'm not a big believer in all that stuff. I mean, but when you got a sample size of a year plus where a guy just flat ass can't hit a lefty, then I guess you got to follow that to some degree. But I'm just when I look at what the Astros are doing is you just can't afford to the next step is you can't afford to have Dubon riding the pine with no Tucker, no Diaz. I mean, you're missing you're missing your biggest gun, and you're missing Diaz as well. And so I just don't know that you can afford to have 300 clutch as hell. And again, on the base pass, the dude just creates. I mean, he's just a creator. Every time I look up and Dubon's in the game, he's asked his own base.
Seems like it. Yeah.
Like that guy's got to be in the lineup. And it was great to hear Dana Brown today, not necessarily talking directly to it, but definitely dancing all around the fact that, hey, man, we're up against it. We got to make a run here.
It seems like a sense of urgency. And this move screams a sense of urgency. And with that, this is a big, big day in the Houston sports world with the Astros. I want to hear from you. 713-572-4610. Tyler will get you up and ready as he is creating a montage. He's got 4 hours to do it. A montage for José Abreu's time here. And please make it positive. I feel like he's going to slide in some negatives in there, like off the glove. I know that's going to be in it. But he's going to create a montage. But 713-572-4610. This is what I want to hear from you right now when you call in. Does this move change your feelings on what the Astros can do in terms of get back in the race? Does this make you feel differently about them being able to get back in the race with this move? We'll hear from you coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here from my guys over at Renter's Warehouse. And look, heads up, all my real estate hustlers out there, you own a property, you're renting a property, maybe you own 2 properties. Maybe you're tired of managing those properties. Do you too? And like to grow that business. So whether you're tired of managing or you got a business, you see the potential, you want to grow it, Renter's Warehouse is
Patrick Creighton and Tyler Milner. All Astros, all the time. Find new episodes every week on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
713-572-4610. We want to hear from you. This is despite this person texting in, this is not a big day in Houston show. It's Ron, for starters. No, I think it is.
I must not be an Astros fan.
I think it is. This has been the most, the number one topic for the Astros for weeks. I think even more than where they are in their struggles. In the standings is this here, and this has finally been resolved. José Abreu is released from the Astros. Did you say there was did you hear a corresponding move already with the Astros?
Yes, let me pull that up.
They are bringing up.
I got it right here. Astros are selecting first baseman / outfielder / catcher Cooper Hummel to the Major League roster.
Is he in Sugarland?
I'm guessing so.
I don't know. Cooper Hill, he might be in Corpus. Who knows? But
what up, Coop?
They're bringing up Cooper Hummel. I heard Hummel. Excuse me. He was hitting 301. I saw that in the minors this year. So he will be up to fill the spot as they let go of José Abreu. I did want to hear from you. As I said, this is kind of where I want you to start. Does this move change your feelings on the Astros getting back in the race? Does this move make you feel different about the Astros getting in the race? Real quick, some other notes with this. This coming from Jeff Passan of ESPN. The Astros released first baseman José Abreu. He is owed more than $30 million on the free agent deal that he signed last year. So they will have to pay him
that money.
$30 million plus as a free agent. I think from you, and I'll let you kick it off before we get to the people here, Clint, this seems to make you feel a bit different.
Absolutely.
About it.
Absolutely. As you say that, though, it was a short-term deal for an aging veteran player that was proven in his career to hit Jim Creighton in the ass. Now, you're already talking about a guy that doesn't like to give the young player with everything in front of him the long-term deal. Now the old man that has a resume bit him in the ass. I wonder how Jim Creighton, if this shifts his mindset towards building a roster moving forward. But, yeah, for me as an Astros fan, look, this is love or hate José Abreu. I don't ever like to see anybody lose their job, but at the end of the day, I want my squad that I'm a fan of that has dug a hole and put themselves behind the eight ball. I want them to make decisions, and I want them to operate with a sense of urgency. I've been wanting to do that for a month plus now. And this is the first sign today with the release of José Abreu. I feel like this organization is putting winning baseball games moving forward as the number one priority. I can't say that, and I feel very confident in saying that they weren't doing that the last month plus of this season, Ron. So, yeah, I mean, I feel the team got better today. The team got better today, and then Dana Brown following up. And actually, I think that Dana Brown may have made the comments before the Abreu news broke, but making the comments of, hey, man, look, we got to have a little bit – we're up against it here. We got to have a sense of urgency. We're up against it. We got to start making – we got to make a run, and we got to make it now. That coupled with the release of José Abreu makes me feel really good about the way I want my team operating, which is a sense of urgency. Don't wait till the last damn game of the season and make it matter.
To the point you made, Dana Brown, he will actually speak. We'll have that. We'll have what he has to say about this at 3:25. So stay tuned with us as we're recording. Matt, I want to kick this thing off with you. 713-572-4610. Matt, does this change? It changes Clint. Does this change your feelings on the Astros getting back in the race with this move?
Hell no. I'm glad he's gone. He needed to be gone, but it's too little too late. You know, this should have been done a month and a half ago. This decision's about like trying to ask your wife what she wants to eat or where she wants to eat. Took way long to do. You know, you can go all the way back. There's just a plethora of errors this year. This team is not the team of the Astros that we're used to. They don't have 4 or 5 sweeps in a row in them. They don't have 10 to 12 win streaks in them, and the sense of urgency that Dana Brown talks about, that crap should have happened a month ago. This was at urgency level a month ago, so it's a little too late. I mean, I think the season's done. I'm glad he's gone. It's sad to see a player of his stature hang on and suck so bad. I hate to say it, but no, I mean, I'm glad they moved and they released him, but it doesn't change my outlook on the season. I think the season's done.
Appreciate the call, Matt. Boy, Matt led off now. Matt led off. He really, Matt found his inner Brian Windhorse. Just not even yelling, man. I'm gonna slice you and dice you just in my normal. I'm disgusted tone.
That wife selecting the food thing or food, that is so real.
You ain't lying. You too late, boy.
The only thing I disagree with him on is that it's too late. They got to run in them. I believe it. If they start making decisions and acting accordingly, I think they got a chance.
8 games back right now from the Mariners in the West. Southside Al, are you different? Are you different from my man Matt? Does this change your feelings on the Astros getting back in it?
You already know, Ron. Great show. Shout out to T-Mill. What's up, Big Clint? We're in the building. Let me get a couple of things cleared right quick, Ron. No, he should have been gone from the time the season started, you ask me. But you know, straight up, get out of here. This is Astros baseball. Clint, you already know we don't rock like that. And Clint was trying to name a couple of players back in the day, been fighting this team, and he was naming some players with Jose Cruz. Clint, we missed Art Howe, Enos Cabell, Cesar Cedeno. Them a couple of them guys you missed on calling in Astrodome. That's how far I go back. And the great J.R. Richards. But Ron, let me tell you this here. This dude should have been gone. He should have been cooked. But what the last caller said, I kind of want your take on this, Ron. Coming out of Kansas City, watching your football team do what they do. And Clint should know this. Sometime, Ron, when you like to fire under a player, meaning that we cut his ties with him, it get them other guys' attention. So guess what we got now? Them guys that's playing for a contract, that's thinking it's a game and they got it easy, maybe they'll start picking up their play like Astros baseball should do. And Jim Crane, it is easy money for him, Clint. This man been going to the winning the division, playing the most baseball in the last 7 years out of any organization in the world. You know how much money he accumulated with the merger? It should have been a no-brainer. Great show, guys.
Appreciate the call, Southside out. No, I listen. It's interesting you bring it up. I mean, you know, the Chiefs' season didn't go exactly swimmingly last year, but it's not the same. But Kadarius Toney was costing them games and costing them games with dropping balls and turning the ball over. And they finally just set him down. And it did feel like a deal of like, dude, this dude is costing us games. And the similarities, the Astros and the Chiefs, the runs that they've been on, the big thing, and I've been saying it is, Alvarez and Altuve and Tucker and Bregman, these guys know what it takes to win, and they know that guy running out there every day is not the answer. And they know that's not the answer. And finally, him coming in and playing meaningful games, this may be something that shakes the rest of them up, like Clint said, believing that they actually are making decisions that look like they want to win right now. All right, coming up, more on this. Robert Flores, I'm sure this will be a big topic tonight and this weekend on MLB Network. He will join us. We'll get his thoughts from the national stage, the national thought process on this move from the Astros with José Abreu being released. That's coming up next.
Some people need to get those verbal hands every now and then. In fact, more often than not.
Sports Radio 610, celebrating 30 years as Houston's official sport. and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the drive. As this has been a rip up the rundown. Whatever you came up with before, you gotta move on when a big story hits. And this has been, I think, the most talked about thing surrounding the Astros, even more than where they are in the standings, and that is the José Abreu situation. And if you missed it, if you're just joining us, he has been released. They're moving on from him. He will be owed more than $30 million with the contract he signed last year. And let's bring in our guest, Robert Flores. You know him. He is basically maybe like the fifth member of this show. Robert Flores joins us, MLB Network. Also catch him every morning on MLB Central as he co-hosts with us there. Roflo, let me ask you this before we kick this thing off. Did they take too much time with this? Did they take too long with coming up with this decision, or do you think they handled this the right way, from sending him down to the Florida Complex League, bringing him up, and then letting him play some more where they are in the standings? Do you think they handled this the right way?
Well, I think there's a couple of factors. One, it's the factor that everyone knows about. The guy is still owed $30+ million left on the contract. So there's a financial commitment that has been made to this player. So you obviously want to try to do everything you can so you get the most value and the most bang for your buck. The other factor is that I think goes a little under publicized or flies below the radar a little bit, is that José Abreu still carries a lot of respect within that clubhouse, especially. So I think that there was those two factors. One, this is a player that is commands a lot of respect within the clubhouse. Two, one that you still owe quite a bit of money. And so I think they did everything they could. I give José Abreu all the credit in the world. He did not have to go down to the Florida State complex. He did not have to do that. He tried to do his best. I feel awful for him. And I think, in reading the comments on social media from Astros Twitter, and I get it, social media is largely garbage, and it's probably the death of our civilization ultimately. But seeing some of the comments, he's got to hear, I hate him, I can't believe him, Jeff Bagwell, you're the worst, Jim Creighton. I mean, the guy, we don't know what it's like to stand naked in front of 40,000 people. This is a guy that's a former MVP. At the height of his powers, was one of the best in the league, and now he was reduced to having trouble make contact. I can't imagine how difficult that is. I can't imagine how difficult it is to fail on that big a stage with that much on the line. But I just hope people would, pump the brakes a little bit on some of the vitriol and the rhetoric.
Hey, Roflo, it's interesting you say that, because I've thought all along that there was a chance that at some point Abreu would walk in and say, "Hey, man, let's figure out a win-win here. I can't continue. I don't want to continue to do this in my career the way." Because to me it was clear he was broken. The swing was so abbreviated.
It just didn't look right. It just didn't look right, Clint?
Right,
I mean, like, for a long time, it just doesn't look like something's not firing. And I'm not smart enough to figure out what that is, but it just didn't look right for the longest time.
Let's talk about this, Roflo, because I think for Astros fans, and I'm obviously one of them, this is what's important, is moving forward with this team. And before we get to who the replacement's going to be or should be, let's just talk about the Joe Espada factor here, because this is fans that Joe Espada, up until about 3 at-bats ago, was telling us that he has confidence that he's going to get quality at-bats, and he was watching this film in the Florida Complex League and was seeing improvements and things of that nature. How much of that do you think is just being the manager and protecting the player, and how much of it is, man, at the end of the day, Joe Espada, you look silly right now, but for the way that you handled the media through this thing?
No, I think it's the first one. I think he's protecting the player. And it goes back to what I mentioned earlier. This is a player that commands a lot of respect, not only around the league, but more importantly within that clubhouse. If Joe Espada were to come out and say what many of what the fans wanted to hear was, José Abreu, I can't believe he's still in the league. What's he doing? There, he's hot garbage. He's got to be sent down. This is not working. How is that going to play within the clubhouse? I mean, what's he supposed to say? I mean, even Siri is confused. So that's what he had to say. That's what he had to say. He's like, hey, man, I've got confidence in him. I'm hoping he can turn around. We're rooting for him. And, that's the best he can do at this spot. This is the guy he's just not making contact, and he looks like he's a shell of himself. Is he washed? Is he completely done? I don't know. Maybe a change of scenery. Maybe something gets figured out. But you're right, Clint. It just didn't look right, and it hasn't looked right for a long time. A good postseason, but, man, that's probably the high point of his brief career in Houston.
Robert Flores, MLB Network, joins us. Roflo, as you said there, how would that go over in the clubhouse? I'm curious. Especially the top guys and leaders of this Astros team. How do you think it was going over when you knew he was struggling? They started to kind of have a run going, and then he immediately drops in, and he's starting games in the most important series against the Mariners. Like, how do you think that went over with the Altuves and the Tuckers and the Bregmans, the leaders in that clubhouse?
I think, and I don't know. I know those guys a little bit. I'm not super close and super tight with any of them. But I bet you when they saw the lineup, it was like, come on, Jose. Come on, man. Let's get some knocks. Let's get something going. We need you. We need you. I really don't think it was, for the love of, get him out of the line. Yeah. They're rooting for him. Everyone in that clubhouse was rooting for them. And you know why? 2 reasons. One, as I said, I go back to the respect. But the other reason is, and I think it's one that gets lost on the people that cover the game and the people that watch the game, it is so bleeping hard. It is so difficult to do what these guys do on a nightly basis. Even the worst player in the league is so much better than all of us, and they are so much better than we realize. That's what I've learned in my 7+ years at working at MLB Network is hard. So they were rooting for him, and they were pulling for him, but it just didn't work out.
Roflo, what about the replacement here in terms of, I mean, you're looking at John Singleton. Dubon can play some first base. I think the Loperfido kid has been getting some run at first base in Sugarland down here. You got some options, and I think all options ultimately out of the gate, most folks are going to have more confidence in than what the way Abreu finished right there. How do you see that replacement working out?
Yeah, I mean, John Singleton, I think it was Dana Brown a couple of weeks ago, even when Abreu was either he was fresh up or about to come back, Dana Brown basically said, yeah, he's our first baseman. Is John Singleton, is he, elite? Is he going to be an all-star? I don't know. I don't think so, but I think he's definitely a more consistent option than what you have been getting from José Abreu. I would like to see the Loperfido back at some point because I think he give him some flexibility. But I would caution with young players, it's very difficult. When a young player comes up, you want him to play. That's what I've been told, and that's all I've heard over the last several years. When a young player comes up, you want him to get consistent ABs and be a consistent player and be in the lineup as much as possible because that's how they get better. So I think for the interim, it's John Singleton, who has had some good moments when he's had a chance to be in there. It's just like you said, guys. It's on. I mean, at least with Singleton, there's a chance that he can put together a good AB. And for Abreu, that just wasn't happening on a consistent basis, if at all.
You think that guy that could be the replacement more permanently is not here yet? I mean, the excitement that some people around here have gotten hearing rumors of Pete Alonso. potentially. I know that's a good hard laugh. I like that. I'm just saying where they are. I mean, there's been rumors that have said that. So you don't see that as a possibility at all.
No, I would be totally shocked if that happened, because when I first when someone first brought that to my attention, I was thinking, well, who are the Astros going to trade? I mean, like, the Mets, if you come to the Mets, hey, we're interested in Alonso. Okay, what are you giving us in return? So what's the return look like? Loperfido? You're going to give him up for a rental? You already got a big ticket and a big bill that's due with Kyle Tucker. I just don't see it. I don't see how it's going to work. I mean, if someone can tell me what a return package going to the Mets would look like, I could maybe make a more educated guess. But as of right now, it ain't happening.
Yeah, I don't think so either. They'd have to really make a run to even put themselves in a position to need to.
That's the other thing. That's the other thing, Show. It's like, is this team worthy of that type of move right now?
All right, man, I hear you got a cool thing coming up next Thursday that you guys are going to be doing.
Yes, next Thursday, Major League Baseball is paying tribute to the Negro Leagues and to Willie Mays, going to Willie Mays' hometown of Birmingham, Alabama. They're going to play at historic Rickwood Stadium. The Giants and the Cardinals next Thursday in MLB Central will be there getting you set for that historic game. So we'll be on site in Birmingham at Rickwood Stadium at noon Eastern noon Houston time on MLB Network. MLB Central coming on a little bit later, but for a good cause.
All right, check that out. Coming up next Thursday. We appreciate your words on this big news happening with the Astros.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for calling me, guys. I appreciate it. Have a great weekend. Happy Father's Day, Clint.
All right. I'm a dad.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, and you too, Show.
Well, and
Show,
Tyler,
Show, are you a dad?
Yeah, I got 3, and Tyler has dogs, and he thinks he's a dad too. So.
Okay, all right. Happy Father's Day to everyone in the studio. I appreciate it. And how am I the 5th member? How am I the 5th?
That's what I was wondering, Roflo.
Who's the 3rd? Who's the 3rd and 4th?
Larry and Stafford probably have a word with you. They're
all right, fair enough.
There you go. All right, that's Robert Flores. MLB Network, again, you can catch him every morning at MLB Central. And as they said, next Thursday, a really cool event that they're going to be at the oldest stadium in America to celebrate the Negro Leagues there coming up next Thursday. So check that out. All right, NBA Finals game over. Will the season end tonight? And the Astros have a big one. And again, we'll give you the absolute latest. The Astros have already made a move with this José Abreu situation. We'll tell you what that is coming up next.
All right, recently we've had some pretty
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, a lot going on in the sports world, and here in Houston, we'll keep you updated on the latest moves with the José Abreu situation. But Clint, the NBA season could come to an end tonight as Game 4 between the Boston Celtics and right up 45, the Dallas. I almost said this. Oh, I hate you, Tyler. I looked down and almost said it. Types, and he doesn't call them the Mavericks.
No, they're the Mav. Yeah, I probably shouldn't say that.
I almost said it.
They're the Mav Richards.
Yeah, that's what you did.
Mav Richards. That's
the
nice.
Mav Richards.
That's how I like to refer to them.
They can sweep the Mavericks tonight. As I said, it could come to an end. They lead 3-0, Clint. And Luca has just been run through the coals for the last 24-plus hours after the performance he had, him fouling out, and just overall the way it looked with him complaining with the referees and how bad he was defensively. It will be interesting to see how he comes out in this game. I know you thought they would win Game 3. I mean, everything went their way. They didn't have Porzingis. They came out, and Kyrie gave him 35. They both started off in the first half rolling, going. Jaylen Brown got off to a slow start. They only had a 1-point lead at the half, which I knew they were in trouble. They had a huge comeback in the fourth quarter, but they were down by nearly 20 in that quarter early. What's your thoughts? Do you think this thing goes to a Game 5?
Yeah, I think they can get it to a Game 5.
You think they win tonight?
I think Luca turns things up a notch. I mean, look, when you get questioned, I think the defense stuff, like I don't think he gives a rip about all of his antics with the refs. And people can comment about that. I don't think he gives a rip. But when people, the first thing you text was, man, they was finding that. They was seeking his ass out on defense and just going. It's blatantly obvious, right? And like you got to if you don't take that personal, something's wrong. And I'm not saying he can go out there and because just who he is, he's not going to be a great defender. I'm not saying he can go out there and all of a sudden be locked down.
You got to believe he could be better than what he's showing.
That's it. And if he has it in the tank to be better, I think you do that. I think it's the same from Kyrie.
But does that affect him on the other end?
We'll see. I mean, it's hard. It's hard for me to look at Luka and buy into a lot of the. I know a lot of the folks I see. I don't know much about it, but I see people talking about he's out of shape and this or that, and can he handle? It's hard for me to look at a guy in the finals who I mean, up until 24 hours ago, 48 hours ago, there was nothing being made about his defense. There was nothing being made. Now all of a sudden he's out of shape. He can't play defense. Does it affect him on the other end? Like we're in the finals, man. Like I got to believe that whatever got him there is good enough. He's just got to dig down deep and not let his emotions in the moment get caught up with the refs and all that kind of stuff. I think they can get it to Game 5, yeah.
I think they can. We'll see what happens with Porzingis. That hasn't been talked about yet. That was tough, man. They could win that game. Everything that you would think they needed to have happen, with the exception of him fouling out with 4 minutes left. You would think that would be a recipe, for them.
Well,
for them
especially with the way they were humming. I mean, they were on a 20-2 run. Like at the end of a 20-2 run, when Luka fouled out, I know throughout the game there were some struggles. There were some, but I mean, you'd like to have seen how that last 4:27 played out with him on the floor and see if they could have pulled that out.
They just can't seem to shake the jokers. They can't seem to get away from the Celtics. And my thing with this Celtics team, Clint, I think just like Game 3, Dallas is going to come out with a heavy punch. But I think we're seeing the maturity of this Celtics team, that they can take a punch and they can.
They're deep.
Yes, they're a really good team. I think they win tonight. I think they complete the sweep. I wonder if this will be the moment, if they win tonight, that they will get the respect that their numbers, that their statistics, that what they've done deserves. Because, Clint, they have been like an all-time team that nobody wants to admit. They've been. If they win this game tonight, they'll be 80-20 on the season, which is one of the best combined records we've ever seen. Yeah. They will go 16-2 in the playoffs. No team has ever in the history of the sport swept the conference finals and the finals. Like not even Jordan, not any of the Bulls, not Shaq and Kobe's Lakers or the Warriors. They'll be the first team to do it. They have, if they win tonight.
Why did you mention LeBron in that?
Or LeBron, none of them. I mean,
you mentioned Shaq and Kobe and Jordan.
But I mean, let's just be honest.
Well, that's the LeBron in you.
Well, LeBron, I'm just saying, LeBron has it. LeBron's never had an easy road to the finals. They've had to fight tooth and nail to get all 4 of them championships. But I mean, if they win by double figures tonight, 50 of their 80 wins will be by double figures. 50, including 17 wins of 30 or more this year they've had thus far. Nobody operates towards them like they're that type of team.
Like they're that dominant and that kind of run in history, right?
But they keep showing you though.
Well, look, your original question was, will they if they win? I mean, a championship has a funny way of making all that kind of stuff work itself out, doesn't it? Because I think immediately that's you're the first person I've heard making all those points at one time and talking about how I mean, just historically good they are. I would imagine you sweep the Mavs tonight, there'll be less talk about how everybody that you beat to get here, to get to the finals was bad, and more talk about what you just mentioned.
That's what Tatum said. That Tatum was posed this question: do you realize, the accomplishments you guys have had if you win this game? And he got up and said, I didn't know some of that. It's cool. He said, but you all will probably tell us that we didn't beat anybody and we got to come back and win again next year and prove it to you.
Yeah.
It is wild. Like, you just look at that. They have done things that even KD, Steph, and Clay didn't do.
Yeah.
And Draymond together didn't do. But it's like, I think it really is because nobody wants to believe that they have a player that is of such caliber. I mean, Jason Tatum is back-to-back first-team All-NBA. He's averaging 26, 10 rebounds, and 6 assists in the playoffs. And then Jaylen Brown is doing what he's doing. So I'll be intrigued to see if they win this nation is around the Celtics, because they have, from start to finish, I think people are shocked that they're in this position. I finally see people give it up and say, all right, now they're up 3-0. They can win this thing.
Tyler, what's your bets on this game, man?
Yeah,
we got a couple of them lit. The Celtics are -1. The over-under's 210 and a hook.
Yeah. I only got action on one thing in this game, and that's the over. I'm on the over for this game.
The over in the game.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to take them Kyrie over, too. In fact, I'll take Kyrie for
he went
Kyrie
to hell
over.
Yeah, you would think Luca's going off.
Or you take his under.
I can't take anything for you because I'm maxed out on the bets right now.
No,
not in the red. I just got a lot of action going today.
It must have mean you had a rough run yesterday.
No. I mean, I did. It was red yesterday a little bit, but today we bounced back. Yeah, light shade.
It wasn't neon, was it?
Yeah, it was like a light cherry.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Luca, I'm really intrigued how he plays. I've said this before. I think Luca's focus in the first quarter should be getting everybody going instead of getting himself going.
Well, you've damn sure seen him get himself going, and that not work.
He gets himself going, and they have. You go look at that stat line in that game 3. When you're like, we said it, but where are the other 40 going to come from? He gets 27, Kyrie gets 35, and go look up and see how many people, how close anybody else is to 10. I'm certain nobody else was in double figures for the team. So that one tonight here is the Celtics look to close things out.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, real quick here with the José Abreu situation. Of course, we'll get more to that. By the way, Dana Brown, we will have his comments coming up later on in this hour. So stay tuned. Dana Brown will speak, and he is going to speak for the first time since the Astros made the move. And we'll let you hear what he's got to say as well. And Tyler made a little montage. Tyler made a little listen, we're not going to just crush José Abreu. He had some highlights here. We'll let you hear that coming up.
Many.
Didn't take him late. I mean, you literally asked him less than an hour ago to get it done, and he's had it done for 15 minutes.
He's had it done.
You asked me in the first segment. I was done with it by the time we got through our first commercial break.
I am proud of you. There has been a move made. Cooper Hummel is being called up by the Astros. This is sources telling Chandler Rome in The Athletic. He is not on the 40-man roster, but he will be up with the big league club. Hitting .301 in the minors. Plays first, plays outfield, plays catcher all the way through. So that is the latest in the moves they're making outside of that. The lineup is out. We'll get to the game coming up. Replacing first base tonight is Mauricio Dubon. So that is the most recent moves. Dubon's going to play first base tonight, and Cooper Hummel, gets called up to maybe get some action up here.
Well, it's looking up, ain't it?
It is.
It's looking up, man. I'm telling you. I feel guilty for being so excited.
But the sports part of it.
Look, when it's sports and a guy, especially baseball, where it's guaranteed money, and a guy loses his job and gets paid $30 million immediately, it's not as tough as it sounds. But I don't like to see this happen. But as an Astros fan, man, I am absolutely excited.
Yeah, you're not happy about how José Abreu has just lost it. You're happy about the where you feel the team is.
Well, I just feel like with him in the lineup, I disagree with some of what Roflo was saying in the sense of how the team, like at some point in time, especially when it's a guy, and I understand he's respected, but he hadn't done anything for the Astros. And so I just I find it hard to believe that guys just hung on to that respect for Abreu of what he did for another organization for over 10 years and just never thought, well, gosh dang, man, what are we doing here? We got to get the best lineup on the field. you can't tell me that there wasn't a buzz in the building when Abreu was down in Florida and John swinging a stick well and some good things are happening. You can't tell me that that's not – it's just natural. It's human nature. It happens. So I disagree with some of that, some of what Roflo was saying. But there's at the end of the day, I know as a fan the buzz is felt. I know as a fan I am excited as hell that Dubon, a 300 hitter that's clutch as hell, is playing first base tonight and not riding a pine. I am absolutely stoked about that. Like this to me, win, lose, or draw, get in the playoffs or not get in the playoffs. The Astros put their best foot forward moving forward. We just got to live with the damn results.
Stay tuned. We'll let you hear what Dana Brown had to say as soon as we get a hold of that. We'll let you hear from the general. Going to speak for the first time since they have made the move with releasing José Abreu.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, a big one tonight, man. As the Astros get a day off, and they've got a team that is in front of them in the standings. They've got 3 this weekend against the Detroit Tigers, and they are playing against, I would say right now, the American League Cy Young front runner right now in Scoobel. He is 8-1, ERA under 2. He has been absolutely amazing. Now they have him on pitch counts. He is usually between 80 and 100 pitches, so he's not someone that goes incredibly long in games. So he will get to the bullpen at some point, but he has been really, really good, Clint. And this calls for maybe the best lineup you can put out there. That's why when we didn't know before the José Abreu news, the thought was, boy, I know they want to put a righty up there because he's left-handed, but they need to have their best guys. Here is the lineup tonight as Hunter Brown gets to start against him. Altuve leading off with Bregman at third. Jordan in left field tonight with Pena at short. Yainer Diaz with the hand issue. He is back in the lineup as the DH. They said he was throwing in the outfield today, but he will hit at DH. Dubon is batting sixth at first base tonight with Jake Myers in center field. Caratini catching in right field, rounding out the lineup. So that is who will face the Tigers tonight, Clint. This is, to me, when you think about a lefty on the mound, a dominant lefty, I like this lineup. I like this lineup and what they can put together. This is probably the best lineup they could throw out, especially with the injury stuff with Yainer Diaz and not ready for him to catch yet.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think you bring Tucker back and you plug him in right field for white boy Chaz. And I know Diaz obviously will be ready to catch at some point in time, so Caratini will be up for grabs there. But this lineup right here, with a whether it's the DH position, the left field position, or the catcher position, like depending on how you use that DH, this lineup right here, when Tucker gets back, you can flip flop on that 9-hole hitter if you want to, but good God, that thing's scary. I love it. I love it. Yeah. No coincidence.
I know you.
José Abreu ain't been gone for 3 hours, and this lineup, this damn lineup card seems to make a little bit of sense.
Yeah, it is better. Tough one tonight. Justin Verlander will go Saturday. Spencer Arrighetti will pitch on Father's Day on Sunday. They are currently 8 games back of the Mariners, and as we said, they got to get going. They're 5-5 in their last 10. They got to start to make a move, and hopefully, listen, as you said, not happy about somebody losing their job, but hopefully this is something that is a jump start for the team, and they can get on a roll. All right, as we said, we are a general manager, Dana Brown. We will get that for you as soon as that comes about. Tyler had a little montage. I can't wait to hear this. Someone said, of course Ron would try to get Tyler to do the impossible. No, hell no. That's why he's number one right now. Number one right now. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, you want to talk about number one right now? Generator Super Center of Houston. They are the nation.
miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610, The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Happy Father's Day weekend out there coming up for the fathers.
Thank you.
Just to me.
I don't think you're the only dad in Houston, my friend.
Robert said.
No, the last thing he said before he left was Happy Father's Day to all of us.
Everybody in the studio. He did. Even to you. He didn't flinch when I told him you're a daddy, a doggy daddy.
That's right. He knows. Fur dads are real.
I was thinking to myself in my mind, I was about to say it back.
What do they think about you staying out till 4 a.m.?
They like it.
Not letting them out to eat turds.
Well, Meg's there. I almost said it back, but in my mind, I'm like, well, I don't know if Roflo's a dad, and I just keep it back. Do you go out? Do you only like if guys say, hey man, Happy Father's Day? Do you say it back?
Oh yeah.
No matter what. No, if you don't know or not, you should say it back.
Yeah, I mean, I typically do.
Tyler say Happy Father's Day.
Pretty sure Roflo's got a couple.
Does he? Okay, I didn't know.
I think he's got a little girl.
Does he?
For sure.
Okay. I didn't know whether to say it back. Now I feel rude. I just didn't want to just assume that the young man had some children. All right, coming up, as we said, as soon as we have that for you, we'll let you hear what Dana Brown had to say since they made the move on from José Abreu. But I can't wait to hear this. I tasked our producer, the number one producer in all of Afternoon Drive, not in New York or in Los Angeles, Tyler Milner, to give me a montage. Give me the greatest hits. Give me the greatest hits of José Abreu. Come on, give it to me. And he was able to whip that sucker up in about 12 minutes. Damn.
Just not a lot of highlights on the Astros for this guy.
I can't wait to hear him. There's 12 minutes. How long is it? Is it a buck? It can't be much more than a minute.
Minute 24. Every good thing José Abreu ever did wearing an Astros uniform.
A minute 24?
84 seconds. That's all it is.
That shouldn't shock anybody.
Nope. I'm surprised it was that long, to be honest. Not even kidding.
A minute 24. I'm waiting to listen to see if you threw some lowlights in there. I want to see if you.
I followed instruction. I didn't.
Good for you. All right. You know, we wanted to send him off. This is our send-off to José Abreu. It's over.
So now José Abreu will bat here with 2 out. Puts it in play, deep left field. Back goes Meadows at the wall. Leaps up. It's off his glove. Astros tie it. José Abreu on an 0-2 pitch. Ties it at 5. Today, Abreu hits one high in the air, deep to left field, all the way back. Brown, he's near the wall. He jumps. That's gone. There you go. José Abreu's first home run as an Astro, and he's sprinting around the bases. Smokes this ball deep to center field, all the way back, and that one's gone. José Abreu, right center. This has become a 5-run inning as the Astros take a 10-7 lead. There's a ball drilled deep to left field. Score 4 with that one. A grand slam for José Abreu, and the Astros lead this game 7-1. As he drills one to left field, he hooks it, and it is a fair ball. Fair ball gone. 3-run home run, José Abreu. Hits this ball to center field, hits it pretty well. Mullins back to the wall. Good! Good! José Abreu breaks the tie with his 16th home run of the season. Hammered to left center field. Way back there. It is gone! Second deck, José Abreu.
That's all. That's it.
See ya. Damn, I didn't hear the postseason ones.
Here's the deal. Jose had me really excited with them opposite field pokes.
He did, boy. That was you
was just
really
late on the ball.
I think it's one of the most beautiful things.
Last year they were
one
real.
of the most beautiful things in all of sports.
Last year they were real.
Even when it was late, it is one of the most beautiful things in sports. When you drive one, whether it's out of the park or one hops the fence for a double, when you drive that ball in that right center field gap for a right-hander, it is absolutely beautiful.
Sexy.
Damn, it's beautiful. And he did it effortlessly. Whether he did it on purpose or he did it because he was in survival mode.
Last year, I think it was effortless. This year, it was.
You had to push it somewhere.
Let me hit that. Let me just swing as hard as I can to hit that thing over there.
He became a big time pusher. There's no doubt.
Yeah, his running that I remember him getting me good and buzzed right on in here when me and Brandon Scott for some reason decided to take shots every time they score runs against the Twins in the postseason, and he hit that 3-run homer, and we just had to take 3 in a row to the head. That is my greatest memory of José Abreu is when it was.
I'd like to forget that. That was one day when I thought we might lose you.
Yeah, you think so? Shoot, it was touch and go there for about 5 minutes.
Did you get written up? I'm talking about your job. I ain't talking about your uprightness.
All of it.
Your uprightedness.
All of it. It was touch and go there for a second. Let me blink it in. That's when the boss came in and said, "Let's look at hot wings. Let's start trying hot wings instead of maybe taking shots, man." All right, again, come on, don't do that. If Tyler feels like he's a dad, he's a dad. Don't text people that. Text into that.
I mean,
hurt his feelings.
I'm responsible for their well-being, and they would die without me.
They
bring you gifts?
They would, bro. You don't know these dogs.
Megan.
Okay, if Megan wasn't around,
3 times a week, you're 2 a.m. in the streets. That's not a good dog dad.
That's not even true.
Unless your wife is at home, letting them out and petting them and giving them the love that they need.
Mm-hmm.
They gonna give you gifts?
Yeah, I always get a gift from the pups, from the daughters.
My pops is coming in town.
Nice.
Is he?
First time he's been to Houston.
Dirty, huh?
Or at least he's been to Houston while I've been here. First time, yeah. Old Pops is coming in town. This ought to be real.
You think he's going to enjoy himself?
Oh, yeah.
How long is he in for?
He said he's leaving Monday.
So he can give you about 3 days worth?
So he is hell-bent. My sister's coming with him. She said, your dad is hell-bent on driving.
Yeah, I mean, that's
and
the
they're
right thing
driving.
to do.
He's a look-at-the-scenery type of person.
There you go. You don't come through Dallas?
Yeah.
Tell him to stop at Javier's, man.
I don't feel like Javier's is his spot.
Is he a cigar guy? Will he smoke a cigar and drink a little bit?
No, he'll just smoke Newports.
I don't know if he can smoke cigarettes in the back in the cigar lounge.
No, man, be a good time, man. Gonna light up the smokers tomorrow.
Yeah,
have a good time.
You went down and saw your boys at Texas Star Group.
I sure did, man. They hooked me up, man. They hooked me up. I was over there fighting him, boy. I just wasn't getting the proper amount of smoke I wanted out of that trigger. I was trying to figure out some things and came up with a couple of methods. See if they're gonna work.
I was going to ask you this question. I figured I'd save it for live radio. Did your problem stem from you trying to save a couple of bucks on pellets?
Not really.
No. This is a yes or no question.
No, I would.
This
no.
is not really.
Did
you save some bucks on some cheaper pellets and they're not producing the smoke you want?
It's no.
Okay.
It is more of a switch on a different flavor profile I was trying to get from Brent's. It's just me it's really ignorance on how much they play a part in the smoke, how much they play a part in it. Like some have a lot more, sawdust in the bottom of it. This one I got here, Lopez was behind it. People up there are like, look, this will be it. This right here, this bag is locally made.
You have to come back Monday and let us know.
Yeah. Because I told him I was in there trying to do a bunch of things. I was about to go get a smoke box and tuck that sucker in there to try to get that smoke I was looking for. Now, I made some chicken, Tyler, last week. Like I cooked it in the oven. Not a stitch of smoke in it.
You look like you baked that.
Like I baked them jokers. So I was hot. Boy, I said, what the hell is going on around here? I got to get something new. So, no, it should be fun, man. I'm going to check it out. I'm going to see if they're right about this. Couple of moves they told me to make. All right. Tyler says he has it. We will let you hear as soon as we come back. You do not want to miss. Dana Brown, very, very honest and transparent about the moves and the decision with José Abreu. You'll hear him coming up next.
All right, Father's Day, y'all. It's Father's Day weekend. It's right around the corner. If you're still looking for your pops a little something, Academy Sports and Outdoors is where it's at. Whether you're talking about hunting, fishing, camping, grilling, training, golf.
800-439-4252.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Dana Brown spoke to the media about this move with José Abreu. We'll let you hear what he had to say. This was his opening remarks, talking about why they felt this was the time for them to make a move with Abreu.
Glad you guys are all here. As you guys know, we released José Abreu today. Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about it over the last week or so. And, ultimately, Abreu is an outstanding human being. He's had an outstanding career. And so, we tried different things to get him going, like sending him down. And so as we talked through the process, this week, we felt like it was time to make a change. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, when guys lose their timing, you look for them to go down and to regain their timing and to get on time with the baseball, to have quality at bats and things like that. And, we just didn't see it. We didn't see that there was a change in the at bats, and we felt like, look, it was probably time to make a change.
All right, there he is, Clint. There's Dana Brown. They just felt like they tried everything, and credit, they certainly did. They tried everything. They gave him a very long leash, in my opinion, but eventually they said it just didn't work.
Well, they tried everything. They waited as long as they possibly could wait, which I agree with every caller we had earlier is a month too late. I just hope like hell this team is good enough to make a run and make this thing interesting. So they tried everything they possibly could, and clearly, according to what Dana Brown just said, there was nothing, and according to their actions, there was nothing even remotely close to showing that he was improving or getting his timing back or anything with his swing. So they moved on from him, and it's as a fan, it's refreshing. And I'm gonna be honest with you, it gives me hope that the organization is gonna start making decisions.
Let's hope so.
With the mindset of winning ball games moving forward, because I know that sounds weird to think about an organization that's been to 7 straight ALCSs. It's won more than anybody in the last handful of years. Doing something, making decisions that don't have winning right now at the forefront. And I firmly believe, sounds crazy, but I firmly believe that the Astros for a month plus now have been basing everything on salvaging Abreu's career, on maybe saving as much of the $30 million as you possibly could, getting the most juice you could out of that squeeze, instead of just simply doing what's right, playing who deserves to be playing, do the best chance to win a ball game. And I'm just absolutely stoked that we're past the days of them trying to force this José Abreu thing on us.
Yeah. Moving to what they're going to move forward and do. We've heard some speculation on what they could do, who would get at bats. We know Mauricio Dubon is in the lineup today as they face a lefty in the lineup at first base. This is him speaking on what they will do moving forward at first base.
I mean, right now, John Singleton's going to get most of the playing time. We're probably going to maybe platoon when there's a left-hand pitcher. It's going to be Joe's call as to, who he would put there. I could see some scenario of Dubon playing there, in some games. But for the most part, John Singleton's going to get most of the at-bats.
All right, John Singleton's going to get most of the at-bats. It sounds more like the way they were doing things when they sent him to the Complex League, where Singleton was getting most of the at-bats. But it does clearly show they are going to bring up Dubon and have him face a lot of lefties like we're seeing today.
Yeah. Look, I mean, for me, it's John Singleton at first base and Dubon there when it makes sense. And if this is what they need to make sense of it, is a big lefty on the bump, that's fine. Dubon at that point in time. And then I just hope the next move that's made, as not as it pertains to Abreu, but as it pertains to Dubon, is that they, whether it's left field, center field, third base, shortstop, second, wherever it may be, I just bat consistently in this lineup in one way shape, or form. You do that, you get Tucker back. I don't know as an Astros fan that we can ask for much more. I really don't. I mean, when you get Diaz back to catching, you get Tucker back in right field, you got Singleton at first base and Dubon at first base, some kind of platoon there. You got Dubon involved in the outfield rotation every single day to some degree. I don't know that we could ask for. I think that's our best foot forward. I think that's the best chance that we got to make a run here is with those two guys in the lineup. And hell, I'm stoked about it, man.
Yeah. So that's it. Where it looks like it's going to be mostly John Singleton at first base, but there will be a platoon situation. That's the latest there from Dana Brown as he spoke to the media about the move with José Abreu, the top story happening right now in Houston. All right, Clint, we hadn't really got to touch this, and I know you're 100% against this, as the Jacksonville Jaguars, they go ahead and they drop Trevor Lawrence that bag, baby. They gave him that cash, baby. They gave him $275, baby. It includes $200 million guaranteed, Clint, $142 million at signing. At signing, my man just woke up and hit whatever day that is, $142 million going up into that bank, baby. At signing, he'll receive a $37.5 million signing bonus. It puts him right there, even with Joe Burrow, $1 million per as the top quarterback in the league. I know you're against that. But I'm wondering from you, though, a person who's played quarterback both in college, high level, both in the NFL as well, and understanding how difficult it is to play that position. Do you think that the criticisms for Trevor Lawrence are too strong or too high? Because it feels like he gets really crushed a little bit, a lot more to me than maybe what his numbers have been, especially with the first year with Urban Meyer. Do you think he is fairly criticized?
Man, I'll be honest with you. I don't know that I've paid a whole lot of attention to the criticism that goes his way. I would say, just based off what I'm aware of, that it's fair when you're a starting quarterback in the NFL, when you're quote unquote generational talent, when you're handed the job when you get there, there's a level of criticism, fair criticism that comes with it that I think you're gonna have to just grin and bear. Now, I think when it comes to Trevor Lawrence and whether they pay him or not, and even to your point of like the expectations, it's like the dude has been in not the toughest of circumstances in the NFL, because the Texans and the Giants, there's been some teams that have been a worse place for a quarterback to hope to have success. But he's had a lot staff, for crying out loud, as quarterback. I mean, his coach was kicking the kickers in practice. What a joke. He's had a lot. This is a hard one for me to figure out, because he comes in as a generational talent. He's in a mess with Urban Meyer. He then puts the team on his back and goes to the second round of the playoffs, where even in that moment he throws 4 or 5 interceptions in the first half and then bails them out in the second half. And so, you know what I mean? So it's like the whole way, it's just one of those, like, I mean, he's won playoff games, check that. He's put the team on his back, check that. You know, there's some things you check, but at the same time, I'm like, how much dysfunction has he had to deal with, and really, how good is he? That's where it's at for me, and I don't know if the criticism's fair or not, Ron, because I'll be honest with you, I hadn't paid a whole hell of a lot of attention to the specifics of it.
I think, how do you view, Tyler? I'm serious from you. How do you view Trevor Lawrence? When you think of Trevor Lawrence, how do you view Trevor Lawrence?
I view Trevor Lawrence as a good to above, or an average to an above average quarterback that at the same time has not come close to living up to what he was said to be.
Yeah, the come close to living up, I think, is very, very fair. I think, and real quick, I think there are a lot of people who think that he can't even, like, it's over for him to reach an elite level. I think there are a lot of people who feel that way. I won't go there. Like, for me, I will not be shocked next year if Trevor Lawrence had the best quarterback season in the division. Like, that would not shock me. I would not put money on it. I think C.J. Stroud, as of today, is the best quarterback in the division and who I would put money on. But it all if at the end of next year Trevor Lawrence is much more closer or takes a step from where he was in year 2 when he was over 4,000 yards and he had like 25 touchdowns to 8 interceptions. Like, I wouldn't be surprised at all at that he steps back and has a big-time season next year, which I feel like a lot of people think that, bam, that's where it stops with him, and that he can't reach that level.
That's tough for me to get there. I mean, look, the first year that he had decent surroundings with Doug Peterson, it was when they went to the second round of the playoffs. Last year, they were in prime position to get in the playoffs again and gave one away. What did they give to the Titans?
They gave that one up at the end.
They gave a couple away late, but the Titans was the one that hurt them.
Right? The Titans was the last game of the season, yeah.
And look, I'm not minimizing it at all. I'm just saying, year 2, playoffs, get you a dub. Year 3, you're right there, and just whatever goes wrong down the stretch in a game or two there. It's not like this guy's bombing. I mean, they're right on the verge, right on the cusp. What's he had? 4 years or 3 years?
3.
3 years in, and so. I don't know, man. Trevor's a tough one for me to figure out.
Yeah, and I'm with you on that one. Trevor's such a tough one to figure out that I would not have stepped up and paid him yet.
Oh well, as you started, you started the segment. I
know you're not at, but I would agree with you on this one. Trevor is it's been up and down.
Trevor is prime. I'm gonna wait and see, and it costs me a season worth of appreciation, if you will, then I'll pay that note. That's on me. But if we get through there and we go in the wrong direction, we miss the playoffs again, Trevor's not a guy that I would just be, which I'm on an island by myself here. I would not be afraid to lose a good number of these quarterbacks that everybody's paying ridiculous amounts of money to. I would rather risk letting them test the market and potentially paying them more than paying them too early, not being a playoff team, and not being able to build a playoff team. He's a guy that I would definitely see another year.
He is one where I could definitely get the understanding of, it's just been so up and down at times for him. I do think injuries played a big part last year, but it has been up and down for him. We'll see where he goes, but he gets paid now. He got big boy money this time. What you got coming up at 4?
Tom Brady, man. I don't know. Did y'all see it? Did y'all see Tom Brady's? Have y'all seen his
red coat? Yeah, I saw him.
Have y'all seen it? He is absolutely tremendous. You want to talk about football horny? I got a couple of Tom Brady comments, and then got to update y'all on this Home Depot debacle. It's still going on, ladies and gentlemen. I'm still waiting on emails, and round and round we go. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Ron Kraft Chevrolet, man. They are making crazy deals at Ron Kraft Chevrolet right now. I mean, if you're looking for
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
You know Dirty's Daily. Well, I like to, I like to party, but I also like to, when something gets me good in football, horny, I like to bring it to the people. Yeah. And yes, I love to hear that drop Tyler has. That means we got some good stuff going on, if you know what I mean. Tom Brady. Tom Brady is, he went into the Patriot Hall of Fame. And if you hadn't seen it, I don't know if it's being aired anywhere other than where it was originally aired, which is YouTube. It is the New England Patriots. The New England was pretty easy to find, obviously, if you search it. But it was tremendous. Did you boys see it?
I saw it. I'm surprised. I thought it would be in season.
Yeah, I didn't really catch much of it. I saw some clips like on Twitter.
You don't seem real interested. He seems like he's almost turning his nose up at it.
No, I mean,
no, it's not women's basketball to him, but I mean it's
yeah, let's not get crazy.
No, I watched it. I enjoyed it. Like I said, I thought it would be in the season, but
I tried to start with. I tried to watch Belichick and it is just painful to listen. I mean, he is uncomfortable in public. He is uncomfortable speaking. Man. If he said it
wasn't he much better in the roast? He wasn't like that during the roast.
I didn't see all of the roast. I tried to start that and it was the babies were up. I couldn't watch it. He is just unbelievably uncomfortable. And it's uncomfortable where you I don't think he means what he's saying.
Do you think he's doing it on purpose? Because I'm getting the feeling when I've seen him in other spaces not act that way.
I just think he gets the entire stadium was full. I mean, it was an impressive turnout, which to no surprise for this deal. But I mean, he said multiple times, Ron. He said it gets kind of redundant to talk about all the great plays that Tom made, and he kept repeating that and kept saying it a different way. And I was like, all right, man, we'll move on, man. Tell us what you think about it. I mean, I shut it off and went to bed actually. But Tom Brady.
He made you shut it off.
Tom Brady was phenomenal. I thought and in fact, in some weird way, it was like it gave me confidence in what he's going to do in the booth. I know the booth is totally different, but I know what it takes to prepare for something like this. And my man never looked at his notes and did an entire speech. It was impressive. But in all joking aside, Ron, you and I talked about this. I think when Trey was of age. Every parent out there that has a son, I was just with my buddy up in Fayetteville yesterday, Ron, and he's got a 9-10-year-old little boy, and the question is should he play football? And I always tell him yes, and and explain the accountability and the being a team player and all that kind of stuff. But damn, Tom put it out there. This if it's probably shouldn't be. On the heels of talking about how it's great for kids to hear, talk about how football horny it makes me. But nonetheless, here's Tom Brady talking about why all kids should play football.
I would encourage everyone to play football for the simple reason that it is hard. It's hard when you're young to wake up in the off season at 6 a.m. to go train and work out, knowing that all your friends are sleeping in and eating pancakes. It's hard when you're on your way to practice, weighed down with all your gear, and it's 90 degrees out and all the other kids are at the pool or at the beach, and your body is already completely exhausted from workouts in 2 days. It's hard to throw, catch, block, and when they're way bigger and way more developed than you, only to go home that night bruised and battered and strained, but knowing you have to show up again the next day for just the chance to try again. But understand this, life is hard.
Life is hard, Ron.
I wonder how many people have that same experience. You think that's everybody's experience that he just gave?
Well,
that was like, damn, man.
I don't know that kids nowadays do, because when he said 2 a days, I almost laughed. But I vividly remember those days of putting the pads on and being like, damn, I don't want to do this today. This ain't it for me. That damn helmet's heavy.
Well,
your neck's sore. Hell, you already told me about your experience.
I would lay up in the bed at every one of them mornings.
Contemplate not going?
Is this what I want to do? Am I going to play in college? I'm not playing college. What am I doing, man? I could probably go I could go to work. I could go to Just for Feet, make some money. I could do something.
Right. No, I just totally agree with everything he said. Now, obviously, football is not for everybody, but boy, if they want to play, I think they should, man. It is in terms of doing things you don't want to do while all your friends are out having fun, and I don't know I wouldn't have gone pancakes.
Well, maybe Tom should hold off on really giving an explanation of what it was. I mean, we're trying to get kids to hear that to want to enjoy it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the reality
90
of it,
degrees when you're drugged down into your pads, and everyone's at the beach and at the pool having such a great time, and other ones are having sex and all this stuff, and you are sitting here at 90 degrees in hell.
They should all play. They should all play, man. And one of them we don't have, but it's my fault. But he mentioned about Belichick. He made it a point. Let me make it crystal clear. There's nobody I'd rather play for than Bill Belichick. It wasn't Bill. It wasn't me. It was us. He made that loud and clear. I thought that was a good spot for Tom. And then here's how Tom here's how he mentioned all of his teammates.
To be successful at anything, the truth is you don't have to be special. You just have to be what most people aren't. Consistent, determined, and willing to work for it. No shortcuts. If you look at all my teammates here tonight, it would be impossible to find better examples of men who embody that work ethic, integrity, purpose, determination, and discipline that it takes to be a champion in life.
Boy, I can tell Tyler don't move you much. This did it for me. Boys.
Oh, I know. As soon as I heard it, I knew it would.
This did it for me, man. My man goes on and says it with all of our guys. It was never about what the team could do for me. It was always about what I or we could do for the team. It was tremendous. Absolutely. Did you hang on to the very end?
Which part are you talking about?
His dismount.
What was the dismount?
My man looked dead in the mirror. I mean, dead in the camera, and said, "I'm Tom Brady, and I'm a Patriot." And he's in the movie. He said it like he was old boy, like Mel Gibson in Braveheart.
Because he looked like he was on the verge of tears a
couple times.
Multiple times.
He teared up when he mentioned his homeboys.
He was on the verge. Yeah, he was on the verge. He is, to the point you made earlier about him being in the booth, he is embracing this a lot more than I thought. Like I just said to Tyler.
Just the publicity you're talking about?
Yeah. Like he almost sounds like a televangelist almost, the way he's out there, not the words he's saying, how loud he is and the way he's talking and screaming towards he sounds like he is ready for this. I just didn't know that if he'd have the personality to want to get out there like that. No, he is in it.
No, he's got it.
Loud.
He's on it. You can tell he was a little under the weather last night too, a little nasally, kind of like when T comes in after a long night. You can tell it's kind of nasally. I don't know if Tom had a long night or if his allergies were attacking him, but you could tell he was a little bit nasally when it all went down. But yeah, he's definitely embracing the camera after in his post-playing career.
He really is.
Another thing which I heard, this is crazy because this is the first time I ever met Jerry Jones. I was a sophomore in college, and Jerry pulled me aside at an event. He was talking about at the time, because this was 1997, 98, 97, and he was talking about Troy Aikman, and he said, the interesting thing about all the success that the Cowboys had at the time, he said it was never about how many great plays Troy Aikman made. It was about how few bad plays stuck with him. And I'll be damned if Bill Belichick last night, or night it was night before last, or when was it? Yeah, 2 nights ago. Yeah. I'll be damned if Bill Belichick didn't, as he was stumbling through, not wanting to be redundant about how good Tom Brady is, he made the point that the most amazing thing to him was how few bad plays Tom Brady made. Did you hear that part? Belichick actually the fans started clapping you a little bit. He said, "Oh hell yeah!" He said, "Oh yeah, hell yeah!" That's applaud that. He clapped himself. I mean, he was amped, man. But if you get a chance, go back and watch that, man. Just the Tom Brady. I do not advise you sitting through the Bill Belichick. But the Tom Brady thing on YouTube, it's what do you think it is? 12 minutes?
Yeah,
15 max.
Yeah.
It is absolutely
like the red jacket. I want to see the statue. We was talking about this a little bit yesterday. I want to see. I'm curious.
Are they going to do a statue?
12-footer.
Really?
Yeah. Not what they do in Philly. In Philly they made that little kid statue of Allen Iverson.
I hadn't seen it. Is it a little bitty?
Oh,
is it small or it just makes him look little?
God. It's little, man. Well, apparently they don't make big statues in Philadelphia to begin with, but then they make him really, really small. Like really, really, it's like Webster is what it's what it looks like.
Webster.
But I can't. We're trying to figure out what's the Brady pose in this big statue. What's the
when he runs the end zone and does
the let's go thing?
It's got to be right.
But does he do this with the fist or is it?
He like throws one fist.
Yeah, he throws one fist up in the air and says, "Look, yeah, it's got to be that, right?"
It's got to be
because that's the one. But I'm trying to figure out what's the pose out of it. Where is it? When they won the first one, he did this.
Yeah, no, it's got
to be.
It's got to be the fist. It's got to be the fist. But when they do something like this, that you're making a good point. Like when they do something like this, it should be almost like a carousel of poses. Like the one from the first Super Bowl should be there. The one of him punching the air and saying,
you want multiple?
Yeah, I want to show. I want an exhibit.
You want an exhibit?
I want to show up there.
But you got to have one. Like the one, like the
maybe
Jordan
they should
one.
have one with him tucking the ball.
The Jordan
like
one,
right
you knew that was it, right?
Yes, absolutely.
That was it.
Yeah.
The Jordan, like what's the Altuve pose? When he gets his little statue,
and with his tongue out.
No, it's got to be the swing. It's got to be the swing with the after contact, battle on the ground, wide open after one of them bombs. It's got to be.
I'm trying to think of the backswing from when he hit that one out on Chapman. Why do you have the one with the tongue out?
No, he like every game is like sticking his tongue out like during at bats and out in the field. He's always messing with his tongue,
He also takes his helmet off like that too.
We need to put that a segment together. The poses for the Houston guys,
like guys who are gonna.
Dreams would be the fadeaway. Just dreams.
Be wrong.
Man,
I mean, clearly not on a bike.
Ron's would be like this, popping his
Pop
neck.
in the neck. Is that what I do? Is that
reach right hand, left ear? Push your head into it.
That's a good one. Tyler's would be just like this with his hands down, staring.
We need to do a segment.
No, because some of it is either a move.
What's JJ's gonna be?
That like that. When I think of JJ, I think of that. It's either a move that he did a lot, like Jordan,
or the nay-nay,
or some sort of famous stance. That stand like some sort of pose or something that they had. Like to me, John Elway should be that first time he won the Super Bowl and they handed it to him and they did this one's for John. Like that's what I think about when I see John Elway.
This should be a horse head.
A horse head. We need to focus in on a statue segment.
When they traded Peyton Manning to the Broncos, I'd never seen a player outside of Chris Bosh look like their team's mascot.
Raptor looking.
When Chris Bosh had the dreads, he looked like a raptor.
He did.
He looked like a raptor, and then obviously
Peyton looks like a horse.
With that horse when he takes his helmet off, slid back.
Yeah. Look,
like Joe Namath's trophy
now.
is this.
Yeah, the number one in the air.
Trophy, his statue with the one in the air.
Yeah,
that's easy.
That's interesting.
There's got to be a Brady. Not a Brady. Sorry. Altuve's got to have a. There's got to be a.
I'm telling you, it's on the bat on the ground. His knees damn near on the ground when he hit the bomb.
Because if Correa got one, you know what his would be. The watch.
Watching the watch, yeah.
The time.
Maybe.
He's not gonna get one.
Well, I tell you who ain't getting one. I tell you boys who ain't getting a statue's Home Depot.
No, I want to hear that. No, you need time
Ron, I can't make
to
this
stretch.
up.
No, you have time.
I can't make this up.
All
man.
right, we will give you an update on Joe Espada on some injuries, but no, I need to hear this. Did you get them damn cabinets?
No.
I got no. Oh hell, you don't have the cabinets? Oh my God, you don't have them damn cabinets?
No.
I thought that's what you were taking care of yesterday.
I can't make
You
this
don't
up.
have the. All right, coming up. Clint still don't have these damn cabinets. Espada has an update on injuries with Kyle Tucker and such. All of that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you about advanced hair. All right? If you're losing your hair,
You go. Just download the Odyssey app, search Sports Radio 610, and click on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. The biggest stories in Houston sports.
Would you go to a manscaping place and enjoy a good shave?
Yeah, I'd be down with that.
Hell yeah. You
I'd purr like a walrus if you shaved my back for me.
Do you have any experience on how walruses purr?
And whatever that is. Find it all on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Big news of the day. If you're just joining us and you haven't heard, you're just getting in your cars. The Astros have released José Abreu. More on that. Dana Brown has about that. More on that as well later coming up, so stay tuned and stay with us on the drive. We got to get to the Home Depot and the cabinets. I am floored that you haven't gotten these damn. I can't wait to hear this. So we'll get to that in just a second. But Joe Espada did speak about a couple of injury concerns. Kyle Tucker, who has been out and is on the IL with the shin issue, and then Yainer Diaz, who they did not place on the IL. They did call up a third catcher if you count him, but he is in the lineup today, and they gave an update on him. Let's start with Yainer Diaz. Tyler, Joe Espada. This is an update from the manager, Captain Joe. Espada on Yainer Diaz.
Yes, I think so. I think he could have catch today. I just want to make sure that finger is 100%. So, on throwing or, even potentially going back there and taking another foul tip. But he could have caught today.
All right, so it sounds like he is going to be behind the plate soon. They already have him in the lineup at DH. So positive news there, as he says he could have caught today, but still giving him a little bit more time. So that is good news. He has not played for a couple of games. That extra day off yesterday, I'm sure, helped as well. So Yainer Diaz in the lineup today at DH, but we should see him in the lineup soon behind the plate.
Yeah, good news, big news. Getting that bat back in the lineup. Hopefully he didn't lose anything because he was swinging on with the hand injury. Look, I mean, at this point in time, I know Caratini's not as sexy right now as he was when he had 2 bombs for pinch hits and was doing all, was walking it off kind of deal.
That's not what I thought she was going to say.
What would you think I was going to say?
I said, I know Caratini's not as sexy as he was when we thought he was Italian.
No, I didn't go there with it. I go a little deeper with that conversation, but I'm not. I prefer what we found out, to be honest with you. But nonetheless, I think it's good news, and I think this lineup is in a really, really good spot, whether Yainer Diaz is at DH or catching.
Yeah. All right, Kyle Tucker. That's the big one. To see what's going on with him. MVP candidate. We have not seen him in a while. He is still currently on the IL. This is Joe Espada's latest update with Kyle Tucker.
Tucker's doing really well. Still not there for tomorrow, but I think he's moving in the right direction. So hopefully we could get him running around here in the next day or two.
Is he doing baseball activities?
Well, baseball activities, anytime you see him running on the baseball field, that's baseball activity. So we're not quite there yet, but he's doing some kind of related baseball activities in the weight room.
Hopefully he's in the cage, right?
All right, I'm a little concerned there, a little bit, just a taste. I mean, he said he went. That was real Lance McCullers like. Oh yeah, he's doing really, really well.
Right.
He will not be. We will not see him to Friday and Saturday, and he is not yet doing baseball activities. but he's doing really well. Hopefully that thing is soon. And That is, I mean, to me right now, as we see his it was retroactive to when it happened, and he's not running on the field yet.
Yeah, man. Well, hell, I don't. After what I saw on Julia Morales'
not surprised
social, Twitter, Instagram, whatever it was, I'm not surprised he ain't doing nothing yet. Hell, I mean, if I'd have been the manager, I'd been like, hey, man, where's your crutches? The hell you doing hobbling around the field like that? Ain't nobody want to shake your hand anyway.
Yeah. Why are you on your feet? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, why is Tucker on his feet? Why is Bregman talking to the media when he's injured? Why is Lance McCullers talking to the media while he's injured? Hey, man, tighten this thing up and let's move on.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens there, but that is one to look at. He is still not doing baseball activities according to, he said, related stuff in the weight room, but not on the field doing any baseball activities, which running, throwing, swinging, none of that on the field. So that is tough luck there. Based off that, with him already saying he's not in tomorrow, which we know he's not playing today, I find it hard to believe he's going to play this weekend.
Look, it's an easy. John Singleton goes to first, Dubon goes to right.
Yeah,
it's. I mean, unless White Boy Chaz has a monster night tonight and he's seeing it and the timing's right and they feel great about him, Dubon goes to right and Singleton goes to first and tomorrow if D.O. to Ken and White Boy Chaz can DH or how you put White Boy Chaz in left field and Jordan can DH. I just. There's options there, and again, the key for me is that Dubon stays on the damn field.
Yeah, and then the other key is that Kyle Tucker finds his way.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I don't know
about that.
where Mr. Miyagi is, or something. Somebody needs to touch up that shin. I don't. Yeah, that's got to pull it together. All right, what's going on with these cabinets? You are still having issues with Home Depot?
Ron, I can't make this up. I wish I could get my hands on the tapes, the recordings of all the.
I thought you showed them to me.
When I left it Friday was when the guy told me via text, we can't leave them at the house. We can't leave them on the porch. We can't put them inside the house. We can't enter the house without somebody being there, which is false because I've ordered these exact cabinets to this exact property at least 6 times, and it's handled the right way every time. So the guy tells me he can't do that. The delivery guy tells me he can't do that. Then all of a sudden, I get an email with a picture. He couldn't put them on the porch. He couldn't put them right inside the door. He backed up to the parking lot in the back, like the 30 yards from the back of my house with my property, and dropped them right by the street. Left them out there. So I got somebody to move them inside. That's where we left it Friday. I fly up there. I get there. I go in. 2 of the cabinets.
This is yesterday, right?
This is I flew in late Friday night there. I opened it. I see that two of the cabinets that have been delivered are not even in the box anymore. Like it's not. And in the picture, the box wasn't there. So they're just out, right? Ron, I pick up one of the cabinets out of it was just in the cardboard base of it, like a little that kind of held it together because it was square, you know. I picked it up out of that thing and set it on the ground. The face of the drawer was ripped off of it. Ron, I opened the cabinet. The drawer, like the railings that connect to the walls that slide the drawer in and out, one of them was on the ground and fell out on my feet. The drawer had fallen down into the cabinet, and I tried to slide it forward. The whole back of the cabinet come off. That's
the first one you opened up.
That's the first one. The second one I opened up, the front face where the drawer is, like the face of the drawer completely pulled off of it. The screws are pulled out, right? And the drawer in there, it's about to fall off as well. It's crooked. And then then I'm like, I've got to. They tell me, I call them, hey, what's the deal?
You're at a 10.
I'm hot, but I'm a lot better than you think I would be at this point. At this point, you think if there was something I could do, if I thought dog cussing somebody would help, I would do it. I called and she said, sir, you go through the whole order. Call me back and tell me what's wrong with everything. So I go through the whole order. I find another cabinet that's got a hinge that's all jacked up, right? So 3 of 12 cabinets that were delivered were bad. So I call the lady back. Ron, this gal, this beautiful gal, I don't know her name. She's refunded my money for the 3 damaged cabinets. She's scheduled to pick up for them to come because they come and pick them up, the bad ones. and she's found the 3 replacement cabinets at a local Home Depot. And she's scheduling that delivery to me. They should be there today, right? And she talks about a discount. Her and I'm like, well, when I get done with you, I'm going to need to talk to somebody else about this discount because I'm not happy with the way all this. Well, she just forwards me. She never fit. She just forwards me. So I get disconnected from. I'm literally one step away from. She got all my information. Literally, I'm one step away from being done with it. The next lady I get, Ron, I'm talking 10 minutes later. I'm telling her, ma'am, this is the call that I just got off of. I went through the whole thing. This is how she had it set up. She says, we don't do that. That's impossible. I said, ma'am, are you calling me a liar? Well, no, I'm just telling you that we don't do that. Whatever she told you, we just can't do it. And this went on for 50-plus minutes. And I finally got to – anyway, the fourth customer service agent I finally got to did exactly what the first one had done. She did it for me and got them all. So I'm waiting on the delivery of the 3 cabinets. Is where I got half my cabinets, but I'm waiting on the delivery of the final 3. She told me the cabinets will be there tomorrow, which is Friday. The cabinets will be there tomorrow. And the other lady, we ain't no way in hell we're going to deliver cabinets the next day. That don't even happen. Right? The cabinets are supposed to be there today. The email I got from them says the cabinets are going to be there Monday. I specifically told the girl before I got off the line, I said, ma'am, hold on. I said, I need you to put notes in there. I want them just dropped off. I said, I don't care if y'all hang them in the trees for all I care. I want them 3 cabinets here. Make sure whoever delivers them knows that I don't need anybody there to sign. She said, yes, sir, did it. On the email, deliver Monday down here.
So it's Monday, not Friday.
And down here it says must have an 18 or older person there to receive the packages.
Yeah, you might have to get a crossroads.
And get this. How about this? Will not refund my money until those delivery guys pick up the bad cabinets. So the guys that have screwed it all up along got to come back and pick up the bad cabinets, and I can't get myself. You mean to tell me my money, my refund is dependent on those guys that I waited 3 weeks for some cabinets to come pick these 3 bad ones?
People on text line tell you to just build your own cabinet.
Well, first of all, you can't build for what I'm paying for these. I'm buying cabinets for not my home. It's for a rental property. It's their apartments. I've got 3 units. Everything went beautifully with these same exact cabinets in Home Depot for the first unit I redid. Never one problem. This has been an abs. And my biggest concern, it's not that we've had the problem. It's that not one person has said, "Hey, Clint, man, I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to communicate with you. I'm going to call you and let you know, man. They're coming. They're not coming. Something."
We'll see what happens Monday.
No, today.
Oh, okay.
You may lose me in the 5 o'clock.
713-572-4610. Tyler, you think he'll have them cabinets today or Monday?
No chance. Monday.
I'm with you. Monday. They put it down there. Hope you have somebody that's 18 to sign that. Damn, I feel for you, man.
I'm the May and the 18-year-old needs to be there. Those are the 2 things that were dead ass wrong. First email I received.
All right, Dana Brown had a lot to say, but he said something that doesn't have anything to do with José Abreu that I think we got to have a conversation about. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, if you're thinking.
See TotalWayVerizon.com for device compatibility and additional details. Taxes and fees may apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. A lot going on with the Astros today.
And my damn cabinets.
And his cabinets. People on the text line telling Clint to go build his own damn cabinets.
I can't build them. I can't go pick them up. If that was an option, I would. And I can't buy from them in Texas because the apartment building's in Arkansas.
There is nothing worse when you're doing business and you're talking to somebody and you guys are working whatever out, and then you get disconnected. And you gotta start over and go with somebody else and try to figure everything else that you did. There ain't nothing worse.
Ron, the last lady I talked to ended up getting it done. By the way, I haven't received it, but she got it done.
Got it for
and I got a 15% discount after being told 10 was all they could do on those 3 cabinets. Ron, she at one point she says, "Sir, in my system, I can't find a store in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Can you find that store number?" I went to the website. You can set your store like what that. You can just set you can set it.
She works for Home Depot.
Right.
She can't find the Home Depot.
That was the second time. All of this I've cussed twice. I said, are you shitting me? Oops. I didn't.
Come on, Clay. You can't say that on the air.
Well, you pay attention. You pay attention over here and get your hand.
I got the dump button.
He thought about it.
I don't know what.
Yeah, you paused, thought about it, and said it.
Well, I didn't think it was bad. I don't know why the hell it
Pull your head out of your butt, dude. Good Lord.
This is where these cabinets have.
This is where I'm at.
What the hell?
You just stay ready on that button.
Yeah, you just casually risk my job over there.
Hey,
it didn't even register after I said it that it was wrong. Until I saw Ron's face, I didn't realize that I'd said it.
The thing is, you paused. You were like, I said.
Hey, man, we got 8 seconds, man. We got 8 seconds to get there. I hit it at 4.
Oh,
I don't think we have.
All right, I won't talk. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. We don't need to go. I don't need to talk about that.
Yeah, you might. Let's go somewhere else. Let's go somewhere else. No, earlier, Dana Brown. This is before all the José Abreu stuff happened. As he was talking to the flagship, he said this. He said, "I really think we're right on the cusp of turning this thing around." That's what he said, right on the cusp. And I got 2 people right here with me, one who cusses and one who cusses too, but waits till he's off the air, and Tyler Milner. Guys who still have them towels secure in their hands before throwing it in.
I left mine in the car.
You left yours in the car. I'm curious. Honest to God, let's not look at this in any kind of negative sense. Now, let's not make fun of it, but let's honestly sit here and look at what Dana is saying. Why and what are reasons? What are realistic reasons that you think he could sit there, him and Joe and everybody who meets that runs things, that they could sit there and say, yo, I think we're on the cusp. I think we're on the cusp of really turning it around and making a run. I think we're getting there. What is it that's happening to the Astros here? They're 5-5 in their last 10. What do you think it is that they look at and honestly see and say that, hey, I think we're getting close? What do you see that's happening that may get them to that spot?
Well, I think you got to feel good about your starting 5 rotation right now with the way that Blanco and Arrighetti and Hunter Brown are pitching. That was unknown a month ago. And a little wobbly with Ronel Blanco after the substance in the glove. I think you got to feel good about that. You got to feel good about Jordan coming around, swinging it better. If Tucker can ever get back on the field, you got to feel really good about adding him to the lineup. You feel really good about Abreu being gone and that anchor that you were dragging along at the bottom being gone and inserting a much better hitter any way you slice it. Yes, I mean, I think there's some. I think overall, if you're the Astros, and I've felt this way. In fact, it may be why I'm still. I know this is a ridiculously talented group. Like I know whether we're talking about the rotation or we're talking about the lineup, I know this is a ridiculously talented group that has underperformed across the board with the exception of a couple of individuals all year long. And typically you don't see these caliber players of Abreu, Presley, and Hader struggle the way that all three of those guys at one time or another, some consistently, have struggled. It's just not going to hold up over an entire season. You know, and then you look up, and Jordan hadn't been himself. Bregman hadn't swung it well. Abreu, we saw what was going on there. Diaz early on, before about a week or two ago, was not swinging it as well. Really, with the exception of Altuve and Pena. Altuve, Pena, and Myers, I think, have been swinging it well for an extended period of time. Like, you got to believe that these bats, your big bats, some of your big bats are going to wake up and come around. Some of them already showing signs. So I can see where he feels good about it.
Jordan's coming on. Jordan has been swinging the bat. As you can ask Tyler how much money he's made here recently when he's just betting, total bases every day on Jordan Alvarez. He's coming around, and Clint, we've talked about it. We know when Jordan Alvarez is rolling, like he can carry a team for 2 weeks. Just carry an offense for 2 weeks. And hopefully Tucker gets back soon. But I think the big one is at least the starting pitching. Most confident I have felt that the Astros, each game out, may not get an ace performance, but at least each game out, when you go from Verlander to Framber, even though he could be weird and up and down, to Ronel Blanco, to Arrighetti, to Hunter Brown, all five of them right now, I at least feel like they're going to get me to 5 innings and a chance. Right? Like,
yep.
With Spencer Arrighetti and Hunter Brown, I feel like we have, and I know Hunter Brown pitches tonight, and you can go ahead and crush me if this doesn't occur, or if this occurs. But I feel like we're past the, yeah, boss. We're after 3 innings, and Hunter Brown or Spencer has left the third, down 7-0. They've given up 7 runs in the first 2 or 3 innings. I feel like we're past that. So I do think each game out, it's like, hey, all 5 starters, they're going to get you to the 5th and give you a chance. It may be 4 runs, it may be 3 runs. They'll give your offense a chance when they haven't had that. And the Abreu move was big because, all right, that's one move that they can make where you're just not killing yourself. We'll see what happens with Presley. But that's the one move that they've taken that off the board. So I think the Abreu thing is big, but you said it. Their pitching staff, at least the rotation, you feel like each night they're going to give you a chance. They're going to give you a chance.
Yeah.
Telling me to quit. Jinx.
Another thing that we should probably mention, I don't know if it's convenience for Dana Brown, but you got Detroit, you got the White Sox, now you got Baltimore in there in the middle, but then you go Colorado Rockies, New York Mets, Toronto, Minnesota. I mean, you got to run. You got a serious run of games here. You got a serious run of games here that you should win a boatload of them. If the things happen that we just mentioned, not even all of them, just some of them. If this starting 5 rotation continues to pitch well, not great, just well, and if Jordan continues to come along, if Diaz continues to swing the bat as he did last time before the hand injury, if Bregman continues to come, they should win a bunch of these games coming up, man. I mean, there's a 15-plus game stretch here that you should win 12 or 13.
Yeah, that's why this month was critical. Right now, the first 10 games or the last 10 games, they're 5-5. Right, so they've got to clean that up, and that's against the Cardinals, the Angels, and the Giants.
Yep.
And now they're going to face some more teams that are either worse than them or in the same range that they're in. But I this one isn't just a hey, laugh at it. There is some reason to feel like we're going to break it out. And the number one thing is you got starting pitching every day that feels like can give you a chance to stay in games. That's something. And now the big fella 44 is starting to roll through. That is something too. All right, coming up, Dana Brown. We'll let you hear what he had to say. why they made the move with José Abreu. You'll hear that coming up next, as well as get you ready for this weekend series against the Tigers and let you know the latest on Kyle Tucker as well with his injury. In the NBA, the finals tonight, it could be the end. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
All right, the biggest mistake that you can make when selling your home, it's simple. It's settling for less money than you think that home is worth. That never happens with Orchard.
800-761-0000. 800-761-0000. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Oh, it is 5 o'clock. And hey, happy Father's Day weekend. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers of humans and pets. If you consider yourself a father, happy Father's Day as well. But congratulations. Hopefully you are caught or something on this beautiful weekend. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the remarkable Dilf. The big Dilf. And Psycho
Remarkable Dilf. I like that.
You got to be a dad to be a Dilf, you know.
That's right, baby. And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags, who had himself a good night last night. Not a lot of sports happening last night, but T-Mill, of course, sent me a message telling me he was in the green. So he had a nice night last night. Old Moneybags. Remember, 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And the big story today, this happened in the 1 o'clock hour of In the Loop, if you weren't listening. José Abreu, he is gone. He has been released by the Astros from the Major League roster. That was announced by the general manager, Dana Brown. He also spoke at 3 o'clock earlier today. This is what he had to say in regards to why they needed to make a move and why they felt it was time.
Glad you guys are all here. As you guys know, we released José Abreu today. Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about it over the last week or so. And, ultimately, Abreu is an outstanding human being. He's had an outstanding career. And so, we tried different things to get him going, like sending him down. And so as we talked through the process, this week, we felt like it was time to make a change. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, when guys lose their timing, you look for them to go timing and to get on time with the baseball, to have quality at bats and things like that. And, we just didn't see it. We didn't see that there was a change in the at bats, and we felt like, look, it was probably time to make a change.
Yeah, it was time. It was what?
I didn't pick it up the first time Tyler played that audio.
What happened?
The very end right there, he said we didn't see a change in the at-bats. Yet that manager over there was telling us that he did.
Well, he said he had
confidence.
He said he had confidence in him.
No. He said he watched the film and they've seen improvement when he was in the complex league.
I called it the Gulf Coast
League.
I did.
I almost called it the Gulf Coast League.
He said he had confidence. I don't know why he had confidence, but he said he had confidence in the thing. I don't know, man. I'll try to give Joe a benefit of the doubt. If you missed it, we had Robert Flores on MLB Network 240. Go check it out. He said he was in protect the player mode. Let's hope not. My deal is, and my thing was, I'm just personally, I'm not walking up to look like some fool. Like I could protect the player a different way than that if I'm Joe Espada. But
no, look, I mean, again, I disagree with Robert Flores on that. I mean, this is another one where I protect the players. You just don't say anything bad. Like this guy was going out and saying, "No, I see this. I trust this. I that." Like that is beyond. Which Robert Flores is not aware. He doesn't listen to every piece of audio that every manager in baseball plays. I'm sure he's not aware of how Joe Espada was assuring everybody that he was seeing something in this swing that's different and improving and just gives him confidence. Like I'm sure he did, but I just firmly disagree. Like I think Joe Espada was going over the top in terms of what ultimately right now I think he looks silly with what he was saying, and I think there's a better way to go about protecting your player if that is what you were trying to do.
Yeah, I just he could have done it many ways without saying I have confidence in him.
Right.
Like he could have done it in a different way.
But at the end of the day, Ron, the beautiful thing for all of us Astros fans right now is that José Abreu, I mean, just one of the worst bats in baseball over the first 70 some odd games. Where are they at right now? I don't even know what the total is right now. But that they over almost half the season has been one of the worst bats in baseball. It's gone. He's gone. The priority is no longer trying to get more juice out of that $59 million squeeze or whatever the hell it was they paid him. The focus now is putting the best lineup on the field and trying to dig out of this hole that you dug. And as an Astros fan, I am absolutely stoked about that. And number two, some of the other comments about Dana Brown, where Dana Brown's basically alluding to the sense of urgency that it's time. It's time to make a run. So those two things right there today, that's music to my ears.
There's a lot to go with, right, fellas? Like to look at, man, damn, what the hell took so long? Right? Like we've had different callers, different people talking, hey, this should have been done a month ago. What took so long? And then there's the other part of, okay, they have now finally done it, and the big thing is it does appear like finally with this move, okay, this feels like, hey, I'm making a move to really improve our team. Right? There's no sense of having him get at bats at all anymore. There's no sense of having him be on the bench. There's no sense of him being an option to be a pinch hitter. Nothing. Pinch runner, whatever. No sense of having him affect this team anymore, so much so that we will be on the hook for $30+ million. So that part also is a part of it too.
Well, the team too was investing a lot of time and effort into him getting right. And now, boom, that attention, that time, that effort can go somewhere, again, that is legitimately going to help us potentially dig out of this hole.
Yep. They a better baseball team today?
Absolutely.
Without a doubt.
At the plate and defensively.
Yes.
Yeah. The other move made, Cooper Hummel is being called up. He is with the Astros. He's coming up from AAA Sugar Land. He is an outfielder, first baseman, catcher. So we'll see how Hummy does when he gets up here. See how,
is that what you're going with, honey?
Hummy.
Hummy?
Yeah, Hummy.
I like Coop.
Nah, he's a Hummy. Give me Hummy! Hummy!
Hummy, huh?
Give me Hummy!
Yeah. Sounds close to Hemmy.
Hummy.
Yeah. Sounds close to Hummer.
Yeah, there you go. Get you
love a good Hummer.
Shout out to Hummy. We'll see how he...
You had a yellow one.
Yeah, I used to drive one.
Yeah, you did. We'll see how Hummy goes. See if he get any action soon. But he is up and can play multiple positions. So that is the latest there, the big story today. It's on TV right now. José Abreu released, hitting 124 through 35 games this year. Did go deep twice, so at least he has that.
Off the glove of Abreu.
Oh, 5 o'clock fire.
Not today. You did a montage. Not the damn day. All right, José Abreu is not on this team anymore, but the Astros do have to move on and play the Tigers, and they play what many people believe is the AL Cy Young favorite right now in Tarek Skubal for the Detroit Tigers. He is 8-1, ERA in the 1.9s. He has been sensational this year. Literally the best thing that they have going for him. When he is out there, they win games. They've only lost 3 games in which he has started for the Tigers. The lineup against him today, and we'll see what life is now after José Abreu second base, and leading off is Jose Altuve. Bregman behind him. Jordan is in left field. Jeremy Pena at short. Yainer Diaz, he has been out of the lineup. He is back in as the DH. First base is Dubon, so that's the first kind of domino to see what happens when he's out. So he goes to Dubon at first base. Jake Myers, who had the day off in their last game, he is back in at center field. Vic Caratini is catching tonight with Yainer at the DH, and then McCormick is in right field. So that is the lineup today. And Clint, it took 90 games for the Astros to win the American League West last year. It feels like the win totals are at a high pace in the American League right now. For them to reach 90 wins, they've got to go 59-34 the rest of the way.
Yeah. Well, this team, they're good enough to do it.
59-34. So they got to get going and get started now.
I mean, they're good enough to
We've
do
been
it.
saying that a while.
They're good enough to do it. It's just a matter of are the pieces going to come together? And that doesn't exclude anybody. That's at the plate. That's defensively. That's on the bump. That's a starting rotation. That's this group of relief closers, if you will, that we have. Like if they're talented enough to make a historic run, if you will, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see. So that's the deal there. Tough game today. By the way, an update on Kyle Tucker. As we know, Yiner's in the lineup today. An update on Kyle Tucker. This is Joe Espada pregame.
Tucker's doing really well. Still not there for tomorrow, but I think he's moving in the right direction. So hopefully we could get him running around here in the next day or two.
Is he doing baseball activities?
Well, baseball activities, anytime you see him running on the baseball field, that's baseball activity. So we're not quite there yet, but he's doing some kind of related baseball activities in the weight room.
I gotta stop with Joe, man. I feel like a Paolo.
He's an idiot.
It's an easy target. He's an easy target.
He's either a liar, an idiot, or both.
I just like, what's his definition of somebody doing really well?
Doing really well. Doing
God.
great. Doing really well.
He's doing so well, but no, he's not ready. What?
My man can't even move. My man can't even move and do baseball activities yet.
We saw him out of the dugout hobbled.
It's got to be at least well, right? If he's not doing baseball activities.
No, it's got to be. It's got to
like
be.
at least well. It can't be really well.
No, let's not label it. He's on schedule. He's on schedule.
Man,
hopefully he'll be back to doing some baseball.
It can't be really well.
No.
Like
he was really well, he'd be playing baseball.
Or he'd be close. He'd be doing baseball activities. My man says he's doing really, really well. I'll tell you, that's what Lance used to do. Oh gosh, yeah, I'm really close. Yeah, still throwing off flat ground here.
Flat ground, but I'm close.
And I'm doing underhand tosses right now. And then we're going to look to throw overhead. Like, it's doing really well.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
5 o'clock. Fire.
All right, tonight, the NBA Finals could come to a close. The Celtics have a chance to make history. They have a chance to be the first team in NBA history to sweep the conference finals and sweep the finals tonight. They have a chance to win their 18th world championship. That would be the most, breaking the tie with the LA Lakers
or Mavericks
if they can sweep the Dallas Mavericks tonight. I ask both of you this. Monday, are we talking about Luca in his amazing performance, or are we coming in talking about the Boston Celtics have put together one of the most impressive seasons that nobody's really given them credit for?
I'm gonna go with Luca and Kyrie.
You think they get one?
I'm gonna stick to it. I guess Tyler disagrees.
Yeah, he does.
I'm gonna go with Luca and Kyrie, baby. Both of them going over tonight, by the way.
Going over. You like them tonight? Yeah, yep. I mean, boy, if you're Luca, like if Luca doesn't come out with a big time performance tonight, I mean, he's got to be fuming at this thing, or at least the competitive nature isn't. I mean, he has been, and this is the first time he's really had to deal with it. Like this is LeBron level being drugged through for a couple of days. This is he's taken the last couple of days. Brian Windhorst, who doesn't rarely ever just unload on people like that, he unloaded on him. I mean, took it back to his days in Slovenia is when he just unloaded on him. So there has got to be him sitting here for the last day and a half listening to everybody talk about how bad he is. Like you would at least expect that he comes out and we see the best effort that we can see from him. Like that at the very least. Like I would be inclined to probably say he's probably going to hit the overs on this. But he's got to be a lot more efficient. My man had 27 points on 27 shots in that last game. That's not really how you want to draw it up with somebody like that.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think of what all's being said, offensively, he's going to get his. He's going to do what he does, as he always does. I think what's being said about him defensively and about the shape that he is or isn't in, and the fact that Boston appeared to have been targeting him on the defensive end of the floor last week, that's personal. Like that's
they all are. It doesn't matter who gets it. It's not even Tatum or Brown.
Right.
It could be White. It could be Drew Holiday.
If you don't take that personal, then I don't know. I don't know what gets under your skin. So I would imagine Luca took it personal, and Luca is going to come out on a mission tonight.
And by the way, I believe Kristaps Porzingis is still listed as questionable tonight. I mean,
why would you play him?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking to myself. He then gets several more days. They would play Monday, would be game 5. So he gets a few more days off. You get him at home if you need him. I mean, I'm sure he's hell-bent on playing. I mean, I'm sure he wants to play really bad. I've seen him already during shoot-arounds, practicing, going up and down, but that will be one to watch. Mavericks, season on the brink. We'll see if they can get it done, or the Celtics hopefully finally get the respect they deserve. All right, big money handed out yesterday in the NFL. Which owner is on the clock now? Who the hell is next? If Trevor got that cash, who is next? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here, and I got to tip my cap to all my fellow.
Astros fans. Sports Radio 610's newest podcast.
You can visibly see the confidence. For the first time since being in the majors, I saw Eric Getty look like he was in control. He felt confident in his pitches, and he pitched his ass off and got a much-needed win.
The Big Orange Wagon with Patrick Creighton and Tyler Milner. All Astros, all the time. Find new episodes every week on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back into The Drive. Tyler, I might have to check it out. Clint try to put us on it. Mayor of Kingston.
I've watched it. It's good.
Is it good? I like Jeremy Renner.
You ain't seen it?
I ain't seen it yet.
Oh, you'll love this one.
It's with the chick from Titanic, right?
No. I know what you're talking about. That was a good one too. This is a different. This is Jeremy Renner.
Oh, then I haven't seen it.
Yeah. You're mayor of Easttown or East something that you're talking about. No, mayor of Kingston, right? Like, it's it's something to do with maybe incarceration or something.
Well, he's a I don't know how to say it. Like he's like in with some corrupt cops and in with the prison system, and he's trying to keep everybody happy at one point in time, trying to keep everybody safe, trying to get everything's keep blowing. It's great. They just dropped the third season, 2 episodes, and I watched those 2 when I sent it.
It's 3 seasons.
Yeah, the first. It's good, man. You'll like it'll be right up your alley. You'll like this one.
Yeah, dude, that was Hawkeye. Or that's Hawkeye. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He almost died.
My wife has a huge crush on that guy.
Yeah, I think he almost died and then came back, and since then, that's when they started recording.
Yeah, he almost.
Megan has a huge crush on that dude.
Watch her. Let her get hot about it.
Yeah, him and Sebastian Stan, man, they rev her engine.
Do they?
Yep.
That's it. Yeah.
I ain't got that second one.
He's in Avengers too. He's
I didn't have it either.
Metal arm. He's
Don't have it. Don't have it. Don't have the comics.
Gosh, I know what he plays. I can't. I'm having a brain fart.
Yeah, you're having a fart. A real fart. Yeah, there it is.
Excuse me.
No, I'm going to check it out. I'm looking for some good stuff.
I can't believe you ain't seen that yet. Oh, I'd have bet real good money you were already on
I saw commercials or whatever rolled through about it, but I hadn't checked it out. I hadn't been able to jump on it.
Well done. It's well done.
Yeah.
I'm jealous. You got I got to wait till episode 3 comes out.
Episode 3, yeah. I try to like to wait. It is fun to wait where you can just get them all out. Yeah, you gotta hold through. All right, man. Trevor Lawrence, he got paid. He got the bag, $275, $142 at signing, $55 million. He is right there, even with Joe Burrow. And what owner is next? What owner is going to be faced with having to do this? Because we're seeing them coming down the pipe. Like everybody keeps thinking, like, God, what's it going to be for C.J. Stroud? Hell, there's probably about, I don't know, 6 or 7 guys in between Stroud that may hit between him before he's really eligible to go. So yeah, there's going to be some guys that are on notice right now, and I'm guessing Jerry has got to look at this thing.
Jerry gonna let this one ride.
Huh? He gonna let it ride?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you don't think he pays? You don't think he ever pays Dak?
It isn't on my schedule.
Really?
Nope. I think.
What kind of season would Dak have to pay for him to be next? With Jerry, what kind of season would Dak have to have?
He's got to. They got to go to the NFC Championship game.
Then you think he'd think about it?
Yeah.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
To me, there's no, because Dak is a tremendous leader. The intangibles are through the roof, and I think it's genuine, sincere. He's as natural as you could possibly be. The numbers speak for themselves, what he's done in the regular season. It's not like he can't play. It's simply, I mean, there's some dudes that are cut out to play their best ball when it matters the most, and for whatever reason, Dak hasn't done that. The team around him hasn't done that. I personally think that Jerry's biggest problem is the coaches that he hires, but unfortunately, nobody's going to talk about that. They're going to talk about the quarterback. because the quarterback's making a bunch of money. I don't think he ends up paying him. I think he lets him walk next year.
Then somebody will.
We'll see.
I don't know how much he'll get. That's always interests me. Is who's going to be?
Who would pay Dak right now?
Oh God. Like going into next year. Like if Dallas and Jerry said no, let's say they won the division, they won a playoff game and they lost in the divisional round and didn't get to the NFC championship. They did what the Texans did.
I mean, they ain't but a couple players. Vegas,
the Raiders. That's a good one.
Tampa Bay.
No,
they just paid Baker.
Drafted. Yeah, Tampa Bay just.
I mean, I guess my point, Ron, is that there's only a handful. Literally, there's 3 or 4 teams, if that haven't drafted a quarterback the last 2 or 3 years, or doesn't have one that they're paying $50+ million to already.
Yeah, but like a team like Tennessee, like I don't know that
possibly
that a second round pick at Dak. Like if you had a chance to get Dak, if Will Levis would stop them. Unless Will, like teams like that.
Well, I would imagine that's one that's in the mix. I would, unless Will just has a great year this year. I think they could be in the mix.
Pittsburgh, they just have 1-year deals.
Yeah.
With these two guys, right? Like that.
There's 3. I mean, there's only 3 or 4. I mean, we talk about it like it's just a foregone conclusion that these guys would go. That these guys would go make $50+ million a year. But I just don't know. I don't know how. I mean, obviously, I know what Joe Burrow would do or Josh Allen would do if they hit the open market. But I mean, I've always wondered. And it's clearly a gamble that most teams aren't willing to make. I don't know how even real the Baltimore deal was this year with Lamar. I don't know how real that was in terms of teams not hunting him. I am interested to see what happens if you get a couple of these teams that let the quarterbacks play it out, and even if you end up paying them more, you find out whether
Jerry did it the first time with Dak.
Yeah.
And franchised and ran with that twice. What always interests me in this situation is who is the player where they're like, no, you ain't gonna go over the last guy.
Like who's that?
Who is the one that because right now what Jared Goff got paid, and then they just jumped Trevor over Jared, but didn't jump him over Burrow, kind of made him even with Burrow. Like when Tua goes, that's who I think is probably next. Is Tua?
No, Jordan Love. I bet Jordan Love is next.
Maybe those two probably running at the same time. Running at the same time. Like this is it for both of them. They got to make a move on these guys. They've waited as long. Tua and Jordan Love. I feel like it would be hard for me. Like there's just no way that I can say, all right, I'm gonna pay Tua. It's his turn. I'm gonna pay him more than Joe.
Oh no, that'd be crazy. But it's
like it's been happening. Like I can even almost see how Jacksonville goes. All right, well we'll jump him over. We got to jump him over Jared Goff because he's older. All right, we got to. But I just wonder who stops it because we did see a stop when Mahomes signed his first big deal. Deshaun came next, and remember Deshaun came under him, and we started to see Deshaun was under him. Dak got a deal. He went under him.
I'm not
like
gonna let it take
felt
my
like
joy.
Mahomes stopped it. But like for me, like Jordan Love, if he comes back and has anything close to what he did in the second half last year, he is going to jump Joe. Like he'll probably jump Joe Burrow to go over because he's damn sure going to jump Jared Goff and I find it interesting who is the guy that yeah man we're going to pay you big money, but dog you got to fall into third or fourth. You gotta fall in. Tua feels like a guy that feels that would go in that route. I got a hard time paying Tua with his injuries, his size, and everything. I got a hard time paying him top 5. Like that's what I'm like. That's one of Tua, you want to test it. You think somebody else? Somebody probably would, but you think somebody else? You gonna test it away from these weapons? Gonna give you $56 million? That was hard for me, boy. You got to fall under Jared Goff for me. That's what I would be saying if I was rolling into Tua. Yeah. Oh yeah, Seattle. Seattle's another place that can open up. No, there will be if Dak has a host like he did last year and just they can't get over the hump and he's like, to hell with it. Hell, there may be a few other teams that may surprise you, that may jump out there that's saying, you know what, I'd rather take a chance with that than even this rookie that I drafted, a while ago. But yeah, the quarterback money is just shooting up. It's just crazy as hell. Crazy as hell. And yes, when CJ gets here, probably about plain 60 per.
I'd pay him. If I was him, I'd pay him as quick as I could.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, it's just. I mean, there's no. I mean, it's just such. And I mean, I've been wrong
because
before.
There's nothing. I mean, I don't know what CJ could do over the next 2 years for you to feel like he's not going to be the guy in the future.
No, they're just. Boy, it just seems it is very, very convincing, man. God, it's convincing.
Yeah. All right. Coming up, you know what we do. It's the end of the week, the best of the week on the drive. Tyler works awfully hard on that. Can't wait to hear that, and we'll dig in what this move means. What does this move with now moving past Abreu? What does this mean for you on how you feel about the Astros' chances the rest of the way? We'll discuss that next.
All right, the one thing when you're selling a home that'll make you sick is if you end up having to
Granger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Big day on the. If you missed it, if you're coming in late, Astros release former AL MVP, three-time All-Star, who still is owed over $30 million. They release José Abreu. That is the big news of the day. And coming up behind us, Texans All Access. And then behind them, Area 45, Bijani and Creighton. I've seen Bijani already throughout. See Santiago back there as well. They will, I'm sure, address this as they will also have the post game as well as the Astros look to get a tough win against one of the best pitchers in baseball, the lefty Oscubel, tonight against the Tigers. So stay tuned for that coming up behind us. But we do this each and every week. One of our favorite things of the week, as Tyler Milner works on it very hard. Here it is, the best of the week.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Drive is live. You were listening there on 610 Day. Happy 610 Day to all of you. Tyler is working diligently on getting Jimmy Nance, or James, as some of you call him.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Come on, man. Come on, man.
That is such a great job. That is such a great job.
Pull this off, Tyler. This would be.
I mean, Tyler's got that. The turd list and best of, those are all pretty good. Your drop game may be like what you just hang your career on your drop game.
It is 30 years this great station has been bringing you the best coverage in Houston sports, and the boss is in the building.
A very official, straight from the office of the mayor of Houston, proclamation, and if you guys don't mind, I'm going to read it really quick. Sports Radio 610's 30th anniversary, whereas one of the first all-sports talk radio stations in the United States, Sports Radio 610, will celebrate its 30th anniversary in 2024. Therefore, I, John Whitmire, mayor of the city of Houston, hereby proclaim June 10th, 2024 as Sports Radio 610 Day in Houston.
Come on.
So it is.
I see you, Johnny.
Mike, 610 Day, 30 years, man. What's on your mind? What's your thoughts?
Hey, great job, both of you guys. I've probably been listening for 30 years. Go Rockets, go Texans. But and I've been listening all day, reminiscing. These guys reminiscing all morning. So the question I got for Clint. Hey, Clint, I remember when you started, man. You had this host that was starting with you. I forgot his name. He didn't last long, man. And I went out of town, do some work. I came back, and he wasn't on the stage. And he was gone.
Well, that was old Rick Kamla, and clearly he didn't like working with me because he by choice moved on. So that guy right there, that guy, what's up, Ricky Rick, Tricky Rick?
Hey, it's Rick Kamla.
Where do you have that on the ready?
Yeah.
Where do you have that? I've never even heard that.
I don't know if Tricky is real interested in hearing from me or anybody else.
They always say you shouldn't follow the man. I was able to follow Rick.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Rick Kamla.
Deal, I'm going to see if I can get Laura to call in and give us one of them most sexy traffic.
There you go.
All right, brother. I appreciate it, man.
You know what? I have heard of that. I have never experienced. I've heard of it. I've never experienced Laura's sexy traffic.
I bet I could find in the system maybe an old one.
So she'll do it. She would just do traffic.
I want a live one.
And she would do it like
in a sexy voice.
Girls, dig that up. She get in there and make you might want to pinch your nipples and smoke a cigarette afterwards or something.
Absolutely.
Really? Welcome back, all you sexy. Or welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that.
Don't get too loose with it now.
30 years gets you excited.
Well, hey, boys. I'm so excited that we can be together again. Oh, this is your first time with me, Ron? Well, I'm just going to take my time, big boy. After all, I've been thinking about this all afternoon. Oh, yeah, don't stop. Fairbanks to Barker Cypress, that's another 20. That's it, baby. That's it. Nutty boy. I like the way you think. And that's Sexy Traffic, Sports Radio 610.
You took his breath away, Laura. You took his breath away. Well done, sister. Well done. Ron, you all right over there?
Ron, say something.
Are you with us?
I need a Newport and a coffee. Why do we not do that?
Yeah. You're a free agent, aren't you?
This? Larry and Stafford had to roll to you. Wow, that was damn. Wow, God, oh
hey,
man, where is the yak?
Clint, Payne show one of them Mad Dog 2020. He gonna need something, man, because I don't think he's gonna be able to stand up for a minute, man, what Laura just did to him. So y'all might want to just give him some time, man. But dog and
he's going to hit. He's hit his whole life. I know it's tough, and everybody wants him to hit more and a bunch of homers and all that kind of stuff. But by the end of the year, he will do his thing, and he will get his hits. And he'll be a big part of our offense. I truly believe that.
If you missed it, José Abreu is gone.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And that side swipe of Jeff Bagwell was completely unnecessary.
I just couldn't help myself, man.
No, I know you couldn't. Yeah,
I know this guy. I know baseball. He's going to come around. He's going to hit.
Don't do that. He is a legend and a hero to you. Stop.
As a player, and he is a dumbass as a GM.
Don't do this to. See, look. Don't do this to him.
Stupid goatee.
No, you don't. You're hurt right now. That's Jeff. Just sleep on it.
Jeff needs to just enjoy retirement and just go away.
Don't do this to your hero, man.
I mean, Biggio's more my hero than Bagwell, but I hear you.
Yeah. I mean, they were even until this. God, dog, man.
The hell out of here, Jeff. Bye, Abreu. Bye, Jeff.
Hey, man, just
let's climb out of this damn hole now, Astros.
He's doing the best he could, man. Jeff's not going anywhere, by the way. Jeff's still out there making moves.
That was well done, Tyler.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
That was well done.
All right. I'll go to you first, Clint, before we see what Larry thinks about this. Abreu's gone, right?
Yes, he is.
And that can mean a lot, not just at the plate in the field, but also just the overall morale of the team. For you, does this move change your feelings with the Astros getting back into it?
Hell yeah, this move's changed my feeling about the Astros getting back into it.
It ain't too late to you. It ain't too late now.
Well, I mean, it's too late for the move. It's too late for them to take it serious. It's too late for them to start acting like the season is not as long as they've been acting like it is. Yeah, it was too late for me a month ago. But at the end of the day, there still is a lot of baseball left to be played. They put themselves in a very difficult spot, but they made the move. They made the big move that needed to be made for anybody and everybody that watches this team to get back on board and take them serious. It was becoming impossible to take Joe Espada, Dana Brown, Jeff Bagwell, Jim Crane, and José Abreu serious, given what they've continued to do and trotting him out there and telling us that they were confident and telling us that they were seeing improvement in the swing. They saw this, they saw that. It was becoming very, very difficult to take these guys serious. It was borderline laughable what they were trying to sell.
It was.
With José Abreu. But nonetheless, they made the move. They made the big move, and here we sit now to put the best lineup possible on the field night in, night out. We don't have to continue to talk about this José Abreu thing. It's a thing of the past, and hopefully we can start climbing out of this hole at this point in time.
So it makes you feel better.
Absolutely. It makes me feel 10 times better.
Larry, does this move make you feel better or make you feel different about their chances to get back in this race, or is this too late for you?
Hell yeah, so we back now, baby. We get back in this thing now because, D'Amico talked about energy vampires, man, and I'm not going to feel sorry for somebody that's going to get $30 million to go down to Puerto Rico or Venezuela or wherever he's going to go down and relax and put his feet up. Baseball is in José Abreu's past, man. And to get him off this team and see this team try to get their energy back and the fan base get their energy back to get back behind this squad, I'm happy as hell, man. And like Tyler said, I'm a Jeff Bagwell dude, man, but Jeff needs to go sit his ass in them seats behind home plate and stay away from all phones regarding any kind of player acquisition because this José Abreu thing was a disaster from the get-go. And And for him to be hitting 163 or 164 or whatever it was, that was an embarrassment as an Astro fan. Look here, so I want to say this to you, man. I know you went on this this physical health journey that you went on, man, and you start getting yourself and your numbers right and everything, man. And as me as somebody that's a diehard sports fan, and I have a whole bunch of stuff, man, I salute you for doing that, man, because we lost one of the Texans' #1 fans. He's a diehard Texans fan, C-Roll, man, and it's sad when you see these dudes, man, that you chop it up with, man, that have these issues, man, and they go on to the other side, man. And so I'm just saying to you, Clint, as we age and as we go out here and love our families more, man, keep working on ourselves, keep working on your health, man, because it's important to you and the people that love you, man, that you stay around here, man, because I need to be able to celebrate with all you boys when we go to New Orleans and beat whoever ass we beat in this Super Bowl that we lining up for. So to everybody out there in the Texas community, R.I.P. to C-Raw, baby, and I'll holler.
Well said. Happy Father's Day, Larry. All right. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. And, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Rest in peace to C-Royal as well. So, yeah, man. Listen, I think you made the point there about Abreu, and Larry made it in his own words. I think now that conversation, hell, I feel better that we don't have to talk about that. I feel better that we don't. It was almost, and I would imagine what it was like for many of you, but it was at times like, oh God, he's not going to be in this lineup today, is he? Like it's not. It was almost stressful thinking about what's this lineup going to look like. And now you don't have to worry about that anymore. Now you can kind of move forward with the baseball. And like to me, it was like the Ryan Presley thing. I don't think he should be pitching in very high leverage, consistent high leverage situations. But at least we could talk about that. This was just not. This one didn't make any sense at all with him being on the field ever. Like it just didn't make any sense at all.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest though, Ron. I agree with you. The Abreu thing didn't make sense, and it made, to me, again, it makes Joe Espada look plumb ass silly.
That just didn't look like that wasn't about baseball.
The only way Joe was ever going to look good in this situation after his comments is if José Abreu went out there and had 1,000 OPS and was the leading reason why this team made the push back and won the division. I mean, he set himself up to fail, and I think he looks silly, in the process. But let's be honest though. If you look at the Presley deal, it's real similar. Joe Espada's going up there talking about, he still got his stuff, man. The stuff is still there, this or that, just bad luck. But every time he trots his ass out there, there's a double in the gap.